faster. Go. time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master. Time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master.
Faster. efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Cream, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tara.
let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
상대가 강하든 약하든 승리와 패배밖에 없어. 우리는 오늘 세계 1등과의 싸움이야.
아니 하이큐에서 봤어.
우리 세계 1등과의 싸움이라니까.
우린 할 수 있어.
우리 자신과의 싸움이다.
우리 자신과의 싸움이야.
그렇지.
자, 오늘 바가야로.
체인지 대 블리드 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, Maxim, I'll tell you Indonesian word. Baru is new. Pisau is knife. Satu is one. Dua, I think you know. Dua is two.
No, I don't know.
Dua is two.
My brain is too small, guys.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Yeah.
Tiga is
Three. Yeah.
Does that say my name?
Annyeonghaseyo something, bro.
No. In the middle of them, one row down.
Yeah, it's your name. It's your name, Ben Kai. You have a fan, bro. Yeah, let's go. G fan, yeah.
試合前のさ、ガルラオが喋ることあんじゃん。なんかもう同じことしか言わなくなって。まあ楽しめってことやん。俺の翻訳がおかしいんじゃないんだからね。分かってる。毎回同じやん。
자 그러면 우리 아아오에 계속해 그저 아아오에 수수수 슈퍼 이즈 아들 페레
얘들아 가보자.
Fistbump, bro.
스팝 이기자.
I'm the dealer. They're not committing.
Good job. I can stun default.
Let's go. Come. Let's go. 僕入れとくわ。
じゃあそれに行く。バックサイバックサイ。Drop still. Dead.
비안사에.
Nice, Peter.
Last one, Vader.
Ace.
強っ。
おいつ。No, 30.
Go ahead.
Nice. Go. Well done. Let's go. I wanted him. My bad.
All good.
Okay, fight again.
Wait, molly light.
Crash. Dead. Any help? 오늘 끝나면 컨택까지 와봐.
오케이. 자, 빨리 게. 하나, 둘, 셋.
와인 없어. 방금 봤어, 케이오.
드러날게.
앞에 기다려봐.
둘, 하이엔로. 플래시 가능?
플래시 없어. 아예 필요 없어.
그러면 그냥 B 가자. B 킬조이 하나야 지금 그럼.
I think we hit A.
Go south B.
I think we hit A also. I go pick. Alright, gone. Nothing. I leave you guys, okay? 마켓리콘 써야 돼, 종빈아. 시티 스모크해.
오케이, 확인.
갔어.
얘네 역습밖에 답 없어.
마켓 리콘 씀.
얘네들 리콘 돈다.
마켓 끌.
스윙 갈게.
How we can be side already, okay? Spike.
빅 레인 coming.
Lane coming.
하나 더. 레바 하나 더.
One flank. This out, one flank. Behind us. Kill the lane, guys. Back then. Wait, reloading. 계속 go. I holding lane. 무조건 계단 나와. 한 명은 던지겠다.
스파이크 설치. 적군이 한 명.
일단 오퍼.
이해로지.
나이나 CT나.
됐다, 고지 갔다. 됐다.
I will call the water. I can slow left later, guys.
Someone second flank, please.
Slow left.
Recon. 나이스.
나이스.
Cover. Atas. Balik. Balik.
Ada.
Dulu ya.
라스트 우리도 나갈까나?
ここ入ろうせーの
포박이로.
相手もろ1個あるかも。
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's go.
Cypher can be.
I can't go. I'm darted. I don't get hit though. He's A long. He's coming up to peak short. I'm stunning. He's done.
오는 거 봐줄게. 이거 잡았고.
Not stun. One more CT. Backside.
킬주이 슛.
나이스. 슛돌.
Don't buy.
No buy.
연막 쳤다. 빠질게.
그럼 뭐야 나 이거 그냥 C 갈게 얘들아.
적군이 한 명.
나이스.
잘 쳤죠 씨. 난 롱버는 좀.
Wait. Where did he make noise?
30 seconds left.
24 seconds.
형 와봐. 설할 때 나 궁 쓰고 여기 한번 지원해줄게. 실험으로 와봐.
One enemy remaining.
I wouldn't.
설만 끊으면 될 듯.
너궁 떠라.
10
No, it's
seconds
too
left.
far away. One, bro.
늦었다. 안 끊긴다.
스파이크가 설치.
백상한 거 조심.
No aftershock.
나이스.
Nothing close. I drone on top. I'm blind. Get out. We know. Wow. Where? Nest.
Let's go.
I'm gonna pick
I go by outside.
I'm going jail. 2. Come in. One more, at least one more.
We are flanking.
They're holding. Two here. Killjoy missing. All 3 here. Two more side.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Oh, the leg. Holy
bro.
What the did I just do to Holy
If nothing, you have to go there with your wall. That they're not gonna check no.
Stars.
They flash me. Blind. Me, I'm blind.
I'm blasting for video. Blasting.
So many bang.
I'm blasting bang. Blasting. Help him make a flash.
Spike down. Mid. One
Nice bang. Blind. Blind on the back. Guys, wait, that's actually insane, guys. Blind.
5 people blind, Brent. That one.
Nice bang.
That was insane. That was actually insane.
They're gonna break the trip, force more movement over from Team Secret. And here's the judge, and he's been waiting!
Spike down. Mid.
Completely crushing Genji under the hammer.
Get them out in mid, but they're still May in a very far forward position. Finds the first, finds the second. Buzz and Flashback both take it down. Grab used 0 point to try to deny the blades. He dashes away from that one, dodging that out, and even manages the takedown. Bay takes that Foxy. Here at Garage has that short image, however, still able to find 2. Looking for the third, but Mako able to shut it down. Push out from May, Mako finds that, finds the third, sets dead mid air is Mako.
나이스.
Shout, triple. There's the first, there's the second, and Meteor gets the third.
It ain't fair. It ain't fair.
Oh, a fourth, and maybe Benkai backpedaling. The recon sets up, but Meteor will not be denied.
Delayed trap, seemingly, from Paper X.
All right, well, now the approach coming through. A lot of people with the sheriff is going to be Monyen finding the first 3 kills is something Jing and Mindfreak all fall on the wayside. Slide forward, catching a spot, catching a 4-piece, and maybe even an ace here in the pistol round to start things off. RRQ looking fired up. A chance for the ace coming through. Monyen approaching around the back. Pop flash, and he's still.
Welcome to day 2 of the VCT Pacific Playoffs, live from the COEX Shinhan Card Artium. We've got our top 4 of Pacific: Paper Rex, DRX, Gen G, and TLN. And with that brand new Pacific trophy on the line and champions just around the corner, top 4 is exactly where you want to be. What's up, guys? You're on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Quack and Asarai. Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys?
We're doing good, I think. You know, second day
Really?
of playoffs. I don't know about you guys, though. How are you guys doing?
I had a little cry last night, but I'm okay now. Yeah, thank you.
Me, I'm just kind of pushing it deeper down into my soul.
Suppress it.
Suppress it as much as I can and just smile in front of the camera.
Of
Hi, guys.
course, because we have to do our
Hi.
jobs, right?
Exactly. In the back of our minds, we don't feel anything.
Yeah.
Inside out.
For those, conceal, don't feel. But for those who are wondering what we're referring to, it is because we did have to say goodbye to 2 amazing teams yesterday. Unfortunately, RRQ and Team Secret were eliminated, but I do think that they put up such a great fight.
Yeah, it was a pretty good fight. I just Mika's looking into the distance. I feel a little bit concerned.
I'm zoning out.
We just saw that clip right with Monyen. You know, they were really trying pretty darn hard against Gen G. It was a pretty good performance, but that's it. Gen G had the adjustments and everything. Yeah. And then talk about talent, Team Secret, Abyss. I'm gonna let you take that one.
Yeah, it's quite unheard of as well that, Talent bringing in a late addition with Primi and him just kind of popping off one of the highest performance outputs that we've seen throughout this knockout round. And I think that really caught Team Secret by storm, but it was a very close 13-11, 13-11.
We like to say kapit lang. Hey, look, we like to say kapit lang, okay? Of course you can. Yes, but I mean, of course, these top 4 teams that we have right now, as we bring up our standings, I mean, they're very, very well deserved to be here. PRX and Gen G, almost a given. We have DRX back once again. They've qualified once again for champions, and we have Talent too.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Talon coming in. They got the new addition, Primi, like you're talking about. And everyone is just giving in a lot of improvements all throughout the board. I don't know how Gen G does it with the schedule that they have, playing games back to back, but they're always adapting on the fly. It's very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, all of these 4 teams definitely have a shot to really get into that grand final. Sure, it was Gen G from last time, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the rest is going to unravel for today.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited, especially since, as you mentioned, Azrai, we will have a lot to talk about in that second match. But we have our first match here, which will be PRX and Gen G. And this is something that we've seen quite often here in Pacific, right? But before we get into that, looking at our 4 teams over here, you have some veterans. You have Talon that is going over to Champions for the first time, right? But I would say that, this, of course, came from the once X10 and Sersha core, right? That was, the very heart of Talon. So I would say that they did have some kind of presence, and I would say that, going into Champions, these 4 teams, they are very, very, I think it's the high competition here for Pacific going into champions.
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, they are representatives. We want to see them do well, whoever they are going to be. And at the same time, just thinking about how everyone has had, a little bit of a dance with champions or some international tournaments. It's kind of interesting to see all of their different performances all throughout, right? Paper Rex, they've been, basically attending every single one ever since the first in Istanbul. But at the same time, performance-wise, it's like mixed bag here and there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've got Gen G. This is their first champions, but they've already attended Masters Madrid, Masters Shanghai, and they even brought us our first trophy for Pacific. They are the first ones from Pacific to win out the whole thing.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway for specifically 2024 is that Pacific is edging closer and closer as top finalists. You mentioned about the Shanghai win, but also don't forget that throughout the entire year in internationals, it's been Paper Rex and Gen G consistently getting top within the top 3. So compared to last year and the year before that, this is definitely looking the most consistent and most dominant we've seen Pacific before ever.
Yeah, and that makes it so exciting going into champs, right? Because everybody is saying that our region actually has a very, very good chance to win it all. We'll be talking about this for, the next few days, next few weeks, actually. But I think, I honestly think, no bias whatsoever, we do actually have that really good chance. I mean, look at these 4.
Well, I mean, I'm just full bias. But no, yeah.
I'm
Even
full
without
bias is oh yeah, we are taking it, right?
Yeah, but even without it, it just makes sense because you got Gen G and DRX playing in front of the home crowd, and they've got Paper Rex who are, just a lot of fans everywhere. There was just the one that I'm kind of shocked about. There was a dad and his kid in the Paper Rex jersey at the start.
That's
before we went into this. And then Talon, just the Thai fan base also, so much growth, so much support, so much potential with how much this team can grow.
I wanted to add real quick to that. It feels like there's also the new talents that are also getting into the international tournaments this year. We have, of course, Karon from Gen G. We have, Bane, DRX right now, that will have his first chance to get international here. And, of course, the one from yesterday, Primi. So we got all of these banger
One
talents.
day old.
One day old. We got all of these banger talents going into champions. So I'm definitely just excited to see that.
Yeah, our newcomers are definitely, I think, the strongest in the world right now in the stage of VCT. Because you look at other regions, of course, they do have their newcomers, but look at the statements that ours have made, especially Karen alone. Just first year, you go to this VLR page and you can't even scroll down after 1 point, right? It's just you can count it on your fingers.
And it's all first, second place,
exactly,
which is insane.
Exactly, which is why, it's super exciting. I would say even Talon as well, right? They are a bit of a dark horse, but they represent Pacific so well because of how much chaos, how much ingenuity they're bringing over, especially this season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, so much that they're doing. They looked a little bit rough around the edges sometimes, but then just bringing in Primi now, having some roster changes here and there, having the changes in the compositions that they're bringing out. Their plays are always a little bit unpredictable, and I think showing us that they knew that they had prepared for Abyss was something that was just wow.
That was definitely shocking. It almost made me want to take a jump with Jeremy as well. But of course, we are going into our first series of the day. It's going to be PRX and Gen G. So let's send it over to Jen, who is standing by with our teams.
Hello, Mind Freak. Now facing Gen G again. What's today going to look like?
Same as stage 1.
Oh. Meteor? What are you doing?
Extinct.
Oh, dinosaurs go extinct today.
Yes.
Okay.
It actually broke. It actually broke. He broke it. You saw the foot of the Rex. No.
Oh my god.
I was like shocked. I was like, oh no.
Extinction level event. Oh my
It's-
god.
Wow,
actually, yeah.
But
That's
I
what
mean,
Paper Thin said.
What a flex for like both of these teams, right? Because Mind Freak, we're saying, how are you prepping for this? It's gonna be exactly like stage 1. Replays over there, their winning moment. But at the same time, Genji, I mean, they could just pet the Masters trophy, right?
Oh, that's true. That's something that Paper X does not have. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story of today. These two teams, there's a rivalry, right? Like, that's the elephant in the room. They've been playing each other throughout this whole year, and it's always been a little mix here and there. Paper X sometimes basically winning out, through sheer adaptation or maybe a little bit of luck as well, and a lot of skill with how they are trying to improve and trying to play together more as a team, as opposed to just out-fragging, out-dueling a lot of their opponents. But Genji is not someone that you can do that against. But then at the same time, Paper X hasn't won, a Masters or anything. Meanwhile, Genji has.
Yeah, actually, one of the biggest things that I kind of wanted to see in comparison, or wanted to talk about in comparison with these two teams, is just kind of how contrasting their approach or their kind of journey has been throughout this entire year, right? Where Paper X, as you were mentioning, they're always consistent in the Pacific League. They've only lost 2 times, including kickoff up until stage 2, while Genji here has lost 6 times, but they brought back the bag with Shanghai and whatnot. So the question right now is, can Paper X finally transition that Pacific dominance into international? Sure, again, they're very close, but they haven't gotten that first win yet. It's always the bridesmaid, never the bride situation for Paper X. And Genji, they got that title already.
Quack took that to heart.
Yeah.
He was like, no.
I was like, ooh, that's a good way to put it, but ooh.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's also remember, it's easy to forget actually that this roster of Genji is not even a year old. They only came together at the top of the year, right? Where you have Paper Rex that, yes, they did have a little bit of a back and forth with Jing, but I would count this roster as being together for already a year, since last year they were performing at this level, right? So, what I worry about with Paper Rex is what else is there after this? You have amazing players and everything, but is there a next level, or is this it?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. I mean, I think everyone is trying to improve. I mean, that's the main story throughout Stage 2. Both of these teams, they've gone through the gauntlet from, Madrid to Shanghai, and it's been a little bit grueling, right? There's so much to work on, but not a lot of downtime. And at the same time, they're always trying to, retool things, change things around. And especially with Paper X, you start to see that a little bit more. Jing has tried to play a couple of new agents, right? We've seen the Clove, we've seen the Neon, but Genji has mostly stayed consistent with whatever they've got.
Yeah, but I think it's because of the difference as well of the true credible threats here, or explosive threats here that comes out from Genji, where if you look at it, I feel like it's going to be Texture and Charon that makes always the big plays. Doesn't really necessarily have to be clutch plays, but they get kind of started in the rounds and just explode, right? And that's how they kind of overwhelm opponents. And whenever you hear interviews against Genji, they're like, it's because we just couldn't really deal with how strong Texture is. Where right now with Paper X, it just feels like the entire team is a consistent big threat. So that being said, that probably is why this is kind of how the outcomes have been for both teams.
You look at our head-to-head that we have right now, our key players, we have Mind Freak and Charon, and it's just so amazing, by the way, that Charon is technically, as of right now, not even a year old in his pro play career, right? And you have Mind Freak, who is just, so tenured in not just in Valorant, but in esports itself.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. I mean, so much at stake, and Charon just continuously delivers every single time. And that's the thing that I want to talk about, because watching that game against RQ yesterday, Charon repeatedly, saved Genji from a lot of these rounds with clutches and everything. Even on Bind as the Brimstone. Both of these guys are controllers, yes, and we can draw a lot of comparisons between both teams, but Charon sometimes operates kind of like a duelist, just because of his pure mechanical skill. And as soon as he throws out his utility, that's the role that he kind of develops into it, and that's why Genji has that firepower. Genji has that ability to play for contact and trade several times. Meanwhile, Paper X, they're starting to develop into a slightly different style, slightly lateral shift. With Mind Freak, still the controller, he is capable of clutching out, surely, but he plays a little bit more like backline support.
Sure, if it's like player to player at least, right? With these two, Mind Freak has shown that he just tends to play that back end. But to be fair, that's because they have like 3 players from Paper Rex that will just charge into the side, so he has to kind of clean up the rough edges if ever there's like something that maybe the other players kind of missed, or again, if they got deleted and he has to play the clutch, he's always put in that position because he's the one coming in last, because he has to just make sure that the site's all prime and proper for them to plant or retake, so something like that.
Well, I think that, we're going to be seeing a very playful, a very experimental kind of Paper Rex, this playoffs, because they are using the time to refine and really perfect some strategies that we know that they'll be bringing to champs. And I think Gen.G makes a great guinea pig for them, don't they?
Yeah, maybe they're gonna test the waters a little bit, but at the same time, this isn't an elimination round yet, but you want to like try to create the best impact still. So of course, don't want to play with anything too risky. Gen.G bans out Abyss right away.
I was kind of sad because I knew that
they did that yesterday.
That's true. I mean, like after 3-0 for Abyss, the map itself. By the way, I mean, Alex did say that Paper Rex actually do have a lot of fun on Abyss, so it's right for Gen.G.
Probably might see that later here, or maybe even into Champions. Teams just kind of saving strats, possibly. I could say the same with Paper Rex and Haven, but I see what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Ascent into Icebox. These are not good. Is looking. Okay, is it not good for Paper Rex?
It's not good for Paper Rex.
Not good for Paper Rex. I was gonna say Gen.G has a better track record, specifically on Ascent, over Paper Rex right now. That has like 4 straight losses on Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. Like we just saw that stat sheet, right, with how the win rates have gone for either team, and these are statistically more Gen.G maps. Gen.G has a lot more better performances on maps like Ascent, and especially for Icebox as well. Although Paper Rex has a pretty good win rate as well. Oftentimes when they used to play Gen.G in the past, these are the maps that they don't really want to face Gen.G on. So what are Alex and Bulb up to right now?
What are they up to?
Are they also, of course, like,
are they bargaining?
Solo and HSK still doing it.
Are they also taking a longer time?
They're having a whole conversation there.
It's a big mind game because we got to think about like, what are we? If we ban Bind, then if it's going to be loaded or Sunset?
Well, I think that, Gen.G as well, they do acknowledge that they know what they have to do against Paper Rex. They really do have to match their frags. They really do need to, out-aim them today, and that's exactly what they want to do. Solo and HSK mentioned it in their post-game press con the other day. So this is basically, something that they've done over and over again throughout this year in Pacific, and I'm pretty sure they're excited to see it, especially since our decider map will be Lotus.
Yeah, it's a little bit of fun between respect between the 4 coaches right now as well. But yeah, I mean, looking at everything all throughout, this is not going to be easy for Paper Rex to say the least. Gen.G, they've been sticking to these compositions. They stick with what works, and they consistently perform.
This is going to be quite interesting as well, as we were talking about how Paper Rex has been kind of playing a lot more flex with their players. They've been one of the few teams that have been playing Ascent that actually have gone through multiple iterations of comps, where I think we've kind of situated themselves with, what was it, Jing playing as the Clove, or Jing playing as the Clove, and then seeing how that kind of fares out with Super Aggression. But it's not the same with Talon. It's the full-on zombie comp. This is just slightly zombie with Jing just on that Clove. Slightly zombie.
How is a slight? Well, what is a slight zombie? I'm
so
curious.
Partially your hand is just disfigured, and then it's just
you're about to turn.
Yeah, exactly.
But whereas, that's not a good state, because you're not coherent. You're not,
True.
You can't
Which
do
is
it.
completely different from what Paper Rex is doing. Anyways, I don't know why you're pulling me under the bus. What Gen.G has been playing that staple comp for the longest time, and the biggest threat, I think, for any team that's trying to, kind of reinvent how they approach Ascent. Again, we do know that people have, or when they go into interviews, that during the scrims, it looks very good, very strong. But up against a comp like Genji, again, a Classico where Locke is locked in on his Odin play on that Sova, where Texture is just such a bomb with the Operator. He gets so many kills. We know about the Texture flick on B main. These big threats coming into Ascent is going to be a very difficult task, I think, for Paper X to move forward. Again, with Paper X not having the best percentage win rate on Ascent.
Yeah, you have 25% right now. Gosh. I really love that you call that the texture flick, though. I mean, like, everyone can remember that from Master Shanghai right
And
now,
also
right?
because it's happened so many times.
Twice. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But that's the main thing, you know? Like, Genji, they have the firepower, but they're also a team that loves to operate off of information. They're very tactical with how they inform their plays, how they control the map. Meanwhile, Paper X, they're trying out these new compositions, and that's their strength right now. If they can make use of this Clove and the ideas that they have in going in for some of these trades, making use of the utility that the Clove has, you know, softening up some sites with like a little bit of artillery from that metal alongside the other, you know, utilities that they have, like the KO and the Fragment and something like that, you know, they might just be able to find a bit more space. But is that going to be enough against a team like Genji when you have like everyone, Karon, Lakia, all performing?
And especially since, you know, they're running with the age-old Ascent comp, right? It's pretty much like, you know, just plug and play at this point. Paper Rex, they have a new composition, which I welcome, by the way. I love teams that are changing the Ascent comp, you know, every now and then. But there is an adjustment period, right? And as we bring out our predictions right now, we're going to see that I think we're a little bit split over here. Yes, indeed. And we do also have our very own KO, our very own AI, which says that Genji, Genji will take this one. But, you know, I feel like we're really going 3 maps here, and it's going to be a very, very close series.
Yeah, it's not gonna lie, Genji looked so good yesterday. I am quite nervous, especially after seeing the map picks.
Quack says through gritted teeth.
I'm like, why?
I agree with you on that one. It just feels like Genji is starting to break the meta, right? Or the trend for them for this entire year. I talked about it again. They might be able to, or they're looking like they are dominant coming into the playoffs, so very much looking forward to see how that's going to go. Again, seems like they have been very consistent even through all of the consecutive games that they've been playing, and they've been a team that has proven that they can play through those kind of gauntlets, right? And this is just the start of that with less games even for like from kickoff. They had to play like what 6 straight games in a row just to get into grand finals, into an international. So yeah, I think Genji's got this.
So it's almost like they've played 3 stages of Pacific at this point with the number of games that they've played,
like it.
right? Well, Quack, you were asking, you know, why? Well, guess what? We have somebody here who has all of the answers and can share with you exactly why the map picks and bans went exactly the way. Yes. Are you gonna?
We're gonna get 9-9 this.
Right.
We're gonna get copyright struck.
I have my eye on you. Okay. if you want to sing, we do have Alex joining us. Alex, hello. We're gonna. Hello. How are you guys? How are you feeling?
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing good. Well, I actually did want to ask because you mentioned, I remember at the top of the year, you were saying how you really wanted the team to perform with less pressure this year. You really wanted the team to get more rest. Now that we are more than halfway through to the year and near the ending of the year of VCT, can you say that you guys have lived up to that? Have you reached that goal?
More rest? I don't think so.
Oh no!
It's been a condensed season, you know. Like I feel like we always have something to work on. I feel like work never stops. Less pressure. I mean, maybe particularly this event is less pressure because we all made it champions. There's no, we might get knocked out suddenly kind of thing. So, in that respect, yeah, this event, yes. But we do wanna, we're gonna feel it again when we hit champs.
Of course. But for now, at least, you guys can have fun, and it looks as though you guys are doing so on a set with all of these, kooky comps that I love.
Yeah, that's the question I guess I have. Why the map pick like that?
What's wrong with the map picks?
These are like maps that, you know, Genji performs a lot better on, right?
What map do you guys think we should have picked?
I honestly don't know, right?
I was totally okay.
You see my map? Our map pool is similar.
Yes.
So regardless, whatever's going to happen is going to look something like this.
Yeah. Okay.
I assume that you guys thought we were going to pick Sunset.
Maybe.
But like, Genji has been banning Sunset against us all the time. If they leave it through, you expect them to be like mega prepared for it, you know. So we just decided, okay, let's play something else. So after that, they banned it second. You know how long it took for the second?
Yeah.
So I did something right there.
Okay. It took forever for
that last map, something right.
Yeah. All right. So, my question is, you already said that this is less stress for you guys since you're already qualified into champions. I just wanted to ask, what's kind of like the big difference right now for Paper X, right? Because considering how different I feel it seems like the team looks like, how they play, how they approach matches 2024 compared to 2023. It looks like they're a lot more methodical, outreading, not as aggressive as like last year. But from your perspective, what's the big difference from this year's Paper X to maybe last year or even the earlier years of Paper X?
I mean, we just want to avoid the heartbreak, like. As much people say we throw around, it's not really intentional. It's like sometimes pressure gets to us and they make some like uncharacteristic errors that they shouldn't do. We've been trying to clamp down on that because we want to make sure that we win rounds that we're supposed to win. You know what I mean? Aside from the crazy. But as a byproduct of that, we have removed all the very, very overly aggressive stuff. I think we need to bring it a little bit back. I would hope that it comes back a little bit. We were watching our VODs from 2023 just like 3 days ago. And we're like, we are so different right now, Like in the past, we finished around in 10 seconds. Now we finish it in like, we ran out of time one of the matches. I've never seen that happen before, So I think we need to find a happy medium still. But like, I like where it's going. I think we're improving.
Yeah. Can I also ask as an additional player-wise, has there been a change in like characteristics from like the players that Paper X has right now again compared to last year? Like, is Forsaken a lot calmer right now, or Jing? Something like that.
More mature.
I think they've always been calm.
Yeah.
Characteristics.
If there's anything that changed, not really.
I think they're a bit more careful now. I think it might not be the most desirable trait. I think there's I don't know. I think they're similar.
Okay,
not much. Yeah.
It's like the players are maturing, of course.
Maybe that's the word to use.
Yeah. It's also nice to see.
Do their own laundry now.
They're growing up.
Exactly
they're growing up. I do have a quick question for you.
Sure.
You have 5 of the most skilled players, and some would say the best in the world. They're very, very flexible.
Yep.
But is there something, like even with a roster like this, that you would never ever do? Like a big nope, like maybe Mindfreak say, I will play this agent, and you're like, absolutely not. Was there something like in the past maybe that you would say, no, 100%?
I'm willing to try anything once. We've tried Deadlock on Zing before. It didn't go very well, but he's the one that suggested it. Like I want to play Deadlock on Lotus or something. Then we're like, okay, we try it, and then we lost the scrim, and we look at it, we're like, okay, no. It happens all the time, yeah. But they always give suggestions, and we try it out. We see if it works. Yeah. Most of the time it doesn't. For something to work, we have to try like 20 others to fail.
Right.
Before we're like, okay, it works a little bit, then we can try it.
Right. Maybe not this iteration of Deadlock with the current meta. We have a surprise for you. We have a little bit of a trivia contest for you in particular on how well you know your opponent, Gen G. Okay, so first question. For Masters Grand Finals, what was the score on Icebox?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I know it's all single digits, so
okay.
13-8, 13-9.
Okay, let's bring up the answer onto the screen. It was 13-9. Pretty close. Yeah. You got it. Question number 2. Including stage 1 and 2, which 4 teams beat Gen G?
RQ, us, T1, if you count playoffs, and Secret.
And let's bring up the answer onto the screen. It was PRX, DRX, and the DRX, RQ.
So we're not counting the playoffs round that T1 beat them.
Yeah.
Well, I got 4 correct.
Yeah, not bad. Pretty good memory. Looking good so far. Finally, where is this Lotus clip from?
We got ace by texture, I bet. It is right.
Oh my god.
It is right.
Wait.
Oh, it's not texture. It's okay.
One enemy remaining. Spike.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember that?
I can't even see that.
Yeah. You remember that? It was stage 1 grand finals. It's testing our eyesight more.
Yeah.
that memory. Well, I think that, regardless of the trivia contest, Paper X are definitely well prepared going into this one.
We're somewhat prepared, yeah. We weren't sure we were playing, They were looking a bit shaky. RQ was like confident.
Yeah, Alex always bring it back to reality, I'm trying to be like, oh yeah, they're gonna be so good.
We're gonna try to be good.
Keeping it real. Well, Alex, thank you so much. We're gonna send you off.
That's fast, great.
Yeah. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
We don't want
Thank
to keep you. You gotta prepare.
Good luck.
Yeah, relatively painless, I would say.
My biggest takeaway is that's the first time I've heard Quack ever say a Singlish thing.
Oh.
On the desk.
That's how emotional he was about this. The accents suddenly come out when you are emotional about it.
White
That's how Alex knew he was serious. He's like, whoa. He brought that out.
He definitely countered you for that one too.
I did.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think that Paper Rex. This is a new era for them, right? I was saying earlier about how what's the next level for them, and if it's something that's a little bit less aggressive, if it's something that's a little bit calmer, it could be. It's still another chapter. It could be still a different Paper Rex, especially with the current meta where Valorant is heading right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think this is a really, really good point. A really good question, by the way, as well. I mean, it really shows how much they're trying to mature together as a team. Although, maybe characteristic, personality-wise, they might stay the same, which is always fun. That's what we love them for. But playstyle-wise, they're starting to be a little bit more mindful, more careful about how they want to take fights, how they want to approach the map together as a team, as opposed to, some of the, little mishaps that happened before.
Yeah, and this is the perfect, kind of case study because Paper X is one of the longest standing teams to have right now for Valorant, so they're technically one of the few that you can just see steering left or right with how they approach matches. But yeah, that is just very interesting to kind of hear what Alex had to say about that case.
Especially since it's so rare that a roster like this stays for so long, right?
Exactly.
And on the other side, you have a roster that, again, is barely a year old, but they've already had perfect attendance so far in our internationals. So this is going to be another one worthy of a grand finals, I might say, whether here or at Champs. So let's send to the stage.
So Genji has become the first Pacific team that won Masters title, and there will be some regrets because we lost through grand finals in the past, which is Copenhagen and Los Angeles. I'm actually feel kind of happy for them because finally they can show that actually Pacific can win a international tournament.
DRX도 강팀이고 저희도 강팀이고 좀 색깔을 더 가지고 있기 때문에 저희가 계속 결승에서 만나는 것 같거든요. 저희가 이번에 챔스 진출하게 됐으니까 퍼시픽 팀끼리 같이 결승에 갔으면 좋겠습니다. 우승팀이라는 사실 그게 좀 압박감이 좀 있잖아요. 왜냐면 계속 잘해야 된다. 사실 실수도 조금 더 나오는 것 같고 저희가 이러한 부분들을 잘 이겨내면 스테이지 2 프로도 잘 마무리할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
Now another set walls. 4-piece for Jake looking for the ace, and he's got it!
It feels nice because we didn't lose a single match in the group stage. I would say there is no secret. We just learning from the mistakes and experience back in Shanghai Masters.
어럴 큐전은 이제 저희가 준비를 최대한 해왔고
A triple kill for Texture.
별 다른 변수 없이 잘 이긴 것 같습니다. DRX는 일단 수비건 공격이건 자기들만의 방식대로 게임을 하기 때문에 종잡을 순 없어요. 총 잘 쏘고 난다 긴다 하는 애들 다 모인 거기 때문에 컨택 싸움을 저희가 이겨내야 이길 것 같다고 생각합니다.
I would say they can mix the playstyle of being aggressive and being disciplined at the same time. I would say they have the perfect balance. But as long as we play our game, I would say because we knew that we're actually a good team and we can beat anybody in Pacific.
근데 사실 5대5 게임이라는 게 실수를 덜 하는 쪽이 이기는 게임이거든요. 저는 쫄지 않고 이번에 PLX를 이겨서 스코어 3대3으로 동점을 만들어내겠습니다.
Just because we qualified to champions doesn't mean we're gonna go easy on you guys.
Paper Rex.
A matchup that could very well be our grand finals in a few days or even further down the line. A matchup worthy of a grand finals for champions. For Gen G, the playoff stage and the final stage are nothing new to them. As with Paper Rex as well, one of our longest standing rosters and of course Pacific's most experienced team on the VCT stage. You heard the emotion from that video from Mindfreak as he recounted all their accolades earlier. Yes, they did go to Copenhagen, they did go to Los Angeles, but Gen G was the first to bring that trophy home to Pacific. And you heard it from him as well, that subtext, it should have been them. It should have been Paper Rex. And for Gen G, again, they have been standing on this stage consistently the entire year. It's almost easy to forget that this roster isn't even a year old. And for Karen as well, our super rookie of Pacific.
They bring together so much chemistry. They have so much fun on the stage, but they are also such a deadly force. Paper X has to watch out, and you can see and feel the intensity on the stage right now as everyone's walking out.
Man, I am just ecstatic to see how this is going to pan out. In a way, this is such different teams going up against each other. It's that kind of multi-IGL style that Paper X has, pseudo-IGL style that Paper X has, versus the leadership of Munchkin that has been steering Gen G deeper and deeper. Probably one of the best IGLs that we've had throughout 2024. And again, the trophy also proves that. That being said, this is another way to look at this is that Paper X molded so many times through years of just sheer camaraderie between the 5 of the players and Gen G just coming into this one right now. Again, so much stark contrast coming into this series. And sure, both teams are already into champions, but there still is that kind of satisfaction to get that W as Paper Rex to prove to themselves that they still have what it takes, or they can put themselves to that next level to get back into champions and, you know, kick more butt.
We heard it from Karen. They got to win out their contact fights. Meanwhile, we heard that Mamba Mindfreak mentality from Mindfreak as well. You know, the job's not done yet. Yes, they qualified the champions, but they still have the full of playoffs to play through.
Yeah, I think that, you know, with this PRX and Gen G rivalry that we've been seeing, we saw it first in kickoff, right? And it's been going on and on, the titles and the trophies. Whenever these two are on stage, you can be rest assured that this is the very, very best that Pacific has to offer. We can be rest assured that every single round is going to be so, so exciting to watch, especially since these teams, again, are like half of the teams that we have for Champions Quack. And I think that, you know, this is them in Champions form.
This is them in Champions form, and they're still going to keep going up and up. I mean, this is a map pool where both teams overlap quite a bit on, and we're seeing how that kind of plays out, right? They're going to have to face each other's demons, and we're starting things out over on Ascent. Has Paper X retooled the composition enough to face off against a Gen G that is this consistent?
We're going to see indeed as we step into Ascent of all of the maps to start with. So we'll toss it to Paperthin and Achilles. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get ready to jump into this one. A new El Clasico in development. Gen G and Paper X clashing once again. And as Mika was mentioning, this very well could just be a preview of the Grand Finals once more.
No doubt about it. I mean, these two teams have really proven that they are the class of Pacific in 2024 at the very least. It's first and second the whole way through for them, and they're meeting a little bit earlier than maybe you'd like to see as a fan potentially, but absolutely this is going to be a tough battle. You know, Gen G didn't have the best regular season compared to Paper Rex, so they've been struggling a little bit to get to this point, but it seems like the more time that goes on, the more matches they play, the more they ramp up, the better they get. And no doubt about it, Paper X knows it. Now the real question for me, Achilles, what the heck is Paper X doing? Yes.
They're doing exactly what I asked them to do many moons ago. Ascent has been a pain point for them here this year, and they let it go through. They suspect that Gen G is going to be picking it, and now they go back to an older composition. Still some changes here, of course, but it's that Reina Harbor to really segment the map and have those Leers coming through those walls to be able to catch people off guard.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to look a little bit different. Now you have the Sova in there as well instead of a KO. So a little bit deeper ability to send some util. You could combo it with the Leers, with the recon darts, with that kind of thing to really throw your opponents off balance. And as well as the Omen instead of the Viper from Mindfreak. This is, I'm again talking about what we saw from Paper X in the finals last year of VCT Pacific versus DRX. So a little bit of a change up with still the kind of core there with the Reyna, Raze, Harbor. Really curious to see how Genji's going to handle this. I mean, Genji, they played this comp the whole year. There's only one map, by the way, where Genji has changed their comp this entire year, and it's only been on Icebox. That's it.
I mean, they've gotten to all three international tournaments qualified, so they haven't needed to change too much. In a sense, not going to be any different, but let's go ahead and get into the action here. As we have Genji starting things off on this defending side, and of course for Paper X on the attack, this is where we suspect that we're going to be seeing the most amount of impact here from this team.
Absolutely, and they're going to be starting on the attacker side all throughout today, on all three maps. So
fair point.
This is really where Paper X needs to do some damage. They've been the best team in Pacific on their attacker side, back to kind of the normal Paper X that we're sort of used to seeing, but Genji as well, no slouches on their attacker side. They're up in the top 3 of VCT Pacific this year as well. So both teams can really do a ton of damage on this side of the map, and that's why they've been so successful across the board. See a Texture going for an aggressive push with the Sheriff.
That was being watched a little bit there, but still managing to find the shot. Covering fire as well as plenty of players out here in mid, and Texture's able to find a second. Going to be taken down, but Jing comes up with 2 of his own. Aaron and Munchkin's going to be gone, but Texture finds a third, and Meteor gets the closer. And that's going to be the pistol going the way of Genji.
Yeah, as kind of is tradition this year, Genji very, very good on pistols. Can't remember the exact winning percentage. It's like 60-something, but they are well ahead of a lot of other teams in Pacific this year on their pistol round wins. And it's moments like that where they're baiting that contact out of Genji. It was Karan who was talking about it during the pre-match interview they had recorded, where he said they have to win these contact fights, and Texture does. And that just forces all Paper X to try to respond, and it's just into the...
Cut the tape! Well, now there's a judging hand here for Karan. He's going to be able to find 2 quick kills. This Forsaken and Jing both get taken down. Shock, they're trying to flush him out. He's just jumping around like a maniac, but Munchkin holding here behind, looks for the 3, and he will have him. A very quick, lightning fast round, but Genji only losing out on 1 player. Start things off 2-0.
Yeah, this is very aggressive play from Genji, and that was another thing they talked about in the interview. Genji can throw a lot of different looks at you. They're very stable in their kind of defaults and their protocols with those, and they'll get aggressive at you too. Munchkin very happy. Try to find weakness. An early operator again for Genji, just like we saw yesterday against RRQ. Different map, but similar situation. We're round 3 after winning the first 2. They want to get this operator right into the hands of their superstar duelist. Maybe a little bit of damage done to that shock dart. Yeah, Jing taking a bit of a chunk.
Decent chunk, yeah. Down to 85, 19 on the armor. Karan just going to be shifting across the map. The lone player positioned over at B. Something anticipating or wary about a potential push out, but we know that Karan not going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a combination, potentially some of that short-sighting util, the Leers and the Paranoias, if you are going to be able to clear this. Something, though, walking into a trap.
Regressing back into his position. And something, he had the jump, but just couldn't quite find the kill. Karan managing to stay alive, takes him down. That is a big part of the entry power now gone out of the hands here, Paper X.
And that 0 point definitely caught at least Device, so this is allowing Genji to play for contact. This Owl Drone definitely giving it away as well.
Spot on the shoulder there as Fragment does fly. No further damage going to be found, but quick clear. Recon not allowed to pulse out. Know that Meteor's in this position, but they only have these shock darts to try to find him. And lock you. Ending up getting taken down. Meteor able to find 1 though, as Forsaken will fall on that entry. Both about to be broken. Devi swinging around the side. Munchkin snapping with a headshot. Shuts down Jing. Now it's just Mindfreak and Devi left standing versus 3. They are able to flush him out. Off now arrives. He finds the first, looks for the quick scope. Can't make it connect, but time is dwindling. And Devi is just backpedaling. Didn't even have the spike in hand, and now knows that this round is going to be over. Just wants to hold on to that Phantom. Genji are going to be converting the bonus.
Yeah, they just do a great job of reading the map and giving Paper X some serious grief. That judge, a lot of value being found for Karan. not being checked by Paper Rex cost them one of their very important pieces to making some of their entries on this map with this composition. Yeah, nicely done there. I like the Cove here. Try to scale into sight a bit. Gives them the chance, the opportunity, but Texture finds a great timing with the op. Almost gets that second one. And then from there, like you said, no spike available for Device, so has to just go for the save. He's got a rifle. We're going to get one for Jing as well, but otherwise it's going to be Sheriffs for the side of Paper X now. Both these teams, as you might expect, very, very good at ecos throughout this year.
Quite true. Something moving forward here, taking some space up towards Pizza. Alarm bot still set up. Will be taken down now as Lakia pivots over. Drone at the ready. Meteor ready to strike in case they manage to get any kind of information here off this drone. Doesn't spot him though. Two just tucked in behind the archway.
Standing ahead.
Oh, on the jump peak though, will be able to spot him out, and Lakia taking too much damage, has to back away.
Flash.
Texture though finding a shot. Oh, he takes out of B lobby. Gets those kills, and Munchkin able to spray down too. Jing and Divide falling to the wayside. Mind Freak. Oh, it does manage to barely find the shot there, but something painting a picture around Lakia. Does not find the shot. Only would have needed one to be able to take down that Sova. Now it is just Mind Freak. Well, he has been absolutely stone cold here for the team. I think this one is a bridge too far.
30 seconds left.
Swing out, it's going to be Munchkin just continuing to be absolutely on point today.
Yeah, he is starting to look like the Munchkin we were seeing earlier on in the beginning of the year, where he was just fragging out of his mind, along with being the IGL. Forsaken just getting caught trying to go up the stairs. Munchkin just holding the line, just taking a pause after that paranoia was sent out by Paper Rex. They're just waiting. Flash was used, but Paper Rex, when they swung out, were just immediately shut down, and it's an immediate timeout as well from Paper Rex to try to see if they could figure out what they got to do. So far, it hasn't felt like we've seen some of the typical combos that you see from Paper Rex with the Harbor, like you're in the Cascade, and then you're just snowballing utility to try to bully your way through into sites.
I mean, it was kind of the bonus was the one round where I was expecting maybe to start seeing that development come through, where you get Forsaken forward into that position. He likes to go that right side of bench. He can set up a Harbor wall that really just cuts that A site into pieces.
Right.
But the crucial thing that was missing was that Reyna, as something had died over inside of B main. So they didn't have that setup, so we haven't really seen Paper X getting to a point, both with just the players being alive as well as economically, to really start having the comp come to fruition here for them.
No, exactly. It's been very, very challenging. Now, you do have a showstopper, but you still have to buy down a little bit. A Spectre for Jing, Sheriff for Devi. Try to see if you can make something happen while the pockets get deeper and deeper for Gen G. They've been hanging on to this op a couple rounds now. Gonna use that Cascade, the drone as well. Clear a little bit of space in mid, but right now Gen G very happy to give up this mid control. All of Meteor's utility is over at the front of A.
Standing ahead.
Dart gets a spot. Something able to get behind the wall. He's gonna get 2 spots off of that. Dart didn't get cleared.
Shotzler and Forsaken gonna get tagged up down to 73, as is Jing. Texture gonna be forced back, but Caron just holding here, and Lumber managing to come up with 2. Texture finds a shot, Jing gonna be taken down. Absolutely snappy with it, now pulls back over into Boathouse, knows that he is being encroached upon. Something here on the side, footsteps gonna be heard. Texture looking for the shot, manages to get the diagonal flick down. Gen G not backing down whatsoever, now up 5-0.
They look incredibly snappy right now. Everybody seems dialed in for Gen G. Texture in particular, those op shots are fast.
Starts with this, looks away, gets that 90-degree snap back to take up the 5 before falling.
Nice!
As right now, you can tell Gen G are absolutely dialed in.
Yeah, it just seems like Paper X isn't able to really suss out the position sometimes. That's hurting them. Whether it be Caron in a corner, Caron up close with a judge.
Look at the read here, though. Mind Freak now going to be spotted. Might have to burn his other TP. Okay, something is just going to be dropping off the top rope. Doesn't manage to find one. That gets him on the board. Munchkin forced back, but here comes the peek from Texture. Finds one. And already there's a 2-for-1 trade up in their favor. The swing out, tries to go for the shot, and Devi will be able to get the punish. Texture out into the open, ends up falling down. Devi looking to try to take this into his own hands. Does get put down by Munchkin. He's going to be bleeding out on the floor, but now it's all on Lakia. Swinging around the back, making his approach from Gelato. Do they suspect this at all? So right now, they have their sights trained over towards Heaven. Mind Freak now looking back into main. As the bleed out comes through, he's going to be spotted. Ethan, quite a bit of damage. A shock dart at his feet would put him down. And Lakia's looking to try to flush him out. And it's just going to be the wall bang to continue. Gen G, you can try, but you are not ever slowing me down. They move up 6-0.
What can you say? I mean, even with Paper Rex having some moments, they're still not able to convert. I mean, Gen G's just got that extra layer in their back pocket, and enough time is bought here for Lakia to make this maneuver. They get so much contact, they get so much info off the initial peek out from Texture. They see 3 or 4 players of Paper X there, and they know that a lot more of that map is going to be open, so they can take advantage of it, and they do instantly. And even though Paper X starts winning some of their fights, in particular Devi has a nice moment, it's still not enough.
That feeling when you have the man advantage, but then you realize you're up against Lakia in a clutch position on the A site.
It's always in the back of your mind.
I think that's why they were paying so much attention to Heaven. Rocket in, Jing able to find one. Munchkin going to be taking down Meteor. Hopping across to the opposite side, but Jing right there to get the punish. Lakia in the meantime opens up with that Hunter's Fury, does manage to find Devi. Texture is situated here at Heaven, anticipating an aggressive push out, but for now, it's the best advantage that Paper X has had all game so far.
Spike planted.
The wall bang, something eating some damage.
So
down to 36, the readjust, the shot's just barely off. And as the door breaks, Lakia has to back away.
A lot to play with. Something has quite a bit in the back pocket.
Turn over the top, the reveal onto one. There's the tailwind forward, and it all starts crumbling so very quickly. Texture with one. Jing taken down by Cow, and now Mind Freak zoned away here in main. Taps coming through. He just hears the wide swings here from the Jet. He's not going to be able to find the punish. Lakia will scoop up a 3rd as Gen G pick up a 7th.
I mean, they're just unbelievable with the way that they're creating these retakes and the timing at which they all strike and the efficiency at which they all strike. I mean, this is a great hit. Jing gets 2, but then they just get the spot, and you know, it's Texture with the blades, Lakia with the Odin, and you have to take that 2nd timeout already for Paper Rex. Both coming in this first half, and obviously probably a little bit frustrated as Alex that they haven't really been able to get much done. They're starting to find some success in getting into the sites, but after that, they don't have what it takes to really lock it down.
Now, foreign feeling washing over Alex. I mean, this frustration's not something that he's really had to experience since they got back from Shanghai. We've just seen nothing but basically cool, calm, and collected, cams from him. This Paper X has widely just been very dominant in their regular season matches here in Stage 2. Gen G, for the umpteenth time with them playing against each other here this year, right now, very much have the upper hand.
And this map has been a real pain point for PRX.
Yes.
Like, they have struggled to find an identity. Like, they've tried, this is the 4th or 5th different comp, at least, that they've tried on this map this year. Maybe more than that. And so far, they really just can't quite get a grip on it. So they tried to go back to something similar to what they did last year. But so far, haven't quite been able to really get the ball rolling like they would like. And again, to me, it's just they're trying to win scrappy battles. Lakia is going to take that Paranoia, the Reckoning there, to clear some space on the site.
Look for a very pacey hit, and you have to get the reveal here on a Meteor. He's going to be flushed out, taken down. Jing able to find one. It's Lakia, Meteor, both fall. Forsaken collecting the other. Looks like the call here from Paper X. Working a tree, but something going to be spammed out. Munchkin up in Heaven, just suspecting that he's going to be up in the box. And just to find that stray headshot. Suddenly, it is just one player difference here, the advantage for Paper X.
They know Mind Freak's on top of Gen. Heard the TP or just assumed.
Texture, though, okay, he is able to swap out a weapon, grabs himself a Vandal. Delaying door now broken. There's tailwind forward. Jing waiting it out, though, allows him to go past. Munchkin now going to be the last one. They just managed to find Jing. Gets the punish there onto the raise, a spray into the smoke, but time is working against him, and it looks like Paper X will at long last get themselves on the board here with this round win, and Devi will be the one to go ahead and put him down, not allow for further damage to be dealt. Scoops up a Vandal, scoops up the Odin rather, actually. Get the double upgrade. Paper X will finally find themselves around victory.
Yeah, it's a nice set play here. This is kind of what you want to see. It's a Paranoia to clear the front of the door, the Reckoning comboed with the Hunter's Fury to isolate some players. Quick little flank through short. You've got 2 players down, the site is yours. And you're able to handle this attempted flood retake from Gen.G very, very nicely. Mindfreak playing the door very, very well there. Letting Texture just go by. And then going for that secondary player that you know is going to be right behind him potentially. Karan already has Jing dead. It's over outside A main because he went into Wine.
He just goes into Wine, finds that kill. Mindfreak not wanting to apply further pressure over there. Up for the challenge. There's something that's going to ring out with that operator, let them know that they have that in play just to clear that KJ turret. Texture for now positioned here. Bot mid drone just peeking around Devi.
Just toying with him.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. Oh, Meteor, goodness.
Oh, the swoop out. They're just not ready for this pinch to come through. So much attention just paid in towards mid, and Meteor just continues to just scale out of the site. Finds that punish now. 3 players left standing for the side of Paper X. Paranoia across the hold of a bay. Cloudburst, the Cove. They can't really push up into this one. They can't push out of it. They don't have the Leers. Up on the shot dart, the spam across. Lockett able to find one push up through the wall from Munchkin. Finds Forsaken. It's going to be a team ace as Gen.G are not allowing for Paper X to scrape together 2 rounds consecutively.
And for Gen.G, they just kind of go back to their default here. This is kind of their very typical setup. Karan outside of A main, Munchkin in short. Yeah.
Counter drift in the wall.
Yeah. Meteor out through long V. That's easy does it for Gen.G, and I mean they can play to something that has given so many teams grief this year, is those isolated individual battles that they are so good at winning. And it is top to bottom on this Gen.G team that you have to worry about those moments. You take 1v1 duels against them, you are playing with fire, to say the least. And even a team as good as Paper X, as good as they are in those duels as well, they have struggled against Gen.G. Meteor in particular has just destroyed people on this map time and time again.
Well, full push in. Munchkin anticipating it off the back of the wall, since the flash just further hold of a bay. Paint Shell's trying to clear. As now the Cove comes through. Turn leading off the back of that one. Munchkin has to back away, but Texture, a very hard angle. Waits it out, sends the shot. Will get punished though. Quick trade from Forsaken. Puts him down, leaves the operator now on the floor. Push it to the back though. Jing going to be taken out. Munchkin holding here from Hell. Does quite a bit of damage there onto the Vi as well. He gets whittled down to 24 HP as Karan just fishing around through the smokes. Trying to see if he can find the timing, but it's going to be Meteor out the tree to go ahead and put him down. Karan is just sprinting up into Mindfreak's face. Gen.G 9-1.
Yeah, and I mean you can see some of the ideas here from Paper X trying to use that Cove as a shield to send out the Leer, try to cut through towards the door, but Texture, as soon as that Leer came out, he hesitated just a brief moment, saw the players, got the shot. Just tremendous. Yeah, it cost him his life, but it makes it so much harder for Paper X to scale onto the site the way they want. Karan being absolutely nasty, just running at him, spraying. Just knowing they've got him dead to rights. Showstopper available, but it's all Sheriffs or Paper X. Going into today, Paper X was 41% win rate on their ecos, but so far Gen.G hasn't given them anything.
I mean, the way that, yeah, Gen.G are playing at the moment, feels like that is a far cry hope as Mindfreak tucked in behind the box. Texture sending out a shot. They know that they're here in mid. Karan with the counter swing will be able to put him down. He swings out. He's not ready for Devi to also be in position. Off shot from Texture, going to be going wide. Leer down at the floor, looks for the timing hit. Cannot find it this time around. It's going to be them backpedaling, but now they're readjust from the side of Paper X. Showstopper in, Lockyer going to be hounded down, taken out. Again, these op shots whiffing from Texture. Multiple kills missed out on now as Jing picks up an Odin. Plan to come through, something still tucked back over at Pizza, waiting, lingering.
Spike planted.
Seemingly red here as pings do come down. They're wary about this lurk.
Now there's some space that they don't have identified. They lost 2 players early at tree, so they are aware that there could be a lurk coming through.
Meteor can also just send this lockdown to try to flush them all out. Movement now has to start, and something missing the timing. Doesn't catch a glimpse. Meteor spots him, finds the headshot. Forsaken, Sheriff in hand, gets him, but Jing just pushing forward with the Odin. Manages to bail them out. It's a thrifty win here for the side of PRX. As they get themselves a second round, a chance at a 9-3 half.
Yeah, I mean, and it's something that both of these teams have, is their really uncanny ability to win rounds they don't seemingly have any business winning. And it's just good coordinated play there at short. Jing playing off the information from Devi and the Reckoning. Forsaken, at least able to clear out Meteor. That sets up Jing to keep pushing outside of that lockdown. So good proactive play from VaporX.
I think Texture might have just spoken a little well. I'll have to hold that thought as Mindfreak just going to be taken down off the rip. Karen with the aggressive push forward. Just goes for the punish, and they find once more, knowing the tendency of him wanting to get up into that cubby.
What was Texture having?
Oh, I think he was suspecting that after they had gotten the kill on the Meteor that he was going to push out into B main.
Ah. Yeah,
But
you would assume maybe they'd like double up.
not to be.
No.
Either way.
Yeah.
Solid opening kill. And with a big portion of your smokes now eliminated, taking a site becomes that much more difficult.
And now Munchkin can pop the null command as soon as there's any contact here. Like that recon dart, boom.
Flash bots nothing. The blast packs forward, and Jing coming up with a kill. Karen having to reposition. There's something.
What?
He's pushing his way up through window, managing to take down Texture, and suddenly this round completely turned on its head, push out of the smoke, but Karen going to be instantly dealt with as Devi once again goes for the operator.
30 seconds left.
Hunter's Fury from Lakia just desperately fishing for any kind of tags, but will not be found. Push up onto the box. Jing will be able to take down Meteor. Now it's Lakia all on his lonesome with an Odin.
This is very, very difficult for Lakia. As good as he is with that Odin, this one seemingly out of reach unless he gets that spam. Oh, he was close.
Yeah, I mean, Jing, I believe, ate a little bit of additional damage, but as the wall gets broken down, Devi has clear line of sight. VaporX will be able to scrounge together a 9-3 half.
Yeah, I mean, it was rough sledding for PaperX. It still felt like some of the machinations of this comp weren't fully fleshed out at times, even though Genji sometimes just beat him to the punch. I mean, some of those battles at A main were almost always going Genji's way, right? Like, if Karan got deep enough, if he got outside that door, it just felt like he was over. He was getting at least one, kind of slowing them down.
That's an old screenshot.
Yeah. We don't.
He's a changed man.
Yeah, he's a changed man.
Wow.
We're seeing a new Alex these days. But, I mean, able to get a couple there at the end, sure. PaperX's defender side on this map can be quite good. It's just Genji's attacker side on this map is really good. And they are very, very well coordinated, very methodical. They work the map really nicely. Great play there by Jing. Immediately dealing with Munchkin. That was so fast from something. He just beelined it up there.
And that's something that we need to be seeing from him. I believe it's only his second kill of the map thus far. That pick there on the Texture. It's been a rough ride for me at 2-11-5. But that snappiness, that quick decision making, that's what you want to be seeing from something, and that's what it needs to be delivered upon going into this defensive side.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. And it's hard with Reyna, as everybody knows. If you're not kind of snowballing out of control, sometimes it can be very rough sledding, even for a player as good as something. Couple ghosts, couple classics for PaperX, 3 ghosts, and a frenzy for Karan. So let's see exactly what Genji has in mind. Kind of split the map here into a 1-3-1 to start. Excuse me, a 2-2-1. I didn't see Karan hiding underneath Texture there. Jing gonna check it with the boom bot. They're gonna try to keep Texture's position hidden, kind of anticipating that maybe PaperX will try to get aggressive out of main here. And with something leaning over, Munchkin.
Just catching him right to the side of the head. Jing going to be taken down. Something still playing forward, but now the pitch comes through as Meteor arrives over in Dre. It's looking like 2 for 2 on pistols so far here on Ascent, and it is. Texture cleans up the finals, and that is going to be Gen G moving up to 10.
Yeah, I mean, they just have multiple layers here. So it's the anticipated pressure coming out of main. If Paper Rex decides to get aggressive there, they're ready for it. They've got Texture hidden in off-angle position. If they don't, then they start to collapse through short, and they find a great timing where something had slid over to try to help out Mindfreak and Jing. And instead, that just opened up too much space, and Gen G was able to take advantage of it. Really just great reads right now from Gen G on top of phenomenal shooting. Munchkin with that Guardian, as per usual. Looking to see if they can find some info towards mid, clear a little bit of space. Again, Texture set up outside, expecting a potential push, and Paper X is just gonna hide.
Okay, yeah, this shots get opened up. It's another massive Guardian buy for the side of Gen G, and it pays off dividends. A flawless round as the smoke dissipates, and Paper X, they're standing there, pants around their ankles, being like, uh-oh. We didn't think there was gonna be a crowd here.
Yeah. It's like getting caught just out in the open. Nothing they can do. It's a massacre there. Lear comes out a bit late too. Not that it would have mattered, probably would have been cleared pretty quick, but regardless, look at Munchkin, 16 kills, leading the scoreboard, trying to get aggressive with something. Didn't take any damage there, but at least noted that Texture is right around the corner. PRX playing for close contact again. Oh, that time they get him.
Well, that is a damn good hit to have. They want to try to take some space off of this, but Meteor is here to reinforce the position. Gets the dink, but cannot confirm the kill. Forsaken staying alive. Down to 10 HP. Texture wants to swoop in, try to finish the job, but it's going to be something collecting the kill. 2-man advantage now here for Paper X to avoid another bonus conversion.
Olakia.
Wall falls, and won't be able to find the headshot. Minor damage taken, down to 85. Tries to drag Gen G back into this one. It's Forsaken just tucking away, dodging out on the recon pings. Suspecting that there's already been a player pushed up past, and there you go. Punish is found. Mindfreak on the swing out. Snappy with a headshot takes out Khan, and now it's Munchkin all on its lonesome. And well, the gun barrel's been spotted, and something will collect the kill.
Just really good effort here from Paper X this time around, winning out on their contact plays. And Forsaken finding a great angle there to hide. The timing, just hard to read that as a player, that somebody's that close when your recon dart supposedly cleared the window area. And Forsaken just right away, slow stepping back, finding that position and knocking Lakia down. The whole round, Mindfreak stayed in that corner. I watched the whole round. He sat behind that box up in A heaven, never moved a muscle. So the whole plan was to give up a little bit extra space, clear the turret. Something is going to get away.
Delayed.
Yeah.
Not get that punish. Now the Odin opened up once again, and something is actually going to be him going for the re-peek, who finds the punish on a Meteor, but Texture pushing forward, able to take out the enemy Reyna. Looks back away as Drone gets ready to potentially go up over the top and try to further scout things out here, but for the time being, it's a very slow rotate over towards this B side of the map for the likes of Gen G. Texture gets forced out of position, but ultimately, no matter which way they go, they suspect that they're going to be gambling into 2 players.
For sure. So they're just going to try to see if they can work off of the extra little bit of space that Texture has gained since they have no A main control. Not that Paper X is fighting for it. Decent shock dart. It's a smidge of damage.
Forsaken now setting up the wall. Cove as well. Thrown down. Trying to fake that he's actually crossed over, but if the push comes through from Texture, this could be a massive punish now. Fragment down at his feet. Texture still just tucked away. Pushes forward, disrespects that Fragment. He's able to find the punish as the Divide gets taken out of boats.
30 seconds left.
Rotate, however, is here, but now the wall falls and Texture finds himself a third. Jing taken out, Forsaken snappy with a pivot.
Spike planted.
That elimination.
One enemy
and now
remaining.
Brings it down to Munchkin once again as the last man standing. Smoke will dissipate, Mindfreak will get involved. It's going to be Paper X hanging on.
Yeah, so this is a really kind of interesting back and forth battle around the Harbor utility. Texture there doing kind of what he was doing on Haven against RRQ yesterday, where he's lurking right at the edge of the door, right on the edges of those smokes, trying to find those big multi-kills, and he kind of gets it.
Right there.
But it's a better response this time from Paper Rex. Texture just disrespecting that fragment, going right through it, but Forsaken able to anticipate well enough before the transfer could come through from Texture. They're just there ready for that smoke to dissipate. So good play around the smokes by Paper X that time around. Still a lot of work to be done. Operator in Something's hand.
Look at this, though. I mean, it's
just
Mind Freak on this side. It was a big gamble stack from Paper X. Paranoia's now going to be coming through. Texture drops down here into the site, suspecting that he's going to be over at Boats. Can he flush him out? It's just going to be the push into Mind Freak. Snapping with a headshot, able to find that one. TP's over to the side, and he somehow slips the net. Forsaken in the meantime, he finds Karen with the shorty. Now gets Meteor with that Vandal in hand. Mind Freak still alive, and it's going to be a flawless somehow. He was the only player on this site, but Gen G could never pin him down.
I mean, it's, again, the benefit of having that extra layer of smokes from the Harbor. You get the Reckoning as well, but he can TP and find just enough of a safe zone in between a couple different areas. He's able to keep himself obscured and buy a ton of time for this retake. Extremely well done by Mind Freak. That is so difficult to do. And to shut down Texture on the Blade Storm is not easy as well.
It was kind of like the inverse Berlin. Like, he wasn't the one who was TPing all over the place and getting kills, but he was constantly pulling attention and keeping them distracted. Is now Karen in a bad spot, but what? How does he get that kill? You're sliding down a wall.
Just...
Is he Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Can he just stop?
Sure. But Spider-Man doesn't use guns, so...
Nowhere to run.
There's probably some merch where he has a spider gun.
There's probably like one of those versions.
There's Fury looking for a tag. None to be found. So far, just the 1-for-1. Still 3 players over here towards A. Once again, Mind Freak on his lonesome.
When they had to use the fragment to clear Wine, so Forsaken's position, safe for now. Something watching with the op. So they've got the A site, in theory, pretty well locked down. But it's going to be op v op. Who's going to win this battle?
Oh, Something. Holding the angle, Texture having a peek into him. Going to take a massive whiff from Something, and it's one that's not found, and I believe the Texture just screamed on stage.
He did. He did. He was not happy about that one. Probably felt like he should have
30 seconds left.
Had the opportunity. Oh, Karan.
Got barrel spotted. Oh, nearly whiffs that one away, but eventually stabilizes, finds the kill. Now into a 3v3. But with no time remaining, Gen G just remaining fanned out. Going to be saving these weapons over into the next round. Paper X will get up to 7. And I like that you earlier had mentioned, you know, the comparison of Gen G versus RRQ, because one of the things that we were seeing from them versus RRQ was nice early lead, but then started allowing RRQ to run things back. Yes, they were able to close things out in 2-0 fashion, but there was a lot of rounds that it felt like Gen G were giving away that they did not need to, and that they should have been able to have much more dominant performances on those 2 maps.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think in some ways that's been, if you're going to criticize Gen G for much this year, which hard to, considering how successful it's been, if you're going to criticize them for anything, it's that they do have that tendency sometimes that they'll run a bunch of rounds together and then kind of take their foot off the gas pedal for whatever reason. I mean, certainly a lot of it is the other teams get a read, they make adjustments. We have a lot of good teams, not just here, but globally as well, who start to figure these things out. And at times, Gen G, they will just kind of stay in form, stay in focus throughout a map. I mean, you think back to that split against Heretics, but other times, you know, they'll lose a bunch of rounds, then win a bunch of rounds, or win a bunch of rounds, then lose a bunch of rounds. So it can be very, very back and forth, much like being on a seesaw with Gen G. And absolutely, I agree with you. It is kind of concerning because you'd like to just, with how dominant that first half felt, just kind of close the door on Paper X and don't really give them any hope, any momentum to get their footing, to get their confidence and get their mechanics kind of in check and get their decision-making in the proper places. Because now Paper X has looked very solid. I mean, they're playing just really good, disciplined, holds at different angles of the map, reading their opponents very nicely. Let's see, it looks like maybe Gen G is going to try to crunch towards mid, expecting this push out from Paper X.
Big push forward here. A little opening spray, but countered there by Meteor. Finds the shot. Double face up into the smoke, and Jing is able to collect both. Texture and Munchkin now
Down mid.
annihilated. The Boombot sent forward as Meteor. Tucks back here behind the box. Lakia. Just the opposite side here, mid.
I was going to say, does Meteor have a sheriff behind that box? Because we saw a play where he popped out from back there.
Led to an ace.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed him. But now something is so much extra territory. Yeah, you still have Karin smokes, but yep, not read by Lakia at all. It's taken down.
Not whatsoever, as there's the jump peek. Spray opened up, and Divide finding the headshot. Meteor now gone. Paper X trying to continue to claw back this deficit. Just going to be 3 rounds separating after this one here as Karin pushing forward will get taken down. Something able to find the snipe. And they only lose Forsaken to a little bit of stray spray out from Meteor.
And I love these little extra layers that Paper X is adding into these rounds. A couple rounds ago, you know, Forsaken holding close at A main door, and he has a great opportunity if Gen G had ever felt comfortable enough to make that push. But in this round, Gen G expects the mid aggression. Instead, they just kind of pump the brakes in the smoke, wait it out, but they've got 2 players there, not one. Gen G doesn't anticipate that. That allows something to swing out through B long, set up that flank angle. Here we go. Oh, Forsaken. So close.
Yeah, eating quite a bit of damage, but still holds on to his life.
Eating quite a bit in response, though.
Being.
That paint shells really chewed through Gen G.
Fair point. There's even more. Locking down 39, Texture 56, but he's up on top of Chen. He's able to find himself a second kill as Forsaken. Tinker spotted out. Switch being tapped here. Mind Freak just inside the smoke, eventually gets flushed out. Genji saying, we know your tendencies, we know you're there, and they eventually find their mark. Well, there's plenty of money, given it's something now is last man standing. Not sure how much he's going to be able to get done here, especially as he eats that dink through the wall. That's going to be a heal coming through. Could be a weapon picked up, but the 1v4, does he actually want to try to play this out?
With the op.
Have some counter spray up through. That should stave him off. Maybe look for a little bit of a parting gift kill. Well, I've already popped the Empress. Might as well try to see if I can do some more damage here to the economy of Gen G. Knows that they don't have that much money to rub together. But everybody will make their way out, and Gen G will stop this run back here from Paper X and get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those just well-coordinated set plays from Gen G, able to win that battle for the space. They don't necessarily get any kills, but they win that A main battle, and then they just go. And just being able to get Texture up on top of Generator gives him great angles down into hell. And he makes good use of it, as you would expect. But the early attempt by Paper X is thwarted. A great paranoia from Karin. Hits both Forsaken and Jing. That shuts him right down. I caught Util in hand.
Caution here.
And now,
right
see
here.
if Gen G can close it out, or Paper X can string a few more together.
Fine, just looking for the Odin spray, but now going to be interrupted by that 0 point, so cannot try to send out the recon. The dash forward, and Forsaken just able to punish Texture. He never looked over towards Switch. Does get traded out as Lakia finds the kill. Showstopper at the ready, locked in. Munchkin going to be taken down. Meteor still committing in with the lockdown. Paint shells, however, landing directly in on top of it, but it's not enough to try to clear this one out, so they still have to pull away.
Deploying drone.
Drone to try to scout. Not ready yet. Quickly cleared. Smoke now going to be set up, but well, no one's detained. No one's scaled their way forward into the site. Space is still not taken, and Paper X are pushing back out here, looking to intercept these players up Gen G before they can get the spike into the site itself.
And now you've got angles being watched. Jing gets one, gets taken down by Meteor.
Counter spray, but look at the HP. Meteor and Lakia both tagged up. Versus 3. The spike completely and utterly stranded. Take some monstrous heroics here as he catches a shoulder glimpse onto one. Nanoswarm out, but cannot find the punish as Divide goes leaping across to the opposite side of Alley.
30 seconds
That
left.
allows something to sneak up just a little bit closer. Lakia going on alert, though. He's being very quick about it.
Going all the way around, but the door to be broken down. So now Lockyer rerouted even further, and there's just no time remaining. Call to save is going to have to be made. Paper Rex get themselves up to 9 as there's a swing out at something. Yep. He will absolutely confirm that this round is over. Paper Rex continuing to persevere. They want this to go to overtime.
Yeah, it's really good push and pull here from Paper Rex. And they just spam through to buy a little bit extra time, to give them the ability to set up some of these angles. Mindfreak TP's over towards the site. Something is just keeping mid under control, and they are able to keep Genji corralled at this door. Don't give them the opportunity to go through. Helps it. Texture just going on a walkabout, not anticipating a position there. Nice up and over from Jing. Take down Munchkin. There you go. It's Cubby. Proving oh so valuable. Operator for something at A main this time. Has to get out of there though. Gets hit by the Paranoia.
They're looking for a timing shot. Now the push up here into the cove. That's going to be broken down as Pain Shells look to try to hold him at bay and does interrupt Lockyer with the drone, so he can't get any further information on the site. Good counter util out. Okay, Karan. I believe he ulted in towards boats, but ends up just getting absolutely mauled.
Here.
I mean, hoping to use that timing of the contact towards A to find a way to sneak back there, but it's sniffed out by Paper X. Something in Texture. Faded to meet, seemingly, time and time again on this half.
Has the HP advantage, but something. It takes his head off in an instant. Texture take it down. Paranoia trying to hold him at bay. As Orb going to get picked up here, but already the rotation's coming through as Jing starts working his way over towards this B site. Lockyer with the creep up, just alongside Switch, but Jing on the peek out from Ali, able to find the shot. The boom bot alerting. Now both players pinged out, revealed, and melted.
30 seconds left.
Munchkin again. The last player standing here for the side of Genji. 25 seconds to work with. Being an ace clutch, trying to bring the map to an end, but he cannot find the second. Mindfreak will put him down and get Paper X up to double digits as well.
I mean, they're reading this half so well. Just understanding what Genji's trying to accomplish off that Omenal. Something again, winning his big 1v1s against Texture.
One enemy remaining.
Devise util. It's a ton of info at the end of the round. I mean, that's very well disciplined, very well coordinated from Paper X. Now the concern is you had to burn both your timeouts in that first half. So Genji able to use their second here to try to find this final round. At least this time for Paper X, it's only one, not two that Genji has in the bag like we saw against RQ yesterday. But
sure. This does give them that final bit to intervene as well on the side of Paper X. So coaching staff to get in the players' ears and try to suss out what the game plan is going to be from Genji in these last 2 rounds before overtime.
You got to be worried about another kind of big A hit. It's been B rounds a couple times. You know, maybe Genji just leans back into the one of the rounds that worked for them. The only round outside of the pistol in the follow-up, where they were able to kind of take A main control and then immediately pivot into an A execute. Get Texture up on top of that Gen. And you got to worry about short A as well. Somebody has to be watching that angle at all times for Paper X. That's not accounted for. That gives Genji the ability to just bully their way into sight. So much easier. Forsaken has a Reckoning as well. Munchkin has his ult.
Get out of my way.
Let's see what's going to happen with those.
Divide just one away from that Hunter's Fury. That and the Reckoning, pretty good retake tools. So even if Genji can get into the site here and get that spike planted, they're still going to be in a decent position. But now the push forward coming through. They work their way up into the smoke, but Texture in the meantime going to be able to find something, and Forsaken falls. Meteor comes away with a kill. Mindfreak just TPing over towards Heaven. 3 players strong as Jing just strafing across. Gonna get spammed out. No, gets taken out by Texture, who updrafts up into Heaven and instantly finds the headshot. The timeout from Genji seemingly was everything. They give Paper X a way back in, but then they slam the door in their faces. 13-10. But my God, what an opener here in this series, and that's Genji's map pick.
Yeah, Genji looking really good on their defender side and good enough on their attackers, but you know, we saw some good things from Paper X here as well.
Yeah, finding some stability, making us believe in the run back, but now we get ready to go over to Icebox, which is Paper Rex's pick to see if they can make this a 3-map affair. But for now, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk.
And And that was just map 1. It felt like a whole series almost. It felt like, there were very different parts of that, especially since, in the first part, it seemed like Genji was just basically doing a Paper X cosplay from, a few seasons back of Paper X. And then, in typical Genji fashion, they kind of lost a little bit of that momentum, slowed down a bit. Paper X was able to make a comeback. I mean, I feel like that's almost a teaser of, this entire series.
Oh my god, it really does feel like it, doesn't it? I mean, who knows how the next couple maps, or next one map might go.
Spoiler alert. Hey, Quack, don't leak the script, okay?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, John Wright. Anyway, but yeah, the way the whole thing plays out, it's a lot of contact and early pickoffs from Genji throughout this first half. Paper X had to fight them with a 4v5 almost every single round, and it was so tough to work against. And it happens all at the hands of players like Texture, maybe even Munchkin with a Guardian sometimes, and they just have so many good plays and reads as to how they work on the defense because they are able to play around the layout of the map and just kind of peek out real quick and take out a single Paper X player here and there.
Sure, and on the flip side, once we got into the second half, Paper X was the one kind of doing the same thing against Genji here. Utilizing how really strong that comp that they brought into Ascent was defensively. You could leave something onto his own. If he can get a shot, he can always get out with the dismiss. If he gets pushed out, he has the Leer for that coverage. And then how Forsaken just every single round that they kind of approach, whether it's retake or taking a site, his walls have been really good to kind of allow Jing and something to kind of work their way into the site. It's not always going to be clear-cut anymore because we were talking about this, that Jing might not be as used to the raise in a way here on Ascent specifically because, again, the satchel changes and whatnot, maybe the speed is catching him off guard, but so far it at least was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, the blast pack is no longer tailwind-ish levels of speed. It's a slight little bump, and it's easier. Charon even got a shot sliding down from around gelato, right? And it's crazy how all of these rounds happen. Paper X clearly had some kind of a game plan to work around Forsaken with the Harbor, Cove and Leer to allow for some of the players to sneak in on the attacking side, but Texture alongside his operator repeatedly shut that down so many rounds, and it's that much more difficult for Paper X to do that, to fight back because of that. There were these rounds where maybe the Reckoning allowed them to alongside the Hunter Sphere, allowed them to create a lot more space, force Genji to disperse, but once you swap over onto the next half, as soon as Genji gets a read for how Paper X is set up, you would just have these moments where they downloaded all that data, all that information, and all right, let's pinch out this one guy. We get him, we get the space, we get the site, we get everything. And you see how it happens in the last round too. Texture just gets in with a Blade Storm and even uses the Cloud Burst to try to sell a bit of a fake to let them think that he might be around this side, but in fact he's just right underneath their noses. And because of all this little positional plays, it really throws Paper X in for a bit of a loop.
I mean, you do see, we have a very dynamic game, right? Valorant is ever-changing, and, there were some little changes that happened. You see still the spirit of Paper X pushing forward. It's just that they're still, they're trying on new shoes, in a way. They're trying to break this composition in, right? And you can tell, like you mentioned, Quack, that Jing, perhaps the movement isn't as suave as we've seen it from seasons past, right? Because he is adjusting to this. And we knew this coming in here. We knew that Alex was saying, there's a lot of adjustments that they need to make because, they are actually, this Paper X is reinventing, right? However, Genji is staying safe. This is the merits of staying safe. You have a Genji that is very, very comfortable. It's just, little bit of, it's still Paper X. You still got great aimers there, and that's, they struggled in those rounds that, they had to encounter, something's off, for example, or, just double kill from Jing all of a sudden in Catwalk.
Yeah, it can happen, towards both sides. And I think that's why this is going to be such a great series, because both teams really are that strong, and they have, their own, unique styles and understandings of the game. And you see it all happen. Paper X, that's what W Gaming is all about. It's not just the aggressive play style, it's also never giving up. Even if it's 9-3, you just keep holding W key forward and you keep trying to do whatever you can, even whether or not it's a save at the end of the round. But credit where it's due, right? Come on, Gen.G were just so good at reading how these plays happen. As soon as they, use things like Lakia with the Owl Drone, the Recon, or just little bits of positional plays, just giving out a little bit of a tell, having a bit of presence created by Karin around A main, while the rest of the teams try to advance towards B. It's plays like that that give Gen G so much control over out the entire map. And of course, I mean, Texture just deleting the faces of some of the Paper X players. It's painful for me to say, but it's just that impressive.
Yeah, sure. Again, it's Gen G playing so that they have a clear picture of the round the further it goes, right? That's how strong it is. And we've seen so many of the rounds throughout the first half, second half, where they did that continuously. And one of the, I think the biggest examples of that was the big, first of all, the pistol pinch on the first half, where they were just pushing through mid. The other one was Paper X was setting up for that A site, but then someone from Gen G, I think that was like Meteor, that was already pushing out of B main. So they already knew that most of the forces of Paper X, if not all, was going to be pushing for A. So all of these, you know, standard things, but still pretty difficult to do when it's going against Paper X. Timing has to be pretty precise. The confidence has to be there. It's all Gen G that is locking all of that down, downloading it, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and that also goes to show, right? Gen G, I mean, you know, sometimes they do tend to start a little bit slow. So this actually version of Gen G where they, you know, they just decided, okay, this is Paper X we're going for. We can also W gaming in our own way, right? And we did see that, especially in the first half, right? But right now, going into Icebox, we know that these two teams, you know, have been running slightly different comms, like slightly in their very like essence. Paper X, as you can see, do run the stage, and whereas Gen G might prefer, you know, the double initiator here. So going into this, we mentioned it earlier, right? This is a very Gen G-sided map. In recent history, does this mean that we're seeing a 2-0?
That's a very, very good and poignant question, Mika. I'd hate to say it, but it might be. It's hard to say. Like, Paper X picked Icebox because, you know, this is one of their maps that they have to kind of bank on, and it's potentially, you know, a map where they can get a pinch on towards Gen G. But with everything that's been playing out so far, you know, Gen G are showing a lot more control, layers to their defense, ways to read and lure Paper X out until they can, like, you know, whittle them down bit by bit. And the thing is, Gen G opted to start on the defense on this map, so I don't know. It's really tough to say. It feels as though it could be a 2-0 with everything that happens.
Can I force a direct answer from you? Because that very question happens to be our guess and gain question. If we are indeed going into a map number 3, yes, thank you very much, production, for rubbing our ranks in our faces. We absolutely love it when you do that. Are we going into a map number 3, gentlemen? Do you have these our props over here? X's and O's? Let's... Oh my gosh, we just spoke to Alex a while ago.
X is like...
I see you struggling. Which one you got? Which one should I get? No, I don't know.
Okay. Wait, so shut it down is map 2, right?
Yeah, if you think you're going to map number 3, hold up the circle. And if you think we're going into a map number 2, hold up the X and reveal your answers, gentlemen. Ooh, we're going to map 3.
I wanted to go to map 3.
We're going to map 3, and Asteroid says Icebox is going to be the last map. I think for our viewers, a lot of them are also thinking that we're going into a map number 3, whereas AI also agrees. So, yeah.
I can't defend this because I was just looking at the stats. Paper X actually won their last Icebox map against Gen G, but it was pretty close. Same comps altogether. If it's going to be still the Gecko for Gen G here, and then for Paper X, it's going to be the Sage. What I will say, though, it's very contrasting because of how it kind of plays out, where there's a lot of defensive 2F second floor kind of setups for Paper X, but then Gen G also has the Thrash, which is really good against that, which is not good against that. So we'll see how that kind of goes.
I mean, we're thinking it's going to go into a map number 3, but it's a very difficult question to answer, right? Because it feels so 50-50. And could go any way, but right now we're looking at our compositions. No changes so far on this. So what does history tell us then?
Yeah, basically what Asteroid said, you know, I mean, maybe Paper X might be able to eke out the win, but it's not by any means like a dominant side. You know, it always happens to be really, really close. I mean, on Asteroid's tablet right now, it's 13-11, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And again,
another one.
I do really like the safety of Jing being on the battle stage because, again, the wall really disrupts, I think, the offense of the double initiator here, especially with the Gecko. If you're able to maybe isolate some of the players, maybe even just stop the Gecko from throwing out the wingman, this can at least force Gen G to play a lot more proactive into the site rather than just throwing their utility and then pushing in. If they can do that together, then maybe there's a lot more contact play that goes in the favor of Paper X.
Well, let's see who takes Icebox this time around. If it's going to be Gen G or Paper X, Paper then and Achilles take us into Icebox.
With pleasure. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into this one. This is Paper X's map pick. Now, they've played against Gen G on Icebox twice so far this year leading into this very series. And it's gone Paper X's way both times. 13-11, I believe, as the desk had just mentioned. So it's always been contentious. It's always been close, but it's also always been Paper X getting that win.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously everybody is, you know, very happy with the way that Paper X plays on Sunset, for example, and I think a lot of people might be a little surprised, but this map has been very, very good for Paper X. They have been frying on it. They destroyed DRX on this map, and this is a map that DRX has looked really darn good at themselves with that Clove comp. Paper X, though, just going for that aggressive mid-push, but look at this stack from Gen G.
Gonna win their way forward. Texture now popping his own, swings out. He's able to find one, but loses out on some of his teammates here as Lakias trying to finish the job there on a Forsaken, but cannot. The heal now as well, taking him back up to full. Devi does get dinked, tagged down to 13 HP, but the punish not found quite just yet here, if at all. As Karen will reroute, push his way up towards, but no, doubles back. Gun drawn out. Oh, gets another headshot. Looks for the finisher, and this time we'll be able to put him down. Forsaken playing on that close corner. There's the swing out. It's a smattering of damage taken. Forsaken down to 70. Gives Meteor an opportunity, of course. He's got that Sheriff in hand, but he himself starting to eat some damage. Trying to go for the wall bang shots. Has to go ahead and reload the cylinder. Finds the first, but cannot get Jing. And that's going to be Paper X finding the first pistol win of the series.
Yeah, just a really aggressive maneuver through mid. They clear the turret, and Gen G, sure, they can turn their attention there, but numbers advantage very much in Paper X's favor. They're able to take great advantage of it. Just the toxic screen drops, and there's all of Paper X right there. Except for Devi. He's out watching the flank, but it's a great maneuver here. They're very aware of that early aggressive lurk. Paper X getting vocal, getting some Guardians of their own this time. Something with a Vandal. Devi just with the Ghost. But up close and personal, Texture, he has one, he has two!
He finds both! Devi and something, both gonna be taken down. That's a Vandal. On the floor, can be recovered. For now, and will get scooped up. Mind Freak brings that into his own hands, but that's already significant damage given the investment.
No charges.
At least one of the Guardians going to be lost. Now for Paper X, it's all about trying to stem the bleeding here. Retain as much money as they possibly can. Fragment will find a smattering of damage here, and Munchkin is able to find Mind Freak as well. Forsaken down to 5 HP. Heal's already been burned. The wall gets sent up. Jing Snappy on the readjust does find Munchkin, but this round is getting away from Paper X. Gen G off the back of two incredibly crisp shots from Texture. Look to convert this Thrifty into a reality. Still an opportunity here for Forsaken, but he's got to be so snappy.
And then he's trying to figure out if Gen G has already guessed on the rotation.
I think he's going to try to just fake with the 0 point.
But they're not going to hear it or see it.
30 seconds left.
Oh, well, maybe.
Seems like they have. They're going to start adjusting off, and he hears the footsteps as well. But he still has to delay. They're not so far away that they won't hear the plant starting to come through. Now they start facing back, and it looks like they're going to go for a pinch maneuver here.
Spike planted.
And there it is. Up over the top, Karon, Vandal in hand, puts it down, and Gen G. You say, well, you got your first pistol, but you're not going to be getting the anti-eco.
Well, and I was talking about earlier on the previous map how good Paper X is at their ecos. 41% coming into today. Gen G on their ecos, 49%. They win nearly 50% of their ecos in Pacific, Achilles.
It's pretty good.
That's outrageous.
Oh, my God. Wow. That is disgusting.
Yeah, he's nuts today. He was dominating on Ascent, especially on the defender side. Now he's got an Outlaw.
Oh, Woo. Catching a glimpse, and if he had hit that flick, then good lord.
Yep.
Gen.G going to be pretty much fully rotating off A. Texture position here at mid is Meteor under tube, spotting out multiple players. Before he decides to drift back, and it's going to be the second shot. And finds the connection, something going to be put down.
Now they're just going to reroute, see if they can find some space towards A, but Texture with this Outlaw matching the movements of Paper Rex every step. Now he's got 2 initiators to help him too.
Wide swing out here from Texture. Second shot again. Finishing the job. Divide going to be taken down. Lockie a little bit whiffy there initially with the spray, but Jing fully blinded up. Just can't get anything done. He ends up falling down, and it's going to be a flawless here for Gen.G to get themselves a second round win.
I mean, they just look so dialed in right now. Munchkin's making good reads. Little bait and switch there with him and Lakia. Contact with the Dizzy, yeah. A little bit off initially. Still good enough. It's great stuff. Dizzy up and over, expecting the push. Eventually tracks Jing down. Forsaken, just not much he can do there. Tough play for from Mindfreak. And another hot start for Gen.G. 0 point is going to be dodged. That flash giving away quite a bit.
Yeah, that it does. Cloudburst, etc., all going to expire. Tailwind will as well. Not used for no space gained here. Paper X not liking the silence on the opposite side, it would seem. Dizzy revealing 1 in the close right corner.
And this is something Gen.G does a lot of. Sets up these trap plays around pipes with Lockie up there. Huge.
It's going to be Karon playing off the back of that opening shot. I was going to say pretty much everybody having full armor, but Karon's collecting 4. This get put down. The ace not going to come to fruition, but nor is this round win, it would seem, unless Forsaken can do something absolutely unreal. Couple taps onto the rope. Pulls back away. Would have to be the ace clutch, but the spike is stranded here in front of Nest.
So difficult for Forsaken. Is he gonna read? He saw him.
Oh, spots out another. There's the third, and suddenly in with an opportunity as Munchkin's also down to 25. Meteor repositions, refills the space left vacant by Texture's death, and he will find the headshot. Deny the hopes of the ace clutch from coming through.
Yeah, and it's so tricky to go up against Gen.G because they're so hard to predict how they're going to play this A space. You know, whether they're going to set up for Texture to come around that corner like we saw with the Sheriff a couple rounds ago, or whether they're going to play off contact like that from the Gecko util, and then start swinging and holding the angle with the Outlaw at long range. No op yet for Gen.G. 3 Sheriffs, a Guardian, and a Vandal for Devi. Paper X has their work cut out for them, trying to see if they can once again stave off a disastrous attacker side. Taking a little bit of space towards B this time, trying to spread the map, trying to see if they can find some of those openings, but Gen.G so far kind of giving up that space intentionally, trying to play for a little bit more post-contact play, seeing if they can bait Paper X into trying to push through right underneath 410. Got a bit of a trap set up, but right now the attention is actually towards B. He's got 3 players making their way through, but Meteor with his utility is going to have early information there.
Something I'm trying to find an opener here, or at least cause a distraction. Try to draw some attention towards this side. Granted, we know that all the attention already is here from Gen.G. But as a 0 point reveals nothing, that's going to send for a massive pivot. They leave Jing in a forward spot, tucked away, basically shoulder to shoulder there with Texture.
This is taking too long.
Down to 38 seconds. Swing out off the flash. A couple players going to be spotted. The swing in, a Meteor able to collect 1. Now jump around the corner, and Lakia finds himself a second. Devi will go down.
30 seconds left.
Mindfreak, they're on top of Green, trying to steady the aim, but it's going to be Munchkin collecting 2, and now it's Jing on his lonesome. Ping's not coming through. Seems like he has slipped the net, but again, it would have to be absolutely and utterly monstrous from him. And at this point, he does need to die. He has that Sheriff, needs the death bonus, will be gifted, and his Texture puts him down. 4-1. Gen G, once again, starting to streak their way out ahead of Paper X.
Yeah, again, they're reading the map incredibly well, showing yet another very different look to Paper X. Nothing from pipes, and all that utility. The alarm bot gets popped, the nanos get popped, and that buys a lot of time because Paper X pauses to think about what they're going to do, and the rest of Gen G quickly rotating over there to once again mirror these movements. So for Paper X, time to consider how you want to work this, and I'm sure Alex is probably saying just be a little bit more decisive, potentially. You know, if they had been a little bit more aggressive with that contact at B, they might have been able to get the space, at least get the plant down, get that extra cash. You know, you're still in a massive disadvantage firepower-wise.
Yeah.
But you don't give Gen G the opportunity to swing the majority of their forces over there to cut you off and really just make a meal of that round.
You mentioned cash, and I think it's a good point to remind everybody, because I've seen some comments online, people saying, like, do these games even matter? That's what the fans sound like to me in my head. Do these games even matter? Everybody's very left to the champions, and it's, well, yes, because A, you get a sick trophy, but B, unlike the other poverty regions, we have a prize pool. So there's some money on the line for the teams as well.
And champion seedings.
And yeah, so, you know, you want to be the best.
Yeah. Not that I think...
That is genuinely how I read every single...
That's how you read chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chat, Twitter, Reddit, they
You're
all
not too
sound
far
the same
off.
to me.
I saw chat yesterday asking, why am I bald? Yeah, I mean, you know, I had a lot of say in the matter.
Once more into the breach off the back of the timeout we go.
Yep, this is that aggressive positioning from Texture. Look at the stack behind him.
And there's the flash, but it's not going to catch fully. As Rez instantly out onto something to bring him back into the fold, but now Forsaken's going to be put down on the floor. Munchkin as well, cleaning up a third. Now suddenly it's just Mind Freak. Forsaken bleeding out in front of him. The final kill will come through from Lakia. And Gen G just have an immaculate read.
They're just so dialed in right now. They look like they're on the warpath. They want to come out as Pacific champions again. Streak their way towards champions. Just so clean. I mean, the way they cover the angles for each other, immediately after Texture finds any kind of contact, that's when they spring into action. We've seen a couple different looks of it, but similar feels. Or Karin out of that 4K. Very similar idea in some respects. Now it's Munchkin up and over the top, trying to bait them into Lakia's utility. Once again, two players around 410, trying to swing off a contact and shut Paper X down. Paper X has not addressed this. Dealing with Karin in particular, you've got to clear this angle.
Well, there's the interrupt on the knives. Having to go ahead and put those away as Munchkin trying to hold forward. Finds one before getting taken down, and Karin going to be good for two, but something quick with the Sheriff shot. Finds that kill. Jing spotted out. Noting this, knives popped here by Texture. Should have caught a glimpse there up Jing as the wall now is raised. Presence confirmed. Something just wide swinging out. Finds the headshot. Dashes down below the rafter.
Spike planted.
57 HP remaining on him. Jing now dropping down. The headshot instantly found. Jing still just a stinger in hand. Now a Vandal picked up. Turning around the Rosie, some trading places, but nothing going to be spotted. No sounds being made. Jing pushing forward and finding the kill. He will save the round. It's a thrifty once more here for Paper X as they get their second win.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this is potentially going to be another Gen G round, but they're able to just slip the net enough. Our Paper X just kind of hitting them when they just don't quite expect it. A little bit pacier than Gen G was ready for with those stingers. That opens up the round. Oh my God, something.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh my.
And that, I mean, the knives play so well to Something's playstyle because he's constantly wide swinging, but you get that pinpoint accuracy.
As he dubbed it, and I think others have, the sum swing.
The sum swing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that. But I mean, yeah, he's built for Jet in so many different ways. He's got an op now as well. Ooh, it's quite a bit of damage on a Munchkin there at Jing.
Down to 67.
Yeah, not feeling great after that, but a lot of ults to play with for Gen G. Both teams have their Viper's Pit, but you also have the lockdown to counter Paper X's Viper's Pit, so the ult cycle very much in Genji's favor, plus the Thrash as well. So it's going to be hard for Paper Rex to find the opening, and Texture wins against something.
Sticking down, looks for the repeat, but that shot can go a little bit wide. For the follow-up as well as Divine just having to drift across that mosh, get himself out to safety, does have that spike in hand. In the meantime, Mindfreak's been able to lurk all the way up in towards Kitchen. Ball now raised. Meteor, if he pushes further forward, is going to be at risk. ADS is in, does find Jing. Puts him down and now is going to relocate. Still, however, is being hounded down. The fight getting ready to come through. Pops the nano in case anybody got across the yellow, but that smoke being used against him. Forsaken able to spot him out. Finds the shot, but now Texture here at Snowman. Puts down Divide, the spike now on the floor. 23 seconds remaining. Mindfreak needing to be the one to try to find the angle. There's the swing out. He finds the headshot, but still a man disadvantage from the side of Paper Rex. Spike being brought forward, Pit now invested. 10 seconds remaining as Munchkin arrives. The fragment down at their feet. That's Forsaken gone. Now it's all on Mindfreak. Sat here within the confines of his pit. The wingman to search, the Thrash as well. On the hunt, but it's going to be Munchkin. Tucked away, detained by his teammate. As the defuse will be held to half for him. He'll limp his way over and be able to grab that one up, but Gen.G now, they continue to push back, not allowing for Paper Rex to get these consecutive round wins. They get themselves up to 6 on the defending side.
Yeah, and I like the overall idea from Paper Rex in this round. I mean, you gotta let something try to challenge that angle from time to time. Not always gonna win it against Texture, so be it. But you're able to take that Kitchen territory under your control, but then Meteor wins a huge battle against Jing underneath Tube. Didn't even take any damage, by the way. I looked at that. He ADS's and Jing can't find the shots. I mean, very rare that Jing isn't in control enough of his spray to at least get a little bit of damage. And that allows Meteor to push far forward, opening up the angle for Texture to find that second kill. Karan just off the rip, puts the Viper's Pit down in front of B.
Wanting to send it before the 0 point comes through. Something for now. Like he's going to be the lone player left to linger within this. Just sat back here alongside the box. I mean, Karan, if he gets any kind of sense of this, a snake bite would instantly deal with this Jet. For now, though, shoulder to shoulder. And it's going to be something who actually finds the kill. Karan going to be taken down. And that really changes the course of this round. Mindfreak watching. Cognizant of this push up. Try to swing forward and, okay, will force Lakia back, but Munchkin swings back in through Hall, finds the headshot. Mindfreak taken down and Spike. Noted out here by the spawn. Texture quick with a headshot, shuts down Jing, and this round is looking so good for Paper Rex as they get the catch onto Karan, but it all just tumbles.
It seems like Paper Rex gets a little bit lost in the back part of the map because they realize they ceded over A control. Meteor is going to claim Devi's life and take the round. 7 for Gen.G, but they get so much extra space on B and they can't convert it again because a couple players, including the Spike, fall back to try to cover Texture's angle where he's coming out of A. And instead of just kind of trying to take advantage of the space they create by taking down Karan, they're all over the place, trying to work a bunch of different angles, and they're paying the price.
One enemy remaining.
And that's Spike down there, and that's round over. And it just feels like they're not kind of all on the same page at times. It doesn't feel like Paper Rex is being as decisive as we're kind of used to seeing him this stage in particular. They've been really good at kind of this coordinated play. Everybody knows their job. Everybody knows where they needs to be. Like, especially on this map, a lot of times it's like, okay, 3 or 4 of us are going to make the push. One person just watch in the back. We're going to, scale off our own individual ability and utility, but Gen.G shut that down every time at A. Then when they try to spread the map here, they just look confused on the map. They don't all seem to know exactly what their protocols need to be in those moments, and it just kind of crumbles apart. Certainly, again, weapons were in the favor of Gen.G, but can't keep relying on that. Yeah, you've gotten a thrifty win, but other than that and the pistol, that's all you've got to speak of for Paper Rex.
I mean, right now it feels like Gen.G are beating the Shanghai back into him. Very different look of Paper Rex from what we've been seeing. I mean, just across the board, not really worth isolating any one player. It's just across the entire team right now. Not the same performances that we have been seeing. Orb going to be snatched up here. Not in time there from Jing to find the kill, but anticipates the presence there of Lockett. Is able to find that. That's going to be a solid opener here for Paper X.
And they're going to peel off. Make a little bit of noise, create a little bit of pressure, try to go the other way, but Texture waiting with the op. Yeah, you got the spot on the Mind Freak.
But do you want to actually challenge into this is the question.
Oh, what a flash.
Okay, does come through. Catches him off guard, but he's still here. Kill not found. Fragment to try to hold him at bay, but he's going to slink around the side of that one. Looks for the flick. Cannot make it happen. Texture now very much at risk. Here's the updraft up over the top. Meteor with the covering fire. He's able to take him down, but then gets traded out. Texture, point blank. Saw Jing, but now there's 3 players left alive on the side of Paper X. Forsaken surviving with 1 HP, and Charon now all on his lonesome.
Spike planted.
Poison orb.
Forsaken at 1 HP, you could
Poison's off.
get that kill, but Forsaken wisely going to be the one left to watch the flank. This is more what I wanted to see from Paper X. Kind of just this disciplined, coordinated executes they're so good at.
Thing is, though, you give him any kind of mileage here.
Yes.
Charon absolutely could clutch this one out. Looks for the wide swing, and he will be able to take down Devi with him. And given just how rough the economy has been, that's still fairly devastating for the side of Paper X, but they're going to carry over an operator to try to make up for that.
Here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Paper X. Just, you know, kind of find your moments. This is just great identification here by Jing. Saw Lakia. Not that it's super surprising to see him up on those pipes. He kind of lives up there on this map. Then just everybody doing their job, covering their angles properly. Forsaken, still upbeat. Still got a positive attitude. Some good ults to back them up this time. Genji has a few as well. Both teams still sitting on their lockdowns. Both have their null commands. Jing has the res.
Something's got a hell of a lot of space here in Kitchen.
Turret's destroyed.
Tailwinding forward, swing around, getting ready to come through. Charon maybe wanting to challenge him, but well, here's some of that movement.
But that's pulled a couple players over from Genji. But Paper X now taking a long time to get through A.
Forsaken now sending the null command, and Charon taken down. Jing able to find that kill. Nearly gets caught with util in hand, but manages to restabilize to find one. Munchkin things down over near 410. The res instantly to bring Devi back into this one, and the res as well on a Forsaken. Now full-blown 2v5 here for the side of Genji.
Spike planted.
Paper X look to try to get themselves a 4th round win.
Ooh. I think at this point, yeah, save is in order. But this is just, all of a sudden, Paper X kind of finding new ideas. You know, they've been pushing Kitchen at times and then trying to make plays towards B off of it. And this time around, they say, well, let's try A instead. Draw some of that attention away from the site. It's been really difficult for us to get past 410 at times because of that defensive setup that Genji likes to run. And they're able to pull the forces back enough that they're able to find much more advantageous fights. It helps that Jing is hitting some pretty good shots too.
Yeah, being able to just jump, dodge some of those bullets, and then just instantly find a headshot.
It's like he's playing Raze.
Round in the half.
Use everything
On
you
Paper
have.
X.
We lose it anyway.
Improving on their scoring line that we saw on Ascent. And just give themselves a 4th, an opportunity for a 7-5 half to try to close this out. Still do have that lockdown, but no command and lockdown available here to the side of Genji as they look for the 8-4.
Oh, Jing. Absolutely ridiculous. But they're covering each other better. This is more of the Paper X that we've seen this stage. It's just hopefully it's not too late. That's the biggest concern. Extra trying to get aggressive, but this time a lot of util dumped to clear that space on top of pipes and by the orb. Make sure Genji can't push.
Solid anti-flash play, and with the null command pop that just sends them packing. Big pull back, but Jing take it down. That's the spike.
Uh-oh.
Looks like they don't have it too heavily watched here at the moment, so it will get scooped up. Forsaken able to go ahead and snatch that one away. Fortunate, though. Had that not been recoverable, had they still had Texture set up on a hard line to watch it, it could have just been the round completely over. Now they're still in with an opportunity. 4v5 and Mind Freak, he makes a footstep. Swing out and Meteor, able to readjust faster.
You should
Finds that kill. Lockdown now invested here from the side of Divine. Meteor pushing forward, wanting to get into a position to use his own, and he does so. White swings out, challenges onto both, and he shuts them down! He'll lead to detain. He doesn't care. His work here is done. A flawless to close out the half, 8-4. Gen G getting an advantage this time around, not squandering it.
Yeah, it's tremendous what they're able to accomplish, like individually with those plays. Just little mistakes from Paper Rex. You know, with Jing just, I don't know what he's doing out there in front of the orb, but he pays the price. And then Mind Freak makes that little step. I have to assume Meteor heard it. At least was able to adjust well enough to take Mind Freak down. And then he just wins out in the open against 2. You can't give any opportunities for Gen G, because they will capitalize. For Paper X switching over to the defender side, I mean, in Pacific, the attacker side is the weaker side of the map for Gen G, believe it or not, even though Icebox can be somewhat attacker sided at times.
Good stuff.
But it's not much of a difference. Absolutely ridiculous.
Disgusting.
Yeah. He's been doing it all year.
Paper X, can they pick up both pistols here on this map? Granted, last time, the first one, here on Icebox, they did end up dropping the anti-eco. Looking for a much cleaner start.
And they're buying 3 sheriffs and 2 classics. So just gonna rely mostly on the firepower here. Jing has the wall. No, he's also gonna go for a sheriff. And a ghost now for something, okay. Still trying to figure out how they want to approach this pistol round, but they're stacking B, and they're leaving Devi all on his own. Just an alarm bot and a classic and some shields. He even takes a little
forward, and he's going to rotate around towards Rafters.
Yep.
Calls now sounded to go ahead and start pushing forward. Paper X exploring the space over towards green. Splash and Dizzy not going to be noting much of anything here. Texture dashing forward. Takes a good amount of space, and something's not noticing the head. Texture is just poking out above the toxic screen.
Spike planted.
It's going to be the opening kill found for the side of Gen G. Meteor watching behind. Sheriff, of course, in hand once more. Looking for that 3rd kill. Will be denied it. Forsaken's able to take him down, but now the 2v4. Looking for the flash in, but flash doesn't connect, but it's not necessary all the same. Divine gets taken down. Forsaken finished off. Karen able to just go ahead and wallbang him down. 3-1 in pistols in the set so far, and Gen G now up to 9.
It's been a rough map for Devi. 2-12 right now. Just the normal kind of Devi that we've seen this year hasn't really shown up to today. He's had a couple moments on Ascent, but on Icebox, nothing he can do. Yeah, just something distracted by something else going on. Meteor, as always, clean on that flank watch. Karan good for the finisher. Gen G in cruise control.
Placing sentry.
And a few guns being bought, a couple sheriffs, a couple ghosts for Paper X to try to see if they can do to Gen G what Gen G did to them beginning of the half, but Gen G just happy to see if there's any push out. Nothing coming, and they're gonna go all the way over to the other side. The gamble stack from Paper X going to be avoided by Gen G, and they will be getting themselves a free plant.
Yep. Could just end up being a corral together and die to spike type situation here for the side of Paper X. Would love to deal some damage. You'd love to get some ult charge built up. This could be a round where all they're going to be getting is a death bonus. Meteor about to peek in. Think he saw the ankles there. Now opens up. As hell is unleashed, and Forsaken ends up falling. Looks like Divine, the lone challenger, will also fall. Meteor shuts that down. He's already halfway to a lockdown here in the 2nd round of the half. As the rest of Paper X scrambles, fanning out, trying to find some kind of value. They will be able to put down Texture. Mind Freak coming up with that one, but Meteor is out for blood, and he is feasting tonight. A 4K as Gen G get the double digits.
Now he's 2 away from a lockdown.
Yep.
Could very well get it in this round. 3 Guardians, a Vandal for Meteor. Just so filthy.
한 명은 보냈고
Just holding that tube under his control. Flash is good to set up Texture, even though he can't find the second. Doesn't really matter. Genji is in cruise control. Looking to just blow Paper Rex out of Icebox and out of this match.
Here.
This is very, very challenging. Got a lot of players. A lot of space being given up by Paper Rex.
And already the kills found, Forsaken falling, something dead. As it's just another shooting gallery here for them. Mindfreak finally able to push back, finds one. Still 4 more players to try to work through. Decay expiring, Lakia back up to 85. As nothing is going to be given over to them here easily at all. Still a mosh for the post-planet Nanoswarm that Meteor could lob in. And there's the pop of the first. Null command to just stave off any additional util that Paper Rex might have up their sleeve, but they know that this one looking done and dusted already. Evacuating the site, looking to just hold on to the weapons. Genji are going to move up to 11.
Yeah, it's just crazy how good Genji is.
They're reflooding the site. They want these kills.
Yep.
They're upgrade some of the weapons as well. Get rid of the Guardians. Looks like they'll be able to scoop those up, and everybody can push their way out to safety.
I mean, they're just on it today in so many different ways. Not just the firepower, but the reads as well. So good. Texture 1 away from the blades. Meteor 1 away from the lockdown. Just barrel stuffing something is Lakia. Jing, nothing he can do. Texture just shuts him right down. Just everybody firing on all cylinders for Genji. Lakia only has 4 kills, but that's because everybody else is just destroying.
Yeah. 4 kills, but he's also only -2.
Yeah.
If we just tack the assists on top of that one, he's doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, he's doing great. There's nothing wrong with what Lakia has done on this map. Everybody else on Genji just playing that potential that we know they have.
But look at the gamble again. I mean, rotations are coming through. They will be able to get there at a decent time, but now they're going to be held at an arm's length of the site as this lockdown comes through from Meteor. Munchkin watching behind, decides to pull off the angle, does give a window of opportunity for Mindfreak to try to close the gap a little bit. The rest of the team staved off. Plant now, getting ready to come through. Off flash at the ready. Here playing that first contact. Texture, just gets full flash, tries to stay silent, stay in position, but does end up getting punished now. Meteor going to be taken down as well. Lockett looking for one, but the counter swing out. Devi able to find the punish. Suddenly it's Munchkin and Cowron now. Just the former. Munchkin finds the first, but 3 more players to try to get through, and the backstab comes through from Mindfreak. Delayed, but arriving at the right time. Paper Rex, they will deny that map point from Genji.
Yeah, it's just quick decision making from Paper Rex. Truly, yeah, they go for the gamble stack, but it's what they do off the back of it. The Flood retake, some great push and pulls. Devi and Jing really doing nicely together. The drop down there. Working together as a team to isolate and take down the players at Genji, just finding the right moment to make their move. Looks like Texture is going to pop the blades this round. Genji,
let's go.
Pulling back. See how they want to approach this round. All Paper X except for Devi is over on B, and that seems to be the game plan here for Paper X on this defender side. Have Devi try to buy a little bit of time, delay what he can, give the opportunity for, oh my gosh, this is such a fast lurk from Mindfreak. But they're kind of looking his way.
2 players here that he's going to have to try to persevere against. Flashing towards that one side, but there's a slow creep up, and Munchkin gets taken down. Suspects that there was going to be another player being escorted by that flash, and Lakia is able to win out the fight now. Maybe make the call, or at least make the fake happen over here on this B site. So far, looking like it's going to work decently well. As Devi now is all on his lonesome. He wins out the first fight, though. Texture going to be put down. Looks for a second, but now falls down to 25 HP. Has to back away as the heal comes through from Jing. Reality of the situation, though,
Rash is ready.
understood here from the side of Paper Rex as the plant comes down. And Lakia still at risk as this Refill here from Forsaken comes through in Garage. Put down, head of Divide, spotted out, but Meteor unable to confirm the kill. It's done on the follow-up, and it's going to be Jing taken out. 2v3. Meteor gets tucked away below the rafters. Karon winning at the first fight. Meteor swings back through, finds another, and hands Karon a 1v1. 58 HP for something, 30 on the opposite side for the Viper. The push forward, the take on the rope. Karon, noting this one, drifts away in towards backside. And time is ticking. Something has to stick it, and he cannot. Karon gets the win, and Gen.G gets a match point.
What a read. What a read from Karon. Just hears that, or sees the little trailing edge of something and is able to just play Ring Around the Rosie, buy a little extra time. And this is all on the back of Lakia winning that fight. And what happens on the map is that you see both initiators over in B Garage. You see Munchkin, you see Lakia, you're like, B hit, 100%. But it's actually the other three members at Gen.G just slow pushing their way towards the A site. And Paper X completely assumed that it was going to be B. And that gave Gen.G the space they needed to get the plan.
Look at this though, completely different look from the side of Gen.G. The updraft up on the tube to clear out of the turret. And now this full mid focus is just picking them to pieces. Texture on the long lurk. Finds the punish onto something, and now suddenly the blink of an eye. Mere seconds into the round. It is Divide as the last one standing, and he can't stand for long. A flawless as Gen.G deliver utter dominance over Paper Rex, punching their ticket into the upper final.
Yeah, I mean, just looked really, really well oiled today. Not too surprising from our Master Shanghai champions. And Paper Rex left scratching their heads after that icebox. Had a nice good run back on Ascent, but they were just manhandled here on this second map. I was really impressed with Gen.G. I mean, so many good reads, opening up the playbook, a lot of different looks that they're showing you on their defender side. Every round was just a little bit different timings with when they were getting aggressive, when they were going to play, you know, for contact as space was given up, things like that. And then that last round, just a aggressive push towards Tube, taking advantage of that open space, and they just dissect and dismantle Paper Rex.
I punched the highlights out of their hair, but it was just an incredible call at the last round saying, okay, we haven't been doing this at all throughout this game. This is basically a tile scrunch style type play just to catch them completely unawares. And it worked a treat for Gen.G. 13-5. Dominance there on the side of Icebox. They are victorious, but not into a grand final quite just yet. Of course, still, we'll have to wait, watch the next matchup, see who their opponent's going to be. It's either DRX or Talon, but that does it for us here for the first series of the day. We'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
Seems as though it's business as usual for Gen.G over here, but I don't think that's going to be the last time we'll see that matchup. You know, not even like the next few weeks. There's going to be a lot more, especially since this rivalry between Gen.G and Paper Rex is something that I feel like, you know, we absolutely love it. Every single round that we saw here is like, you know, it's basically the peak of Pacific.
It really is, isn't it? It's just, you can't help but admire everything that happens, even if it is like, you know, Paper X having like just single digits. Sometimes it just shows you how much the Gen.G has to offer. Every single round that plays, like even when Paper X has a pistol win, Gen.G flips it around just because of sheer, like, I don't know, dominance with the way that they have their defenses layered down. Every time that Paper X seemingly solves a problem, getting a little bit more space, being able to find an entry, there's another problem being created, another problem to solve on the other side, because Gen.G just has that many layers of defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side as well, I think it works either way, whether you're on the defending side or attacking side. The way that Gen.G was just approaching this entire map was contact, if not contact, map control. It's the same thing that we saw on Ascent, and this formula works so well against Paper X, because Paper X is playing on that same spectrum. But Gen.G, it feels like they're just tuned in, honed in. Maybe it's the familiarity against Paper X. You know, they played so many times against each other. They know the timings, they know the tempo, they know how to interact against each other or react against their opponents, and it worked so well in this entire series.
Yeah, you didn't feel like Genji really broke into a sweat at all that series. Not just yet. You know, there were probably a few rounds where they got a little bit nervous. Texture probably, you know, got out of his chair, was prepared to start his tantrum a little bit. But, you know, overall, I feel like this was Genji like very, very well-paced. And I wouldn't expect anything less from them. They are, after all, our, you know, our Master Shanghai champions.
Truly. I mean, Paper Thin Achilles kind of mentioned it, right? Paper really is just a little bit manhandled. So you see how every round plays out. Like, even sometimes when it almost looks as though Mindfreak was able to sneak through tube or something, and maybe he gets the drop right. He didn't get detected by the turret, but then Meteor just decides to, I don't know. His aim was on a different level for this map. He had that round with a like 4K on the Sheriff, and that's just like things like
Meteor
that
and
keep
things,
happening.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with dinosaurs, I guess, you know. Like, damn. But it really is just that painful.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to add to that as well. You saw how, again, there was that map control we saw from Paper X. Sure, it's going to cut off Genji, and once, you know, let's say Mindfreak gets a pick here, and then someone gets left on the B site, you know, some teams, they'll actually try to fall back so that they can regroup first and then react afterwards, maybe play for that post plant. But Genji's so confident right now that they're actually willing to stay one person in and just see how far they can push that defensive posture, right? And that is something I don't think we have seen too often from Genji, or at least too successful from Genji if they try to do that in the past.
Unfortunately, their success means that we are not going into a map number 3, which means that, yeah, sure, Asarai gets, okay, yeah.
No. Here's the thing. I lost yesterday's predictions, both of them. So this is the universe giving me content.
Yes.
Okay.
And
giving me
where are you?
consolation.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
there already.
you're gonna sit.
You just sunk a little bit more to the
Yeah.
ground.
Sure.
We're gonna go over here.
I built a nice little hut
and
for myself.
Yeah.
Your
After
viewers
this,
go
you're
up,
gonna
our viewers go
sprout,
down.
like,
Oh, you're gonna join Quack over here.
Okay, go.
As well as we have a new we have KO as well. KO also goes down.
Yes,
Bit.
we are victorious against the machines.
Yes, we
Our
are.
AI friend, yes indeed. For this round at least,
For this round.
we are victorious against the machines. But we'll see, because we still do have a second series for the day. But yeah, it's not often that you see Paper X struggle, especially on attack, right? But you just had so much, as you guys mentioned, like ramp control from Genji, but also, you know, you have players like Texture that were just so ready for Paper X, because again, that familiarity, and also I think all of the confidence based off of their entire performance from kickoff, stage 1, stage 2, and even both masters.
Everything, yeah. Even especially, I think yesterday, they came in today like feeling pretty warmed up. That's the more interesting thing, I think. For this entire series, you see Texture going on a rampage, yes, for sure. But it's tough to kind of really decide on a single player, because everyone is just performing to like tip-top condition. You always see these rounds where Texture is really firing off on that operator. It doesn't happen once, it doesn't happen twice. It happens so many damn times. And it's just such a tough problem for Paper X to really solve, because even if they win a little bit of contact around like yellow and they get a little bit of space, they manage to push out a little. On the other end, like towards Snowman, that's where Texture's just lying in wait with that operator, providing sniper overwatch for the team, and it's so difficult for them to break through it. And then at the same time, you've got an IGL like Munchkin who's reading everything, positioning his teammates, and fragging. And then, of course, I guess, you know, the MVP for the map, Meteor, and that 4K Sheriff that we talked about.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of also focus on how good I think Genji was in deterring the first entries here from Paper X. You know, most notably Jing, and I think more importantly, Something. So I was looking at the stats real quick here. Something has 6 kills, and when you look, we backtracked a little bit. That was like 12 to 6 into first kills. It was Texture that really did a number on Something here. He was like 4-0 in terms of the first kills, and you saw how, I think because of that, Something started to kind of try to overcompensate in the rounds that he was still alive, over pushing, things like that, try to get that advantage from Paper X. And this is something that we saw, you know, back in the previous Masters, where again, that was one of the issues that we were kind of wondering. Paper X coming into stage 2, it seems like it sort of reared his head here a little bit because of how good Genji was in again, again, manhandling Paper X. But that being said, it really was a good way to shut down the big strengths of Paper X.
I gotta say though, when round 11 came along, I thought we were gonna see like exactly what happened on map 1, which is like that's usually when Paper X get their stride a little bit, but Gen.G managed to close it out this time around. And with that is a 2-0 in favor of Gen.G. We're gonna take a little break, but we're gonna toss it to Jen, who is on stage right now with, I believe, Munchkin for our post-series interview.
Thank you guys and welcome down to the stage. I'm currently standing here with Munchkin of Gen.G after taking that 2-0 win against Paper X. Now congratulations Munchkin on making that upper bracket tomorrow, and also we see all 5 players from Gen.G in their championship form already and very certainly as well. So, talk to me about how satisfied you are going up against Paper X today. 오늘 2대0으로 경기를 빠르게 끝냈는데 선수들 폼이 진짜 너무 좋아졌잖아요. 오늘 경기력에 대해서 얼마나 만족하는지 궁금합니다.
일단 최근에 저희가 정규 시즌 때 안 좋은 모습을 좀 많이 보여드렸었는데 플레이오프 와서 정신 차리고 잘해야 된다라는 압박감이 좀 있었어요. 근데 오늘 경기 이후로 저희가 역시 잘하는 팀이고 잘하고 있으니까 유지만 하면 될 것 같다라는 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, during the regular split of stage 2, quite recently, we've been kind of inconsistent and there were moments when we were underperforming. So we really talked to ourselves saying, hey, we really need to wake up and try our best and make sure that we stay consistent with our performance. And with this win, going up against Paper X and beating them today, it really gives us an assurance or confidence that we are still a very good team and that we can perform very well moving forward into those maybe the finals and also to the champion. So it was definitely a confidence booster for us. Now Munchkin, obviously you're a world-class IGL and you're already ready to pop heads anytime, anywhere. So how are you so perfect? 어떻게 이렇게 완벽할 수가 있죠?
저는 아직 완벽하다고 생각하지 않고 있고 최근에 폼이 너무 안 좋았는데 오늘 좀 폼이 좋아서 저희가 전체적으로 좋은 경기를 나왔다고 생각해서 오늘만큼 제가 잘할 수 있도록 더 노력해야 될 것 같습니다.
Now, recently, I don't think I've been performing up to my own standards, and there were times when I wasn't really satisfied with my own performance. But today, it felt like there was a magnet to my gun and my aim. So I think I was shooting heads all day today when it comes to how I performed today. So I feel like I really need to keep this performance going, make sure I stay consistent, and keep this performance, going on, moving forward in future matchups as well. Now, Paper X, though, they pulled out their old comp on Ascent, but it looked like you just knew what they were going to do, and you just had so many good adjustments that eventually won you guys the map. So do you feel like they're easier to predict now that you're kind of used to how they play and how the IGLing works, and you've gained so much experience as an IGL just facing teams from all over the world? 이제 페렉을 오늘 잘 읽어냈잖아요. 좀 이제 경험치도 많이 쌓이고 페렉도 분석을 많이 했기 때문에 좀 이제 척 보면 척이다 이런 느낌이 있었을까요?
저희는 아직도 퍼시픽에서 가장 잘하는 팀이 그 페이퍼엑스라고 생각하고 있고 만났을 때 가장 무서운 팀이기도 해가지고 오늘 저희가 좀 좋은 경기력으로 쉽게 이겼지만 절대 다음에 만났을 땐 이런 일이 없을 수도 있다고 생각을 해서 더 열심히 해서 다음에도 좋은 경기력으로 이겨야 될 거라고 생각합니다.
Well, no, because I still think that Paper X is the best Pacific team and also one of the toughest team to go up against. So we walked away with 2-0 today, but if we meet ever again in the near future, it might not be the same results and they might be the one walking away with that W. So we really need to keep it up and make sure that we try hard and work hard to make sure that we keep our performance up to standards, up to par, to make sure that we can win against them if we do ever get to play again. Now, I really want to talk about Ascent because you guys had a 9-1 huge lead during the first half, but switching sides, it ended up being 13-10. Still close it out with the W, but I just want to get your thoughts on how close the scoreline was and what's your take on how that map went. 이제 13대 11이라는 점수가 9대 1로부터 간 거잖아요. 좀 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 궁금해요.
일단 저는 개인적으로 좀 제가 콜링을 너무 어렵게 하지 않았나라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 좀 더 그냥 무난하게 게임을 가져가려고 했으면은 깔끔한 스코어로 이겼을 것 같은데 제가 상대 팀을 의식을 하기도 하고 저희 선수들 자신감 때문에 좀 더 프리한 콜링을 해가지고 실수가 많이 나온 것 같고 네, 그 부분은 제 실수가 크다고 생각합니다.
I think as an IGL, I have some responsibilities that I need to take on. And for this, it was, I guess 1310 was a little bit on me because I started making very complicated calls for my teammates. And mostly because I was paying Paper X too much respect, or I just needed to keep it simple, but I just couldn't. I think that's one of the reasons why it took a while for us to kind of close it out. And I feel like we could have closed it out sooner. So I'll just take this as a reference and work towards my IGLing skill as well. Now, you guys are in the upper bracket. We have DRX and Talon playing, and you will be playing the winner of the next matchup tomorrow. So, predictions and preference.
저는 일단 두 팀 다 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있고 좋아하는 팀이기도 한데 전 그래도 한국 팀 DRX가 올라와서 저희랑 경기를 하고 저희가 DRX를 이겨서 결승에 올라가고 싶습니다.
아, 그래요? DRX가 이길 거라고도 예측하시나요?
네, 맞습니다.
Well, they're both amazing teams, and I really love Talon and DRX, both teams. But honestly, being the Korean teams together, I just really want DRX to make it to the upper bracket, and we'll knock them down to the lower finals. But maybe we get to meet again in the grand finals of stage 2, so we'll have to see. But my vote and my money is on DRX. Well, thank you very much, Munchkin. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
And that was Munchkin with the post-match interview after Gen G took down Paper X 2-0. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, it's going to be DRX versus Talon Esports.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今 大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立飛グループ。
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, and if you've just joined us, Twin, where have you been? We're about to see DRX take on TLN, so let's see what they're up to.
Hello, DRX, and congratulations on making it to champion! Yay! Girl flash right now. Here's a fake champagne for you to celebrate with. Your first ever champions. How do you feel?
I'm so happy, really happy.
Happy.
Yeah.
Okay, now you have to face Talon for the higher seed today. Have you seen Primi perform? Any thoughts?
Primi Valorant God.
Oh
so
God.
scared.
You're scared?
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Flashback.
Yeah, thank
Okay, now drink the champagne.
Oh.
Drink. No. Drink it. Just.
No.
Hello, Talon, and congratulations on making it to champion. How do you guys feel?
Yeah.
Man of a few words, it seems. Actions speak louder than words, especially in game. And especially, with that debut. I mean, obviously, yesterday was a bit of a shocker for everybody. I mean, a week ago, Primi was just a rumor, essentially. And now he basically took down Team Secret.
He went from rumor to announcement to crazy debut. Look at the statistics on the screen right now. Both of these players, yes, they're kind of like the rookies, especially that DRX picked up Flashback from the Academy team. But that's it. Primi has like blown Flashback out of the water with his stats, with such a crazy performance playing on those two maps yesterday against Team Secret. I mean, 52 kills. He had like 20 plus kills for both maps, and yes, they kind of did go the distance, but still, this is a very, very strong player, and it just completely shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, there's going to be a lot of questions, moving forward with Primi right now. Is that going to be the honeymoon phase for Talon here? Was that series going to be the only big performance output that he has for Talon? Again, this is only just the questions. But he has also proven that he does have the capacity, the confidence, and even honestly the coordination with Talon. Very quickly does he show that he's not overextending, even though he's a duelist. He's very explosive, but he doesn't like step stray away too much from the team, that they can still support him and whatnot. And we saw that kind of full-fledged already in that series against Team Secret.
Well, I do remember Frost in the post-game interview yesterday, right? He was saying how the team has actually been making space for Primi this entire time, right? They were expecting him, and there was just a little bit of complication, so they were waiting for him. So the adjustment to Primi actually wasn't as drastic as people think. The core was already playing the way they usually play, and Primi was just, basically, a booster to all of that.
Yeah, it really gave them that big boost. It's something that they kind of looked like they really needed to, and thankfully enough, it happened just right yesterday, right? I mean, the way that everything plays out, he's shown that he's not just able to play the duelist. Yes, he doesn't overextend, he doesn't, go too crazy, too far off on his own, but he's able to like play for the team as well as the Clove sometimes, which is really interesting. And what is this left hand stat on the right side? I'm very confused as to what that is. But yeah, Flashback is pretty darn strong as well. His headshot percentage is just right up there next to Primi, and at the same time, the potential is always, I guess 5 out of 5. He also plays the Clove. He also can, play onto different agents, flexing a little bit. But his statistics have been rather consistent for DRX for almost every match they plays, whether or not, he swaps over onto the Sentinel sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this also is such a big deal right now for DRX. Again, we go back to the point where Stax has left the team, so Flashback had to, after 1 month, have to prove himself once again, coming back into Stage 2, which he absolutely has. And sure, there's a lot of talks about if it's going to be, who's going to be the impact player right now for DRX. And for the most part, I feel like it has been Flashback on that supportive role. Sure, Buzz is going to be Buzz, but without Flashback's help, without his ability to really put the pressure with the Clove as well as the Omen that we saw on Split, I think we would be seeing DRX struggle a whole lot more.
We're heading into map picks in just a little bit, but I want to throw a bit of attention to Mako in this match, right? Simply because he's a very young IGL, and I feel like the more chaotic the team you're up against, the more experience you need as an IGL. I mean, I could be wrong, but when there's chaos around you, it's usually the wisdom that comes with experience that anchors you, right? Does this DRX have that? That's a big question.
Yes, that is a very, very good point, Mika. I'm glad that you brought that up. It is something that's, I think, on everyone's minds. We've seen the improvement. We saw a glimpse of that clutch god Mako coming back on that Haven, but is it going to be here today, right? That's another factor that we have to think about for this entire matchup, because he's going up against Cruz, who has been one of the biggest masterminds for Talent for, in all of VCT Pacific.
Absolutely. And again, the amount of confidence that we have seen from Talent, I think, outweighs most of the other teams as well in terms of just, pure bravado plays. And sure, DRX have kind of taken a page out of that kind of playstyle as well, because they had the younger players. You were saying Mako has been just trying to gear himself as that IGL, but he's also veering away from how Stax does it, because again, different pieces, different timeline for DRX right now. And honestly, moving forward, again, it is going to be that big question. Win or lose, we will get our Abyss number 2.
Something's up.
Wait a minute. Why? After yesterday, that's my big question. Why?
Do we have another coach interview?
Bring him here.
Hey, Turby,
We need.
where are you?
We need the information.
I mean, I have to imagine it's because they saw some stuff from yesterday and they have something prepped up, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen, of course, any team play this before, especially not DRX, but it's something that has been played throughout like the Korean Challengers scene, and maybe DRX has borrowed some ideas from there as well, and we have really, really capable players on DRX's side. I mean, if it is going to be that same like kind of composition, you know, Primi on the Jet, we could see Primi facing off against Buzz, and that could be another big matchup where maybe DRX just feels a little bit more confident. And then, of course, leaving it out to Sunset, that's going to be a tricky one with how, you know, you play around the maps.
That's very true. I mean, you know, the other thing I'm just thinking about is they also have probably a composition, different composition as DRX, right? Just maybe even Flashback having a different controller right now that he's going to be bringing in, or maybe even just a Clove, which I would be pretty happy to see.
Clove
if
versus
ever.
Clove?
True, right?
Could happen, right? And now that, you know, Primi is in, right? I'm assuming he's going to take over the Clove, especially from what we saw yesterday. That would mean that Jit Boys would probably take on the Sentinel role or maybe the Sage role in this composition, right? Is that enough time to adjust for Talon? But I feel like, you know, they're all in on this. And to be frank, from what we've seen yesterday, even if they are adjusting, I just feel like Primi's probably going to kill everybody.
With all his experience from playing that much ranked, I suppose. I mean, there is a chance. He's shown that he can really fit into the team. Sometimes they communicate, I guess, in, you know, Thai, which really works out for them, especially when you have them, you know, having that chemistry between crews as Jit Boys as well. And they just really need to dial themselves in for this matchup. I mean, there are a lot of factors at stake, and, you know, it's not an elimination match, so not a lot of pressure here, but we're wondering about how this like Ascent might play out, right? We've seen the compositions. Yes, Talon has shown that sort of zombie comp that they call it, and it has worked out really well before, especially on their attacking side.
Yeah, but it does tend to slow down as well, so yeah, so it poses some difficulties.
Well, I feel like our predictions right now were a little bit difficult as well because, you know, there are a lot of things that changed within 24 hours. And, you know, when they ask us the predictions, it's kind of like, wait a minute, can we take that back a bit? Because we just saw what happened, like, you know, to Team Secret, for example. But yeah, there is a new fire with Talon. This is the moment that they've been waiting for, and they've been prepping for this moment, this very roster, for a very, very long time. This is exactly what they wanted. For DRX, I can't imagine that they had the same anticipation for this roster, right? Big questions here, but we're gonna find out those answers as we toss it over to the stage for DRX and Talon Esports.
Pointed out the roster changes like a little bit over the past year and a half for DRX.
Stacks? RB? No?
Yeah, none of them are there.
예전에 많이 봤었던 튼튼한 모습들이 많이 부족하다고 느꼈었는데 아무래도 마코 선수가 처음 IGL 맞는 거기도 하고 새로운 팀이라 생각하고 있기 때문에 저희 팀에 신인들이 많지만 신인답지 않은 모습들을 많이 보여주면서 또 너무 고맙고 또 기특하다고 생각했어요.
Cruz, who will return to the international stage at Champion Seoul 2024.
I feel very good, obviously. Last year the team placed 9th, but this year from the very beginning we set a goal and we achieved it. Definitely no pressure now.
100% 쏟아부으면서 임하고 있기 때문에 사실 부담감이란 건 크게 있는 것 같진 않습니다.
Talon Esports won't stop and we'll keep moving forward.
아무래도 리그는 솔직히 맛보기라 생각하고 있고 플레이오프에서의 승리가 더 중요하다고 생각하고 있기 때문에
I think winning this match will still be very important because if we win, we'll have a lot of momentum going into the finals.
탈론 e스포츠도 강한 팀 중 하나라고 생각하는데 선호하는 그런 픽밸류를 보여주는 것 같아서 조금 참신한 팀인 것 같아요.
Primi is the final piece to our team. We definitely have a lot more firepower, which allows us to do a lot more aggressive things. I think DRX should be much easier this time around, and we're gonna win today.
저희가 경기 준비도 많이 했고 열심히 했고 또 결과도 생각보다 나쁘지 않기 때문에 이번 매치 저희가 승리로 가져올 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
DRX.
In Pacific's history, Talon has never won against DRX, and surely those losses ring fresh in Talon's minds today, especially their most recent loss to DRX just a few weeks ago that nearly cost them their champion slot. But DRX right now are going through the biggest change that the team has experienced so far. DRX now has more rookies than veterans on their team, and their newest IGL Mako is a rookie himself in that role. Have the tables turned this time around for this rematch, and does Talon now have the upper hand, especially since they now have a new addition to their arsenal who within just 24 hours took everybody by surprise.
They really did. It was such a shocking play, dropping 20 kills for 2 maps in his first ever debut. And it just shows so much. Talon almost truly rises from their ashes like a phoenix, and they're spreading their wings right here, facing off against what is the brand new era for DRX.
Absolutely. And a big thing here as well that people should not forget, you know, is Primi has gotten that insane series against Team Secret, as you were mentioning, but he still is a kind of random factor at this point. He can maybe get that big win or not, because when you look at the stats from that Secret match, he had the highest kills, but he also had the highest deaths on the Talon roster combined. So that is going to be a big thing here. Is he going to overheat against DRX right now that are also pretty frag heavy as well, with the rookies being heavy aimers and whatnot? And on the side of DRX, this is a team that, sure, has a lot of rookies, has just formed recently, but this has been working much longer than Talon has been with Primi. So moving forward into the series, momentum is the name of the game. If you can win this one and get into Champions without a win under your wings, it's going to be such a big factor, again, for one of the two teams.
Both teams definitely ready, and I can't wait to see Mako lead his team in this matchup. Meanwhile, for Cruz to do his own thing.
Gotta love those battle cries. We're gonna step right into Ascent, so we'll toss it on over to Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, time to go into our second series of the day. And oddly enough, so far here in the playoffs, it has been nothing but 2-0 wins. Can that change now? Hoping the answer is going to be yes, but either way, still pumped because we get Abyss as our second map. And oddly enough, it's DRX who've elected to take us there. But first, we'll be starting off on Talon's map pick of Ascent.
Yeah, it's going to be really curious to see exactly what both teams want to do. DRX has struggled a little bit with the Cypher in the lineup for Ascent. They haven't really seemed to find their footing with that. Meanwhile, Talon's been kind of up and down with the zombie comp, the immortal comp, the Hydra comp, whatever you want to call it. It has some moments, it has some really interesting ideas, but it hasn't always been probably as effective as you'd like. So kind of curious to see what both teams are considering, and we're just back to normal. Okay.
Back to standard. As, yeah, Talon, big shifts coming through. As we are not going to be seeing the Clove, not going to be seeing the Phoenix. It's going to be Primi right there on that jet going up against Buzz. I mean, we're highlighting Flashback versus Primi in case that Clove v Clove matchup did come through, but now we can turn our sights onto the duelists here for this map, as Primi has set the bar pretty damn high.
No doubt about it. He has incredible pre-aim. That is one of the biggest takeaways. I think if you go back and watch yesterday's matches, he is extremely clean with his crosshair placement, and that's saying something, because he looked like every time somebody was ready to swing him, his crosshair was right there on their head. I mean, it was ridiculous, and he's so good about understanding when opponents are going to want to push from certain angles, like in post-plant defenses. He is a truly incredible talent. To come out on the stage on the first time you've ever played in a Tier 1 event and perform like he did, unreal.
Yeah, got himself and the team in the champions, but now the game is ready to go. You can see the players getting jazzed up, getting focused in on this one. As the winner will go on to play against Gen G in the upper final, loser against PaperX, potentially facing elimination from the playoffs. Let's get Ascent underway. Worth touching on again, as you mentioned, the struggles that DRX have had integrating the Cypher, now less of a concern as Flashback's going to be there on the Killjoy.
Yeah, and I think this makes a lot of sense. In the last match we saw with DRX on this map, they're having a really tough time controlling mid. especially on their defender side. They had to give up a lot of space. You know, it was a lot harder for them to delay opponents and set up for retakes, things like that. So, absolutely, I fully agree with this. It was in the back of my mind after watching them the last time out on this map. I was thinking, yeah, just bring the KJ back, and they did. So, certainly, I think DRX making some good adjustments. Obviously, a lot of our eyes are on Primi. He's over in mid, but DRX trying to draw some attention away from A, as they will now slowly make their way forward. Flash to work with, a Paranoia, Recon available. So a lot to work with to at least get the plan down.
Oh, but Primi able to find the opening kill as Foxy9 ends up falling. Buzz tucked away, ready for the peek up into heaven here. Perhaps the shots continue to ring out, and he's going to get hounded down. Buzz with the frenzy, able to find the kill. A 1-for-1 exchange here.
Spike planted.
Shock dart not going to be connecting there. Plant's already in for DRX. Door about to be broken. Double approach from Tree. Linger around towards Gelato, but turret set up as well to go ahead and alert.
This is so tough. A lot of players weak on Talon as well. Oh!
I'm not going to go for that swing, but Buzz just has him line up. 2 kills for him. As both players dangerously low. Buzz potentially on for an ace, but no, Bane will be able to claim one. Governor takes it down. Buzz now last one standing here. There's the swing out, and the instant snap onto his head. Laser sighted as DRX will pick up the opening pistol.
Yeah, and DRX doing something Team Secret could not yesterday. Winning a pistol.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be called out because it probably cost Team Secret that match.
Oh, no, it did.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair,
Asarai and Mika are just over there 10 feet away in the green room. I was going to
I feel
forget
a bit
about
bad
it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I feel a bit bad for Mika. I feel less bad for Asarai.
Fair play.
Yeah. Oh, Buzz snappy though, man. And I mean, it's got to be in the back of Buzz's mind that I'm going up against this other incredibly talented duelist, and I want to show him up. You know, Buzz's been around for so long. Ooh, some damage done.
Quite a bit of it. Primi tagged to 35.
But it's got to be in the back of Buzz's mind. You know what I mean? Like, I want to show this young startup. I've been around for so long.
Ooh,
Buzz, speaking of, takes down Cruz in mid.
Deploying drone.
Angry Buzz popping up nice and early on here in the game. Putting that Phantom purchase here to use as Bane going fishing over towards Cat and just narrowly misses the window of opportunity to actually get some damage, if not the kill, across on the Governor.
And now DRX working their way through a deep knife from Foxy9. It's going to keep Talon planted as well, making them think that DRX is going to try to clear wine, check that, but knife in response from Talon. They're on the move. Stuck in the back of sight is banned. Can he do anything to dissuade DRX?
He only has a classic. Nanoswarm's not set up, so can't even try to soften up the HP bars a little bit. And the first shot ends up going into the shoulder of Foxy9, who's then able to collect the kill. Plant through with 19 seconds to spare. Triple approach from Ali. As the smoke comes in, sprays open up, and flashback does get noted. Over at main, and Governor's going to be able to take him down. Of course, that weapon not going to be recoverable unless they can drift all the way across over in towards B main. Right now, it looks like Chipboys is attempting to do. So weapon can get scooped up. They could pass that over to Governor as the full HP member, but the flashes, the util, it's all just to try to hold him at bay. DRX will eventually have to get themselves out of here, so they're starting to creep up now. Primi, Guardian handed over to him. He's able to find one. Buzz gets taken out. Primi lines him up to find a third. The kills are going to be there. It's everybody dead.
This
with the defuse
is nothing.
It's not quite going to be able to get it.
Yeah, he just missed it.
2 seconds off, but still an immense amount of damage dealt, so you still have to applaud Primi for the heroics using that recovered weapon to just put down everybody on DRX.
He's just brutal. So clean with his aim. They do a great job waiting this out. Talon just say, okay, well, probably not going to be able to win this round. Oh, they just line up there.
Yeah, Mako stops drifting. Foxy continues with it. And that's a round that you can definitely feel happy about at the end. And as now you take a look at the purchase here for DRX coming into, well, should be a bonus. 3 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs.
Definitely not much of a bonus, both 0 points. Landing at the same time there. DRX trying to push through. It's been somewhat noted, identified. Jip Boys and Governor waiting for the smoke, just spraying them down.
Jip Boys able to find one fragment now, going to be sent to try to further delay, and in fact, we'll find a kill. Foxy9 going to be taken out. Dash across the smoke. Buzz should have caught a glimpse of at least one player there, but the damage continues to ring out. It's Flashback now down to 44. Nothing taken on the side of Talon. Everybody perfectly healthy as that shock dart gets Flashback now down to 18. A percent reveal onto Buzz. The wall bangs through as the Odin's in play, and now Mako left to do an immense amount of work. He's able to find a second headshot, firing back, catching a clips there up Primi, but Primi will eventually flush him out, finds the kill, and Flashback can do no more. 2 kills picked up. Decent amount of rally back there from DRX, but Talon get themselves all on board all the same.
Yeah, just really good understanding of the situation there by Talon, just kind of knowing that DRX, given their economic situation, probably going to have to make some kind of forced move. And they just anticipate it, spray down, throw a fragment right at the door so DRX can't bully them with those stingers or those close quarters weaponry. Really nicely done.
One enemy remaining.
He's so clean. He's just so clean.
Yep.
Good job.
Now we see how much teeth, you know, both these teams showing slightly different looks, but Talon in particular showing a very different look on this map. How much teeth this has to it. Primi's one away from the Blade Storm even.
Yep, as is Buzz. As well, they're trying to go for a bit of a crunch play here, and DRX say, we invented that. Primi gets shut down very early on as Governor as well, knocked down to 6 HP.
Yeah, that's such a huge start there for DRX. Knocking what already seemingly feels like the final boss for Talon out of the round. Opens up a lot of extra space, but definitely no slouches on the rest of this team. They're very, very good players. Jip Boys, in particular, has been stellar this year. I think Cruz does a great job leading this squad as the IGL. Van and Governor have been flexing a lot and doing what's called upon them to great success. Certainly some shock darts to clear and a util that could be in mid. Mako just doing a little bit of checking. Flash there for Buzz. I'm curious if they're going to continue through this hit. They don't really find what they wanted. I think hoping to maybe punish Governor off that early damage done. Not able to do so. Governor doing a good job avoiding it. Van's watching, but here's that Jet dashing in and immediately pivoting over to try to bail out Jip Boys, who gets pinged.
Yeah, I mean, monstrous amount of spray going through. Jip Boys whittled down to 51 HP. Flashback the turret, able to finish off Governor. As the Odin spray goes across, but it only finds a smattering of damage. Jip Boys trying to hold things down. It's good for one, but eventually gets taken out by Buzz, and Mako continuing to push forward. Will be able to eliminate Cruz. It's going to be DRX getting themselves back in the driver's seat now, 3-1.
Yeah, and it's just those little things, you know, just identifying that maybe there'd be some kind of tiles crunch play and it's shut right down by DRX. Now you got to worry about that Blade Storm in Primi's hands. He's going to have a shorty to back it up, it looks like. Oh, Bane played anti-flash the whole way.
Yeah. It might have looked like a dry peek, but Primi thought that he was going to be perfectly set up for it. But Bane not giving it the opportunity whatsoever.
Now just kind of going over to a semi-default for DRX. Governor making sure that that cubby's clear with the fragment, but somebody from DRX had pushed forward. Go back to that main door, but this control taken. Can it be punished?
Oh, the jump up over the top. Mako able to find one, and then Foxy9 swooping in. Covering, finds Jit Boys as well to boot. Van the first one to arrive on the scene. It's a shot there across onto Mako, but kill not going to be found. He has to back away. Wait for the rest of the team to move over and try to reinforce, but it's just that Guardian, a stinger, and the knives.
I'm not counting the knives out just yet. Cruz is going to get identified there by the drone, take some damage on the way back.
And he does, down to 27. Turret set up, flashback. Trying to catch a timing, see if he can get the punish there, but the Van just go ahead and continue to swing out, finds that kill. It's going to be a Vandal scooped up for him. Guardian now in the hands of Cruz to see if they can do some additional damage to these players here on the site.
It's a nice piece of work. Oh, Bane. Able to shut down that Blade Storm before it even gets a chance.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker right there. There's Ban now trying to keep them contained within the site. Comes up with a third. They have to just keep pushing out into him, but Buzz able to win out that fight. They will all go tumbling down. No one going to be retaining anything going into the next round here as everyone's dead. And Ban, congratulations, you've hit 1,000 kills.
Yeah. What a great player he's been for the last couple of years for T1 and now Talon. A flexible player, selfless, transition between a bunch of different roles. Well deserved. Tough round, but I mean, in some ways, if you want to have a silver lining here for Talon, it hasn't gone the best to start this map, but when DRX has gotten into post plants, they've shut them out and at least made them costly. That's a lot of damage.
That's an immense amount of damage, and now a kill. Foxy9 going to be taking out Buzz on the entry. Still, though, able to find two. Cruz and Governor both going to be taking down Premi as well. Caught up by the Hunter's Fury. Bane finds him again.
Bane has his number.
Jitboys is here, and Ban able to push forward. Door not shut now. Is swinging closed, but Mako going to be bound. Buzz trying to play elusively here. Dashes back, keep himself safe. Spike going to be scooped up. But now between a rock and a hard place, Flashback and Buzz, no HP to their names. Both of the players approaching from the same side. Jitboys looking to try to isolate and conquer, but needs quite a bit of damage here, but now swings out. Flashback. He's got Buzz covered. Headshot found and out Ban. Needs to try to clutch it out. If he can pick off one of them, that lockdown could certainly come into play.
Sure. Needs to get there. Oh, he gets identified though.
Pinged out the drone, now the chase. Trying to tuck back, trying to avoid, but drone spots him out in the end. Wide swing across, alarm bot set up, gets the pop, gets the vulnerability. As they all continue to challenge forward, Ban will be able to take one down with him, but it's going to be Buzz surviving alongside Bane as DRX move up 5-1.
Yeah, just phenomenal entry from Buzz. Looked like maybe Talon was going to be able to thwart this, but Buzz just getting right past that Odin. Takes Cruz right out, immediately swings back towards Governor, shuts him down, and Bane tracking with the Hunter's Fury really breaks things open. Jitboy is all on his own in boats. Not a lot he could do. By the way, Flashback covering Buzz so nicely there because Buzz had to watch up towards Alley. Insane awareness, great coordination. Like if Flashback doesn't cover Buzz there, that could be a very different round.
Oh, for sure. Now Buzz just on the hunt, wanting to take Premi out here as early as he possibly can. He's just going to be tucked away over at bench. Looking for the swing, but everybody shifting away from that top mid position.
Take flight.
Bane with drone at the ready. Quickly gets the mark onto him. Checks out the rest of bench, knows that it's clear.
So many players of DRX waiting outside this lobby door. Seeing if there's going to be any kind of aggressive pushes or anything, but Ban is playing a little bit back. Realizes that can't really fall into boats. Just going to try to use the lockdown, but Buzz already onto the site, and that lockdown doesn't really cover much. So
no, it doesn't. It's a bit of a desperate bid here, but everybody's going to be able to avoid the tainment, and the plant can still come through safely. Now DRX are fairly fanned out here for the post plant. Smoke going to be sent down. Bane pushes up in front of that one, gets himself tucked away over at Lumber. No command now from Foxy9 pulsing out, stopping them from using things like this Hunter's Fury. All of this Sova util that Cruz has at his disposal. Locked away. In the meantime, the spike continues to tick.
So difficult for Talon.
Paranoia sent through. Bane stuck in a really rough spot. He cannot take one down with him. He ends up falling. Swarm set up, looking for the pop. They try to save them off. 9 down, 3 popped as well. But now the kills start flooding through. DRX coming up with 3. Premi and Jitboy's able to answer back, but Jitboys has to hightail it out. DRX will win the round. They get the lockdown out of them. And they continue trending up now 4 rounds consecutively.
I mean, just not exactly sure if Ban thought that the reinforcements would get there a little bit quicker, or they could try to go for like a timing hit after the lockdown to kind of catch DRX sleeping while they're trying to make their way through. That's just disgusting. Flashback has his lockdown now as well, but DRX just no fear right now. They saw yesterday that Talon was doing a great job, and on the back of Premi's excellent play, but DRX is fearless. Buzz is 11-2.
He's got an outlaw as well. He knows that they're all going to be at half armor.
It's great read on the economy. Hunter's Fury, though, for Cruz, if that lockdown did come into play. See what DRX wants to do. It's, again, just kind of the same look here with Bane. This time, going to try to set up Buzz to see if Buzz can play off that drone, get the pick, but nobody baiting from short.
This is a risky jiggle peek. Oh, but Buzz had just unscoped. Governor, breathe a sigh of relief.
Standing ahead.
Avoiding what almost certainly would have been assured death. Buzz looking for the peek and tries to get the double pump there, but cannot make it happen. Comes away with one, but Governor Cruz banned now with two.
Spike down.
Suddenly leaves Mako all on his lonesome. Noise made. Looks like he's going to try to reroute over to B. We'll have to win out against Primi, though. So obviously, ult is online. Can use that to pick up the spike. As ult draws out the weapon. Primi able to find a shot onto him. Now just try to hold him at bay, but Mako puts him down.
Cover going out.
Just not much for Mako to do at this point. No reason to really die. Don't give any extra orbs over. You've already got your ult.
10 seconds left.
See if you can wait this out. But yeah, I mean, just Talon just winning a big battle in the mid, finding a good timing, and hitting their shots. Just makes all the difference. You know, I thought for a moment there DRX might actually be able to win that fight. They had a pretty good numbers advantage at the front of the arches, but
yeah,
better shooting from Talon.
I think a very different round if Buzz is able to actually get the 1-2.
Yes.
But the response was very swift and accurate. One of the key things there for Talon. As Cruz as well, yeah, just being able to find and just shutting down those double swings coming in.
Okay.
It's a little bit of stress here from Talon. Getting pushed on this defender side. Trying out the standard Ascent comp. First time in a while, so definitely seeming like they're trying to get their protocols, get their feet back underneath them. This time around, an early smoke from DRX. Looking for that push out from somebody. It could be Primi or whoever. Because they know that, you know, part of Talon's game plan, especially on Abyss, was to just kind of let Primi push out early, and he has done that in B main. Try to take advantage of some of that early space. It's great instincts for avoiding some of the utility, particularly the Sova utility from Team Secret. Shock darts there, clear just in case, but spot on the Foxy 9 at top mid. Knife to check mid itself, but A site is completely left open, so I have to assume that some kind of setup here for Talon. Just trying to bait out anything is DRX. Using some of their util, faking a TP. Seeing if anybody from Talon would bite, but for now, the claws remained unfurled.
It seemed like they still hadn't been fully convinced here, not until the door was ready to fully shut.
Yep.
Now the rotations start coming through. Lamp can come in, they have this lockdown to utilize here on the back end as Bane working his way all the way around through that attacker spawn here for the moment. And Primi going to be shut down nice and early. Mako able to find that kill, but returning fire is still going to be good. Mako, Foxy 9, both eliminated. Lockdown destroyed, and Buzz left out of hell. Bane now starting to arrive, finds the one, but Talon widely going to be knowing that both these players are locked back over here towards main. The defuse being held, and Jit Boys holds the door. Does not allow for Bane to get the opportunity to finish off Governor. And that's going to be Talon now. Themselves a second round in a row.
Yeah, just great stuff again. Governor pushing out ahead on the back of Cruz's utility.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing out those players at back gen. Jit Boys, absolutely filthy in that round. 4 big kills for Talon. Keep their hopes alive, put DRX on an eco. Buzz gonna have the hero Vandal. Everybody else left to pistols. And man, I mean, they played retake the whole way there. They were sitting all the way back on stairs at the back of A. Just saying, okay, well, if DRX takes this, set up for the retake. We know the lockdown's coming. We have the ability to clear it. Let's see if we can catch the timing as they're trying to exit the site, trying to set up for those post plants. And that's been a seemingly part of the game here for Talon. Buzz going on a mission. Alarm bot to check. Pan trying to play off of it potentially. Buzz challenges.
In and it's It's going to be Cruz who actually swings out a little bit wider and does find that kill.
Did they get the gun?
Big overcommitment, no.
Oh,
it's tucked away there in Pizza. Meanwhile, push out of both A and B. Getting ready to strike his flashback. His back is turned. Nothing calm to Foxy9. He's out into the open. He's dead. Bane will be able to find one. He does recover the Vandal, but HP bar has been absolutely destroyed down to 32.
Last player standing.
Needing that kill to really have any kind of hope or dream. Bane does manage to find one, but Jit Boys will get the closer there. Only 2 players lost. Talon now starting to claw things back, still with an opportunity to make this 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, just a really aggressive challenge with that Vandal by Buzz. Trying to say, okay, I know you're probably going to play off this alarm bot. I'm going to see if I can catch you off guard a little bit, but Cruz just drags it across. Man just watches Foxy9 coming down the stairs.
One enemy remaining.
Plenty of time there for Talon. Really stable stuff now.
Cruz, we just keep, right?
Just keep what?
Keep what?
Well, it's going to be a timeout call. First and foremost here from DRX. Given the way that things had started off, I think a bit surprising.
Yeah, that it's our first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seems that Frost is giving a lot more freedom to his team. Some of these coaches are starting to kind of let their players try to figure it out on their own, try to learn. I think that's fine. I mean, easiest way to learn is to make mistakes and then figure it out yourself. Helps to have someone there to guide you, but absolutely Cruz is a very, very smart player and has done a tremendous job for Talon this year, stepping up as the IGL as the year rolled on. Right on the box, so this time around, mid control to be seated because they're going to 4-man stack B. Kind of curious what Talon wants to do off the rip here. They've got both Jit Boys and Governor backing Primi up, try to make an aggressive play.
Flashing behind the box, the push continuing. Flashback, pull away, avoids the 0 point, but there's no one else here with him. It looks like Talon not looking to overstep. Decide to reel it back in.
Revealing Eddie.
Just hoping that they could catch DRX trying to contest B main at the same time. Shock dart, Buzz.
Oh, just over top of his head. It's a little bit of damage from that shock, but so far the Odin, I believe, has been obscured. It's a matter of when Cruz decides to open up with it. See if he hears anything else. Wow, double push up here towards Market. To the door, and now a drift away. DRX just trying to play with some ambiguity here, clear out a lot of the U-tilt.
They're trying to bait out some rotations as well for this A hit. That's a great paranoia to set Buzz up.
Suspecting there's still going to be a player lurking there. Buzz now up into heaven. Tries to get the readjust though, but Jit Boys a little bit faster for Foxy9. Off the ping reveal is able to go ahead and take him down. Ban, however, here at Hell, still going to be a bit of a menace. He comes up with a second. Mako now dead. Foxy fallen. Tries to ADS in. He cannot get flashback, but Governor will. Talon continue, not allowing for DRX to get a win off the back of the timeout. Now we go into the last round of the half. Talon well poised to potentially make this 6-6.
Yeah, Ban just doing a great job holding his ground. And if Buzz gets this other kill on the Jit Boys, maybe that could break things open a little bit, but you can't get Ban cleared. And the swing outs are kind of one by one for DRX. Ban makes quick work of 3 players. Just completely shuts that round out. It was a good entry, good idea. Now here comes the spam, and here comes the push.
Oh, and they very much suspect that flashback is here around the corner. None left us in the fragment here, but he's just completely and utterly screwed. Eventually decides to just go ahead and swing. He gets taken down. Buzz now having to backpedal.
Buying a lot of time to keep him at B, though. DRX taking advantage of this.
And the pushing in towards Ban. He's got to stay alive. He has that lockdown. They need that for the retake. Granted, Hunter's Fury is available from Bane. It's going to be a monstrous push up here in towards Heaven. Cruz able to put Foxy down on the ground. He's technically resable, but he will not be given the opportunity to bring him back to life. He gets absolutely melted. But now we go into a 3v3. Ban gone. Lockdown cannot come into play. Knives popped by Buzz. Bane. Can he relocate? Can he get himself pulled back into a safe enough position to actually utilize the ultimate? Right now, it seems like he says, no, I have to stay inside. I have to play to hold door to keep things protected in that regard. Drop down in the smoke though from Primi and Mako. Point blank enough to be able to get the spot out. Takes him down. Now it's Buzz versus Jit Boys. The push out, the right click, not going to connect. Buzz down to 51. Just playing time. Trying to use the clock against him here. Continues to swing out, continues to keep tabs here on this Omen, keeps his life intact, sends out a spray. And has done it. On DRX. Not allowing for things to be tied up. 7-5 for them in the lead at the half, but a very solid effort from Talon getting 4 consecutive.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good bounce back from Talon after a very rough start, but really DRX able to keep this early part of the map under control by not allowing any explosive moments from Primi, not falling for many of Talon's sort of early round traps. They avoided a lot of that damage, able to get their way into sight very effectively, very quickly a lot of times, and then able to work the map pretty nicely, but then Talon able to punch back, have some good rounds of their own, contain DRX. DRX just says, okay, in that last round, saw a lot of players at B. Buzz buy a little bit of extra time over in mid, and the rest of us can go and try and take over the A site. Van's still there, so be it, but he had to back off as he just really wasn't going to get enough help in time to do much. It had that all to consider. But then DRX able to take short control, and Talon has to reestablish that to get that lockdown in play. Not able to do so. Ban taken down. So DRX there, a very solid round, understanding the win conditions for Talon and ripping them out from underneath them.
Oh, plenty of fans here showing their support for Talon, wanting to have seen that score get up to that 6-6. Missed it by narrow margins, but still, Talon in a very good spot as we get ready to swap over into their attack.
You have to imagine a lot of fans, after seeing what happened yesterday, are like, oh, we're here for Primi. We're going to check it out. So far, hasn't been his map. 7-8-2, bottom of the scoreline for Talon so far, but could change. This is potentially the half where he could really do some damage.
Flashbang.
Oh, that full flash here on to Buzz, and he is absolutely dead to rights. Primi able to collect that kill. Looks for a little bit more, and he has it. Flashback going to be taken down. You mentioned it, he's delivering on it. As Talon continued to just try to enable him as much as possible on these pistol rounds. I mean, you see it, the half armor that he purchases, the Ghost handed over by a teammate. They know what kind of impact he can have.
Oh yeah, they will funnel everything they can to him. Van is snappy today.
And he is, and they know that Mako's here alone as well. But Mako will stop Primi from finding himself another big multi-kill round, but Talon will still tie things up in regard to the pistols, and now get themselves just one round away from tying up the map score.
Yeah, it's a huge start on this attacker's side. See if you can get your duelist heated up. Straight flash. Primi just walking right through it. Buzz tried to get out, could not in time. And that paranoia to cut off any push-ups to try to help flashback. Not gonna happen. And just calm and collected is Talon. We're gonna see if they can run it back. Some Guardians. Vandal for Primi.
Just a shorty here for Buzz. They pretty much gamble stack everybody here on this B side to try to find some impact, and it's going to be Cruz taken down. Primi now trying to get sights back over here to try to reinforce the rest of the team. A flashback is able to take him down. That's a Vandal now scooped up into Buzz's hands. Guardian shots just a hair off, going right over the shoulder of Flashback. Cannot find the punish. His spike is in their hands, but that's about the most fortunate thing that's happened for Talon thus far. Foxy9 being spotted out. Opts the full retreat, pulls his way back in towards A main.
Yeah, this is a really good idea from Foxy to not try to fight for that space. Wait for that Vandal to get over there. Spectre as well for Flashback. So a lot of damage can be done, but with mid-control seated over, Chip Boy's waiting for the cross. The spike as well there, right with him. Buzz hasn't moved a muscle. Just going to be watching for that market push. And with no pressure on A, DRX can maintain their ground, see if they can hold it. Oh, Chip Boy's crossed.
Talon's very much going to be noted.
30 seconds left.
Buzz pulls back down, relocates to the opposite side here. Spots Ban crossing out, but now it's just trying to stay tucked away here, trying to stay safe, trying to stay elusive. And as he peeks back out, he's able to find shit. That's Ban now on his lonesome. Spike down in front of him, the smoke dissipating. Snappy does find the headshot, takes out Mako. Flash plays anti against that one, but Foxy curled up midair. Quick little jump, and the right click will give DRX a thrifty to turn this half on its head already.
Amazing. That's going to give him that Odin now as well. Great paranoia, good up and over for Primi, but shut down by Mako. It was just barrel stuffing. The classic. Spectre upgraded for flashback. Eventually the Vandal falls into Buzz's hands, and he is absolutely on one today. 16 and 8. Ban as well, 17 and 10. Really putting on great performances, but Talon now with only a Guardian and a Sheriff to speak of in terms of their buys for their weaponry. Let's see what they want to do. I mean, this is
right here.
Tricky. Just kind of the normal default for DRX. Just the contact on the Ban. Yeah.
Tries to counter spray back there with the Sheriff, but neither side taking any damage. Mako in the meantime, holding here at main, spots glimpse on the one, but then a snappy to readjust to take out Governor. So KO now eliminated. Smoke going to be set up. Premi already pushed forward into it. Widely, they just have to wait this out.
Now they've got a pretty good read. It's over towards A. But at any extra contact anywhere else on the map, all the KJ util unfettered.
Oh, turn away. Buzz re-peeks, is able to find the shot, but not before Flashback gets taken down. Ban continues to be very snappy.
Goodness.
But now look at the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Bane peeking over in towards mid, not going to be spotting anything. Granted, he only has a Guardian. There's 3 players ready to move up into this position, so Buzz is trying to get worked over. He can also find a punish, but Bane very snappy with that headshot, but Primi's taking out 2. Bane and Buzz both down, and still plenty of time to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
Is that?
Crucially though, Primi, the only one with the firepower. He's got that Guardian Cruise stuck within the site, all the weapons taken out away from him. As Foxy finds the first. To your point, not going to connect, but Primi's headshot certainly will. And now it's down to Mako. Curry dashing across. Mako staying silent, not going for the spray attempt. Sends out a smoke. Both players dancing with one another. He sees, he hears the TP, the tap on the spike, the swing out of the smoke, but Mako is able to find the shot. He finishes the job. And DRX now stretches the lead by 3 rounds.
Please tell me we have the replay of that 2K with the Guardian. That had to be filthy. Unless they just lined up again for it, but...
They might have.
Yeah, I mean, DRX has so many good things in this round. They have complete map control. Oh.
One down.
Well, just a quick little transition over to the second player. But ultimately, I mean, Bane being able to get that 1 kill is what allows for this round to end up being winnable. But all it would take is one more snappy headshot for Primi. It was very nice try to try to close out that round. But now we will have the first intervention here from Coach Frost, as well as Boy, down by 3 rounds.
I've always wanted to know, why do the coaches need the hand warmer packs?
Because their hands might be cold as well.
Well, I suppose. But
it's probably a habit. I don't know.
That could be actually.
They
That's actually probably it.
Used to be players.
That's probably true. That
also,
makes
it's
sense.
just something to fidget with, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm a fidgeter, so I get it. Like, the pen that I have at my desk is just constantly being twirled and spun, and I feel that.
So, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Should have got one of the Mosh stress balls from Shanghai.
Yeah, well, Mimi destroyed one of them, so.
That's true. It did burst.
It did burst. All right, op for Buzz. A couple away from a Hunter's Fury is Bane. Ban on track for another early lockdown. Just been having a whale of a map. Let's see if Talon has anything to deal with this op. Surely they know it's likely to be coming. 4 at top mid. to try to challenge this. Spot in the
and
finish.
the ping out, and Buzz dead. That up. Absolutely zero value found.
What a read. Talon knew it was going to be there.
Incredibly strong setup and read.
Just great stuff from the coaching staff at Talon on that timeout.
Push up though, Governor. Oh, yep, got suspicious of it. Was able to find the punish. Bane, however, over at Pizza, able to find one. Now flashback comes up with two. Premium Chip Boy's both going to be taken down. Governor, he's out into the open. He's fully flashed. Mako takes him down, and just like that, it all falls on Cruz's shoulders. And this was looking like a surefire win after they just nullify that operator completely and utterly.
I'm speechless. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Flashback is going to find his third, take down Cruz, but I thought that was like, all right, Talon's back on track. They made such a good read there. And that's the op right back in Buzz's hands.
And with those 3 kills, that's Flashback getting caught up to ban and ult charge towards that lockdown as well.
Yeah.
It's just a great read, understanding exactly how DRX was going to try to enable Buzz. They nullified that. They even get the kill on Foxy, but Flashback is just snappy with it. Getting revenge here for his fallen teammates, and now Operator, of course, recovered, and DRX up to 10 rounds.
This is seemingly, potentially a pacey hit. Smoke does bloom for Talon. Buzz pinging it down, suspecting that there could be a setup. Here it comes.
Paranoia timing looking decent. Caught onto a couple different players there, but Cloudberry's widely keeping them obfuscated. In the meantime, he's just waiting for a target for Buzz. They've all been taken away from him. Mako comes up with 2, and the entry is completely shut down. Nothing more to be done here for Ban, for Governor, other than to back away and hold on to these rifles, because otherwise they have no money.
Yeah, and with no contact, Flashback is going to be able to slide back towards B, back towards his U-tilt, get it activated again. And there isn't much hope for Talon to do anything except save. 50 seconds left. I don't expect much to be done. I wouldn't be surprised at all, though, if somebody on DRX goes hunting. Perhaps Mako, perhaps Foxy. Flashback. Foxy and Flashback. Wouldn't mind grabbing a few more ult orbs, potentially. Especially with knowing that Ban has that lockdown already anyway. See what they want to do, though. Still a bit of time on the clock. Man.
Let's fan out, see if they can catch somebody holding an angle, I suppose, but the more they push, the more at risk they are going to be. Foxy
10 seconds left.
saying, you know what, I'm down to 30 HP, and I might give up my life to potentially find a pick and get rid of one of these additional Vandals here.
Found them. Found them.
The alarm bot will go ahead and alert. Took a little while to go off, but DRX and swiftly is finding the punish there at A main, getting the round win, now just 2 away from closing out Ascent.
They're just really on point today. A lot of great plays to shut some of these moves that Talon wants to make down. And, I mean, yeah, like you said, Buzz doesn't even need to get involved. Foxy and Mako so on point with their crossfire. And it's just immediately, the ping came out from Buzz when that smoke bloomed, and he's like, they're setting up for an attack. He just had a great sense. Made it easy. Primy with the blades, though. Gonna be spotted. Oh, Foxy sees everything.
And somehow gets away not having taken any damage. A couple guns were trained on that position as well. He walks out unscathed. Pings down. DRX suspecting some forward presence up into mid. Buzz still sights trained over here on B main. Ban creeping ever closer.
Yeah. Mako tucked into wine. Oh my god.
Timing, and Ban has the headshot. That brief look away.
And this baited the ult.
Oh, yep. That's brutal. And now the TP over. Mako suspecting that the rest of the team is going to be behind this KJ, but Ban is a one-man army.
It's left Foxy on his own on A site.
Given the 0 point, given they identified that, they might now suspect it. This is going to be a fake over on towards that A site, but
they're reading short, though.
Yep, the approach. Getting ready to come through main.
I mean, once Foxy gets into mid, they're going to know. Potentially, DRX just has to play for retake.
Nothing spotted as well. There's still smokes committed over towards B. Now, Flash, I believe a bit of a botch on that one, but Odin in play here for Bane. Looks for a second target. Can't find the kill. Governor down to 25 HP, but he does survive. Lockdown now sent out. Even the Bane dies, there's no way to clear that one out. The Hunter's Fury was online.
My ult's ready.
Have to just rely on it in a future round. Now, DRX very much realizing that they've been outdone here. And they somehow reconcile the round. Knives being sent out. Primy not getting too many connections there, and Governor finished off. Now into a 3v3, but Primy keeps him with the advantage. Foxy taken down. TP onto the low ground. Mako eating a bit of damage from the nano swarms. This Jit Boy starts working his way around over towards window. The swing out from Primy. Oh, and the accuracy is just so damn swift. He's got 9 HP. Any bullet will kill, but they cannot find him. He will carry his weapon over into the next round as Talon deny map point away from DRX.
Just the smallest of changes. You know, man there at the lineup was ready for the reswing. That forces the TP out of Mako, expecting that there'd be pressure off the back of that. Kind of maybe overreacts a little bit as the IGL just saying, okay, well, could be a fast hit. I need to get over there and bail out my team, but turned out Down was just kind of taking their time, trying to work out the map themselves. Now Governor has his ult, so does Cruz. Oh my God, Buzz.
Attempting a gelato crunch here as Buzz, snappy with a headshot, finds the first one. Catches enough of a glimpse to finish off Jit Boys. And it continues to work a treat here for him. The swing out, Cruz able to go ahead and find the punish, looking for the res. Governor about to be brought back in. There's the pick up, and there's the double punish. Mako collects those, Ban dealt with over at B main. TRX, they ramp up the pressure. Talon falls to the wayside.
Just what a call from Buzz and Mako there. The veterans just saying, we're gonna shut this down. We're gonna pressure top mid, and we are just gonna end this thing. Unbelievable. What a push from Buzz. And they're somewhat ready for it, but then they get hit by Paranoia as well. And everybody's scattering from Talon, and Buzz takes full advantage. Mako waits for the res and then strikes to take 2 down. Brilliant, brilliant, well thought out play from DRX. Just again, understanding those ult cycles, when they can punish them. Still have the Hunter's Fury for Cruz though. Counter flashbacks lockdown. Buzz with another op. This time, really expecting a short A push. Oh, Ban again. Dude.
Absolutely unreal, and that is gonna, again, sow a seed of doubt here into the minds of DRX.
They're overreacting to every time he gets a kill over there. They're like, surely they're gonna push off that.
And now here comes the drone, the pop flash. Foxy hadn't gotten away too far. Fragment to try to intercept this. Jit Boys flush against the wall, able to find one. As Governor comes to the rescue, bailing out Primy. Upshot, however, from Buzz, able to connect. Quick jump peek, needs a full flash, has to pull away, but Ban again, going to be dealt with flashback. Suspecting that lurk, suspecting that he was still going to be lingering.
He's got the lockdown.
Was
planted.
Very much suspicious about that position, but as you say, lockdown available, invested, it's sent. There's no fragment available here for Governor. No lineup to try to bail them out. Primy, are they going to give his life for the cause? Or he's going to end up falling down, but he manages to find a kill before the detain comes through. Flashback, finishing him off. Now suspecting the only place that Governor could be, but Governor has the shot. And he keeps them in this map.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you see another timeout from DRX here sooner or later to just say, hey, stop overreacting to Ban getting these early kills. Maybe they need to contest B main a little bit more. Some of Flashback's utility. Do a lot of other things pretty decently. But Buzz,
One enemy remaining.
Just getting outdone there, even with the blades. Went for the challenge, couldn't convert. Governor finds the perfect timing. Stop Flashback from getting towards that site.
No timeout seen quite just yet. 5 attempts previously, now 4. As Sliggy would say. Looking for the tailwind forward, but oh no, it's going to be a tailwind to the side as Primy ripped apart, but Cruz just pushing his way forward, and Foxy 9 with a bow down 2. Buzz finding another 2 kills for himself, however, now suddenly leaves Ban all on his lonesome in a 1v3. The door shut, the spike stranded, and hopes dwindling. Ban needs to go crazy, needs to clutch this out. Otherwise, DRX setting the stage, getting themselves to match point here in this series, and there it is. 13-8 indeed. DRX will close out Ascent over Talon. Talon's map pick. Now we have Abyss on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, what a showing here from DRX from the get-go. Looking really sharp. Shutting down this new young talented player for Talon. Even though Ban had a whale of a map, still could not get over the line against Buzz and company.
Oh, for sure. I mean, credit where it's due. Ban, an absolute force to be reckoned with there. But it's DRX walking away victorious on the map. Let's pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Ascent before we get into Abyss.
Well, it seems as though DRX was very much prepared for what Primi and friends, quote unquote, had to offer, right? Except, like, you know, we did see, of course, Primi pop off, but Ban was also an integral part of Talon this time around. However, Angry Buzz is just gonna pop off at any time, and that goes for the rest of DRX as well. I was very impressed with them this map.
Yeah, you can really see it. Yes, Angry Buzz. It's also a lot of the teamwork, all the set plays, all the setups, everything that they had. It just shows in the preparation and all the teamwork that they're really trying to work on. You know, even with the new members, right? They're working on all these things, getting back to that top DRX form. Yes, they still have, you know, a lot of wins from the group stage, but now that we're in playoffs, it matters that much more, and they're really, really trying to hone it in, and you can really see it, especially in that first half. They're having so many rounds where they're able to force kind of like Talon's hand. Talon not quite able to find a lot of the entries and everything, because DRX, they just get away with like a lot of these opening kills.
Yeah, and I feel like Ascent is always going to be a match of fundamentals, and that's so important right now because, you know, our discussion was going over this team of rookies that's under Mako, and then the new introduction with Permi here, and that kind of really showed that the fundamentals was way better with DRX. Flashback was doing his job, a really good job at just holding angles with the Killjoy. On the flip side, for Primi here, as he was trying to force himself onto the site, it feels like that transition with the rest of his team isn't as smooth. It seems like whenever they try to access onto A, they were getting caught so many times, and he just kind of took the brunt of that. And again, this wasn't really, or this was kind of what I was mentioning a while ago, where in that Team Secret match, he had the most amount of kills, but he also had the most amount of deaths. So he really was into the thick of it, but I'm not sure if Talon was able to convert his deaths into their favor.
Yeah, I didn't feel like that on this map. Not too much. In their first half on the defensive side, you know, they were always trying to like meet DRX in some of these fights, but it just didn't quite happen the way that they wanted it to because the setups weren't quite there. Meanwhile, for DRX, like, they really drill everything out, and you can see how they have all their setups planned, especially on the defensive side. When you go into the second half, you see like these areas where DRX will be able to control the map so well in a, you know, very typical like Genji Korean fashion, right?
Yeah.
You have Bane with the Odin, and he's just, you know, tossing out counter recons, having that Odin at the ready to shoot them at, and an off angle if needed. Even if he misses a shot, it's the damage that's already been done. Foxy9's there to support. He pushes out when he needs to. And at the same time, you've got Mako and Buzz just doing their thing. Mako has actually done a pretty good job at calling throughout this map. They kind of lost it towards the end of the first half a little bit, but after like a timeout here or there, he finds these moments where, all right, I think Talon's probably going to be trying to set up around like Gelato, A main. Let's go in for a pitch. And it just goes out perfectly. They managed to crunch down Talon when it almost matters the most.
And I kind of just wanted to also include the fact that they were talking about how Mako was performing really well here as an IGL, right? I think he was also performing well as a player, which again was one of the difficulties that he had the last time that we saw him. But this time, he's looking a lot more in tune with his role. And then, of course, you know, those straight Mako times, which is looking a lot more stellar here as the highlights are, you know, kind of showing.
I mean, you look at his kill assist, right? It's 90% in this map. That just goes to show how aware he was throughout this whole thing. And the big question that we posed, you know, right before the series was that, was he ready, you know, even as a rookie IGL, so to say? And it seems as though, like, you know, he did really prepare for this. He did say, by the way, that, you know, he's actually very thankful to be put in this IGL role, because if it was any other team, he probably wouldn't be given the opportunity. So he is actually so ready to be, you know, to enter this next step on his journey. And it goes to show how eager he is to learn by pulling something like this off.
It's a big thing. Whenever we see Mako on stage, we don't really get that vibe from him, right? Because he looks like a gentle guy, like really
Very
nice.
quiet.
But I believe he has that inside of him, you know? He's finding that confidence. He's starting to get comfortable with that role. And this is a DRX that can really potentially push Talon to their limits. I feel like it's really being tested right now.
There's gonna be another test because like there's no stats right now for DRX on Abyss.
Because Talon is the only team that is in Pacific right now that has played Abyss.
Team Secret as well.
No, that is in Pacific.
Oh, that's
right
in,
now.
still in play.
Did you not
Whoa,
forget, Did you not
You
forget
didn't
what happened
specify.
yesterday?
You said Pacific.
Why do we
Friendly
have to?
fire.
Why do we have to bring up this hurt once more?
Yeah, I know.
Yes, there is a so-called abyss in the stats of DRX right now because we've only seen it once and we saw it yesterday. And there was a big question mark when we saw that DRX picked this. But after what we've seen in the first map, I actually wonder if they're like, you know what, we're better off facing something that we actually have seen before. And it's actually fresh in our minds. It was less than 24 hours ago.
It's a very good point. I mean, there is a reason why they picked for this. They had quite a bit of time and they prepared very much so for this week. And I have to imagine that this is the exact reason why, right? I mean, they prepared something for Abyss. They saw how Talon played it. Maybe they saw some gaps or weaknesses that they're looking to exploit, and that's why they've gone in for it. They have a chance at really, you know, finishing this off 2-0 really cleanly. There is a chance. Again, it's a map that has been played in Korean challenges, several other challenger scenes here and there as well, but I believe, you know, DRX is a team that loves to, like, you know, take what they can and borrow some ideas here and there and then kind of turn things into their own because they really have, you know, Termi as their coach to really flesh everything out. And if they have all of these protocols to really lock down the site, going for some of these retakes, for example, I think they can do a very, very good job.
Well, we'll see because, you know, Primi is the player with the highest stats so far in Abyss. And of course, that's like, it's kind of unfair because it's a very small sample size. But the question that I'm wondering is whether Primi will actually have the most kills on Abyss this time around once more. And that's our guess and gain question. So, gentlemen, please take out your boards over here. Give me a yes or a no.
Buzz, wait,
as
hold
to
my beer.
Whether, what is that? Buzz, hold my beer.
What does that mean?
It's probably because like Buzz is like, hold my beer. I'm gonna take this all from Primi.
Yeah, because he's a...
Okay. Okay,
bad.
give me a yes or a no if you think Primi is going to have the most kills on this map. Let's reveal our answers. In 3, 2, 1. I just put a yes.
Yes,
And
okay.
Quack
Yes,
says it's gonna be
Buzz.
Buzz. He's also saying Buzz, hold my beer. He's with the viewers in this one. Yeah,
I'm either staying with the viewers and Wood.
I mean, you guys are together, right? So you guys will be together all the way, whether you rank up or down. But I feel like Primi right now, I mean, like I do have to give a shout out. I was watching Warbird's stream last night, and he made a very good point that Primi was like basically like playing ranked just 1 week ago, right? And he probably has the most Abyss games right now because all of these pros in VCT Pacific have been running the maps. They've been prepping for these, they've been scrimming and everything, and Primi is just in rank enjoying Abyss as much as he wants ever since it came out.
Enjoying it. Yeah.
Enjoying it.
I mean, he definitely shows that he has some ideas, you know, the way that he constantly dives in. I feel like that's a very Talon default right now. This is the way that they approach the B site, dives into the side of the site. And sometimes he has little tricks as to how he can glide across little gaps as well. And it's interesting. It could be really good, but I feel like that's something that DRX has seen by now. So does DRX have the preparation? Does DRX have the composition for this? And of course,
they're
definitely
changing up.
But Talon, this is insane. Okay. Wow, we're pulling out ISO Governor back on the Neon for Abyss. No breach. It's going to be Cruz on the Sova. Unprecedented. One map, second map played. They changed up the composition completely.
Change it again.
Okay.
Again.
It hasn't been even like 48 hours.
No.
Before
It's
the
mind
first
games. They're really like,
Abyss.
throwing DRX off.
You know what? It's a map that no one has truly locked in yet, obviously, because we haven't seen it in pro play just yet. So it's the Wild Wild West. You can do as many as you want. And we know that Talon has has the capacity to play the ISO as well as that Neon, especially on Governor.
I guess Pacific is very lucky. We got it twice this weekend, so we're gonna get straight into Abyss. We're gonna jump in with Paper Thin and Achilles.
Now that's the Talon that I'm used to.
This is the most Talon thing ever.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna play it again tomorrow. We're gonna do something completely different.
I mean, Frost has talked about it though, right? Like they have multiple comps depending on who they're going against, depending on the day. I don't know, depending on the way the wind is blowing that day. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure.
Whatever the horoscope says.
Yes. Also, I would like to ask a favor of Riot, and this is to flip the minimap so that the attacker side is at the bottom when we're watching this. It's the only map. And it confuses my mind. Yeah, it confuses my poor little brain.
Well, Bane gonna be spotted there. And he's gonna be taking out Governor.
I mean,
just re-peeks from the opposite side, finds the headshot. Governor on the floor as DRX look for a second pistol win of the series.
Great gun to have in mid-top.
Buzz catching a glimpse here. Does decide to dash away. He is able to get away out the safety. Flashback. He's having to pull off the angle. No damage going to be taken there as Trap Wires look to try to slow up the approach. The wall, however, denying as that shield as well comes through. Double tap, helping to escort them forward. Plant not going to be found quite just yet. Bane now arriving. Will stabilize. Finds the kill there onto Primi, but cannot take down Cruz. Jitboy's, however, going to be caught up as Foxy continues to just go ahead and poke out.
Ooh, oh my god, that was close.
Down to 3 HP. Fragment sent the try and delay. HP bars across the board pretty much a wreck aside from Mako, who's still at full HP.
30 seconds
In theory,
left.
this is the advantage here on the side of DRX, but Cruz
standing.
finding one, but Flashback
Spike
pushing
down,
forward.
B.
Manages to take him out from tower.
I have retrieved the spike.
No, the Flashback is up there. Looking to see if he'll peek. Man has to go back to plant. Should be able to do so, but he fakes it.
Yep.
10
Footsteps.
seconds left.
Time dwindling, and Mako is holding firm. Finds the headshot, and DRX find another pistol win.
Wow, looking really clean here on these pistols in this early advantage, using that Sheriff from top mid. Very nicely by Bane. Says, okay. Oh my
Right, as he's
goodness.
trying to rotate out.
Insane stuff for Bane. Having a solid day. Having some really impactful kills for DRX. There you go. The DRX watch party here in Seoul. Very happy with that. Have to be feeling really good at how they've kept Talon
This is a nice
and this new player Primi pretty well in check. That was a great maneuver there with the wall into the shield there for the ISO. I like that combo play. Definitely kept Primi alive and gave him another shot there to get a refrag.
I've seen them constantly playing around those ISO walls because, you know, given it's been Ban for the most part who's been playing the ISO as well. Governor just not having a good time in mid, nor is Jitboys. Marshall in hand, 2 quick kills. Buzz shutting him down. That's 2 of the big threats here on Talon eliminated, and a quick clear on the cam. Send Talon packing back over towards B, where Buzz is looking to reinforce from tower.
Already some really interesting ideas from DRX.
They call for a rotate out. I wonder if there was a dart lobbed in from Cruz. There was a ping that came out. So this does just now leave Flashback on his lonesome, but Buzz hasn't drifted too far. So there's a spot out on the 1. Plenty of noise being made. Trapwire gets the catch on the 1. The swing out. Nope. First shot not going to connect. Second attempt. He does. As Buzz on for an ace with the Marshall, but can't quite find it. Ban will deny it away from him. Flashback quick with the punish. Picks up the weapon, and DRX up to 2-0.
What I want to point out is, from a big picture perspective for DRX, they're not being super aggressive towards A main like we saw with Team Secret.
Sure.
So that's kind of an interesting change. They're more focused on mid. And on these early rounds, that just might be part of the idea is that, you know, maybe Talon tries something and we've got the long-range weaponry to really shut it down. It helps when Buzz is feeling it and he wanted it so bad.
Welcome to the Texas Club.
Oh.
A little bit less screaming. He was containing the rage and frustration.
Here's some a little bit more attention paid in this direction. This looks like it could be a pretty pacey hit from Talon. Send the drone over the nade in response.
But everybody's already rotating over here from the side of DRX. Foxy taking a lot of forward space. Slide back, and now the reveal. But Mako, Guardian in hand, looking for that third kill. Still does a significant amount of damage, and already this is a fairly catastrophic round for Talon, even if they do come out winning it. 3 players lost. Buzz getting ready to go for the peak. Sends out a shot. Cloudburst drop down. Just keeping his maneuvers covered. Swings out, and he's able to win out the fight. Band take it down. Now it's all on Shit Boys.
I have the spike.
Flashbacks had a Bucky. Curious if he swapped over. So challenging for Jit Boys. Has one more smoke to cover the plant at the very least. Let's see what DRX wants to do.
Planted.
Push up into the smoke here from Jit. Swings out, checks the close angle. Nothing spotted there, but knows that they could be coming from any which way. Has to check and clear everything.
Oh, the cam.
Cam set up, he hears that, knows that there's going to be one at least approaching here from this side. He finds a headshot onto the first, but cannot get the adjustment for the other. DRX. He's starting things off 3-0 as they convert the bonus.
Really taking advantage of some of these punishing angles that the attackers have to deal with on this map. Through A main there. Really, really tricky. Have to check a couple near 90-degree angles there. And they just make a crossfire. Nice!
Ooh!
Man, Buzz is fired up.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, understandable.
Yes.
It's been a roaring game for him thus far. And DRX are confirmed for their first international of the year. Missing out on the 2 Masters, something that they had never experienced before, but they still at least get to retain one of the few teams that can say we've been to every single Champions. Obviously inheriting that from the original Vision Strikers, Buzz, as well as Mako, the ones that were there.
And he immediately peels back, just doing a quick check amid. Spike was left behind for Talon. So they try to change ideas a bit. C9 just gets a quick peek at Jit Boys. Doesn't find any damage. Shock dart to clear, but Buzz just waiting. Smoke out this time. Nobody gets punished from that angle by Talon as they tap an orb and immediately try to think about some library pressure. No, they're backing off of that. Looks like they're just going to try to use this jump here for Governor.
Okay. Makes the first one. Trap wires waiting for him on the opposite side, though. So the relay bolt slides right into it. The stun through. Flashback able to collect 2 kills. He and Cruz both falling for it. Solid headshot from Jit Boys will put down Buzz. Gets rid of the outlaw. As Cam gets the spot out onto Primi. Push forward, the re-trigger. The re-swing, the flashback at risk. Just managed to break that double tap shield. May jumping up over the top, swooping in from above. A 3-piece for flashback, holding down the B site. And a 4-0 start now for DRX.
Yeah, what a round here. Flashback jumping off the map there. That's the round. I know he has time, but just funny to see. But I mean, just really good ideas here from Flashback. The way he plays that angle, phenomenal. And then he gets the spot onto the ISO with the shield up so they can kind of play back a little bit. Just try to see if they can wait for that to expire. Force Talon to have to make a play. And force Talon to take a timeout. Off the back of that, just clean stuff from DRX so far. Once again, off to a hot start.
And I gotta say,
yeah,
based on history, I'm pleasantly surprised for DRX's sake. Because as we have had maps come out, it's often not been fantastic. Not since when Icebox was first added, all the way back before First Strike even began, before VCT. Because you think about, you know, Fracture, they spoke a big game about that one back in 2021. They floated it versus Fnatic.
And then they got
absolutely bodied.
Yeah.
Lotus didn't show it for all of last year, played it in the grand final. It was like a 13-3. It was not good.
Well, and I think this is really encouraging for DRX fans that, you know, Termi and company are willing to get proactive with these new maps and really look like they're going to be coming into Champions as a force to be reckoned with. You know, yeah, it's a younger squad. Yeah, it's some players who haven't been playing together for a super long time, but they look pretty well drilled, pretty well oiled today. And this time around, Buzz is getting super aggressive towards attacker spawn. He is deep in enemy territory. Now, there is a trap wire there to account for it, but Ban could be out on an island. He's been pinged out. Buzz about to fight him back there, maybe. Oh, nope, he got past.
It's you and me.
Oh, bounce forward. The ult coming through, but Bane able to find Governor, bringing the shield, but Flashback unable to win out the fight. He does get taken down, and widely things start looking very good here for the side of Talon. You're left invested, and now Buzz completely revealed here around the back. Does manage to find the first one, but Primi has the re-trigger of that shield. Will be able to put him down. Talon able to get themselves on the board. Granted, still a fairly scrappy round, but a win nonetheless.
Well, it's very scary to go up against Primi in that ult. The kill contract, certainly a ult that I feel like favors him with his impeccable crosshair placement.
Sure.
And it also helps that, you know, you have the double tap.
Yeah, readjusting right there for the headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Risky stuff.
I guess that's it.
Good job.
Nice spot.
That was a well-coordinated execute there from Talon. Using that ult to full effect. Governor having to dive in and die, but mission accomplished, and oh boy, Flashback.
Waiting out that vulnerable. Fragment up over the top. He's trying to stay protected. In fact, Governor spots him out, but Flashback still wins that fight. Now Premi cleaned up. King revealing here onto the players. Jit Boys now noted. Oh, the adjustment.
Hoxie.
Disgusting there to be able to just turn over, find Ban. Does fall down, but now it's Cruz on his lonesome. The Onan invested here. Got the money to rebuy, but the odds of being able to close out this round is looking very unlikely. Mako in position to be able to hear these movements. Gonna make the call to send Bane, starting to rotate over.
Just gonna be mirroring his.
Mako doesn't find a timing to actually get the punish there. It's just gonna continue to creep up from behind. But they have everybody perfectly in position, ready to strike, ready to pinch. Crusoe wisely suspicious, but Mako far enough forward and snappy enough with his reaction. We'll put him down. DRX will get themselves a 5th round win.
Yeah, I mean, the protocol's already looking really good for DRX on this B side. And also, Mako just getting so deep in enemy territory. Fantastic work here by Flashback. Gets a neural theft out. Primi left scrambling. This shot from Foxy. Oh my goodness. Ends up dying, but that is long range to be that accurate. Op for Buzz. Gonna be watching from top mid. Dodge the recon.
Oh, legs him. Shot spammed out there for Primi. Not going to re-peek it here. Mako going to be forced back out of A main.
Let's see what Talon wants to do. Just being really patient right now. DRX just staying in kind of their default. Bane back up. It's top mid. Governor already so weak. Just anything that grazes him is going to cost him his life. Is this going to be some kind of library push here from Talon? Nope. Think better of it. Just dodging the 0 point. Had the sense of the timing on it.
Mako to check though. Watch them run. There he goes. Right in behind him. Yep, spots him out. Paranoia at the ready. Just onto a few players as the smoke gets set up. Swings around the side, finds Ban. Foxy9 going to be left on the floor here for a moment as Mako. Team getting forward. What is that play? Did he think there was cover? Did he think they weren't watching? Either way.
30 seconds left.
He just offers himself up into the lion's den. Now it's Flashback and Buzz. And there's a shield there from Primi.
Spike planted.
Ends up falling, but he finds his mark. Suddenly, Flashback just going to be held at bay.
Doesn't necessarily need to save. Still a lot of money in the coffers for DRX. But this is a difficult situation. Yeah, time starting to run down. Flashback just seeing if anybody was out for the pickings, but nobody home for Talon. That was just a great execute for them. kind of death ball their way through. Mako, I thought that was going to be really good. He got that early kill. He had a nice paranoia to kind of stall him up, but maybe got a little overeager with that TP.
Yeah. One of those moments where I was like, oh, this is going to be sick. Oh. It wasn't safe.
Primy's so difficult to deal with. He has that double tap up. So tricky.
The second round found here for Talon.
Has his ult again.
Very true. Still plenty of opportunity here for Talon to run this back and get themselves into an advantageous position as they continue to come alive. Basically full buy though available to the side of DRX. Buzz just going to be popping the knives to go alongside the Singer, it would seem. Still positioned over here towards mid. Double player set up here from DRX. As Dart lands right next to his feet, but Bane finds Primmy. Kill contract now can't come to play in this round.
Insane. Early pick there. Again at mid. We're have to try to make this A-hit work.
Flash going to be sent out. And it connects to Mako, finds a headshot, shutting down Governor, as well as that overdrive.
Right here.
Boys does manage to spam through, takes out Foxy9. 4v3. DRX with the advantage. Your boys down to 38.
I have so much map control.
Take flight.
Just gonna slide flash back over just in case. Not really sure if there was anybody still at B main. And gets identified. Trying to cross through. Able to dodge the shock dart from Bane. Chip Boys got up top. Is Mako gonna be ready for it? Oh my. Ooh.
Not ready enough to find the kill, but certainly to make Chip Boys think twice about it.
Yeah. Backs him off the angle at the very least.
30 seconds left.
Being revealed as Recon's just cycled out. Talon's still going to try to play for this one, but I just threw the cyber cage. Everybody picked to pieces by the vultures that are DRX. 3K for Bane.
Stay taut as a bowstring.
DRX will get themselves now up 6-2.
Yeah, and having Foxy9 there makes a big difference. That extra layer of flash for DRX really makes it a lot more difficult. It helps that you get the early pick onto the ISO. Nuh-uh.
Oh, what?
My God.
He Babe Ruthed it?
He did. Called a shot.
Pointed out into the stands and just hit the homer?
Sometimes it do be like that. I don't know if like they just like had an idea that maybe Primmy was going to try to use his ult to get Buzz or something. I'm not sure. Oh, Buzz. This is so dangerous.
Oh, yes, it is. He's going to pay dearly. It's Foxy9 now as well. Caught up there, and oh, here comes the kill contract. Mako in the meantime able to find Governor back off screen as Primmy snappy with a headshot. Double tap shield back through. Still at 85 HP. Push up over the top. Head spotted for just a brief little moment. Bane is able to find the kill.
Disgusting. Still though, gotta deal with Primmy. Shields run out.
Last player standing.
Oh, great stuff there. Nice little follow through by Ban. Take down flashback, and Primmy finds a third in the round. 2 more orbs towards that ult again. He has been filthy with it. That ult seems tailor-made for him.
Take flight.
He has just been punishing whenever he gets it. He might get the first one onto him, but he's not going to miss that headshot.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Solid around here. Primmy. Bit of a soft start, but seemingly starting to come alive here. With 3 more rounds to be played out in the half. DRX they call a timeout, wanting as advantageous of a half as they could possibly get.
For sure. Kind of curious, you know, if maybe Termy's just pulling him back a little bit, saying, hey, we're having most of our success when we're challenging at the sites, you know, when they're trying to make their executes, cutting them off as they're trying to scale in. I think that's really where they've been the most successful. Their mid control has been immaculate, so I don't think you need to change too much there. Just make sure that you're reading the map well and just harassing the heck out of Talon on the way through. You know, Primmy is always going to be a threat with that double tap available, but when they waited it out a little bit, forced Talon to press, to take space to try to get the plants, that's when they've been really having their most success. Cruz does have the ult as well. Bane 2 away from his. Mako close to another TP. Oh, Mako. Oh, Mako.
On the ban, Mako. Very far forward position. Buzz, similarly, holding up close.
He's going to be able to hear so much from that spot.
Watching above. And Buzz finding the opening shot. Primi going to be taking down Bane. All the way back there. Man, able to find the kill. Mako. Ooh, the spray, a little bit of whippy. Looks for Governor. They will be taken down, but Bane still there to collect, still there to make up for the shortcomings. And now it is just Cruz. Has the spike in hand, but realistically, what do you try to do in this situation?
That's just so smart from DRX. Bane gonna get the spot. Cruz on the ledge, trying to creep his way forward. Will be able to find his way through the vent.
Oh,
get spotted.
Out, and then Buzz right here waiting. Operator shot, gonna go wide. He's anticipating the reswing from Bane, but Bane doesn't bite. Door broken, a bit of a fake out. Now
30 seconds left.
starts shifting forward in towards the site, but the cam set up, spotting him out. The pixels out of place, the dart implanted. He was able to remove that, but another one greeting him now as he reads the situation well, but cannot find the shot. Buzz gets in behind, takes him down. That's DRX now up to 7.
What a brilliant little set piece there to get Mako so close to enemy territory, undetected. He can hear everything. They can do some bait and switches, even though his spray doesn't connect.
I mean, it doesn't get the kill.
No. Well, I should say that. It doesn't get the kill. Yeah. It connected,
It
for
put
sure.
him down to 11.
Yeah. But then, you know, there's so much cover fire available for him from that position. He can hear so much of what's going on the other side. Yeah, why not? If it ain't broke.
Well, this does leave Buzz currently alone over at this B site. Exec getting ready to come through. Talon grouped up, vulnerable, not going to connect. Buzz just attempting a bit of a timing shot there. It's going to be Hunter's Fury actually opened up for Bane. For any kind of tag that he can get, but it's just Buzz catching a stray. Site's theirs. DRX now to try to retake 5v5.
It all comes down to Mako.
Neutralize.
Oh. Responding one. The swing out. He is prepared for it. Buzz. Head taken off. Primi finding a third.
One enemy remaining.
And this is the Primi that was promised, the one that we got to witness yesterday. 12-8-5. Let's go ahead and make that 13 as he picks up a 4K. It's a flawless for Talon as we go into the last round of the half.
Last round.
Yeah, and they're going to have a bunch of ults to work with, but just a good change of ideas from Talon, just saying, okay, well, you want to take that space, that's fine. We'll just group up and make a coordinated push towards B. Keep Buzz off balance. We can't do much with that operator. Primi just so ready for that swing out. You can see that there's a lot of hesitation with how clean he is.
Over there.
Trying to challenge his angles.
Now he's got another kill contract.
Yep. Mako has a shotgun.
Oh. Buzz is in a very far forward position here. Drone cleared out.
It's you and me.
Shield pop, Jit Boy's just around the corner, dealt with Buzz. Able to find that kill, the dash out. Scurry trying to anticipate, trying to intercept, but now Primi with a kill contract, able to isolate and pick off Bane.
Complete.
Yeah, he's so good in those moments. Now still a lot of work to do. He's going to try to go on his own, see if he can catch Buzz. Trying to re-clear this angle.
Shield expires, but Buzz a little bit snappier with it. Primi expecting a little bit of a deeper swing. Thought it was going to be coming from the site rather than right up close. Talon, however, themselves over here onto the A side. Flashback to try to hold things down to be able to spot out Ban. Swing out, flashback, snapping to shut it down as well. Governor dead, the ping out. They know exactly where Cruz is at. Paranoia not going to connect onto him, but it doesn't matter because Flashback puts up some extra crisp shots and gets DRX a monstrous advantage, 8-4 in the half.
Yeah, whenever seemingly they would go towards Flashback site, he had just great understanding of how his utility was placed and the space that it gave up. They cleared that wire, immediately puts up the cage and watches the right side angle. Starts knocking players down, but some big smiles on Talon's face. You know, like Governor was saying in the pre-match interview, you know, look, they've made it, the pressure's off, you know, and they're just here to try to do their best they can. DRX is in serious mode, it feels like. Because they are really bringing it today.
There's a lot more to prove for the side of DRX, just given the legacy behind the team. I mean, they also similarly talked about it in the video. Talon was, a 9th place squad. They already made it to the Stage 1 playoffs. They fell shy of the mark. They got eliminated in the opening round. Now they've made it to not only playoffs here, they've made it to champions. Mission widely for now is accomplished, whereas for DRX, it's just getting started.
Absolutely. There is so much history with this org already. In Valorant's short history.
Show me the next one.
Oh, shit. Oh,
brother.
That is pretty sick. No doubt about it. And now would you look at that? 4 sheriffs for DRX.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I think there's been some interesting, like, kind of statistics and theory crafting I've seen about pistol rounds and how you should approach it. And basically it, like, said that, at least in ranked games, like, just buy, like, a Ghost or a Sheriff. And that's, like, actually the higher percentage play than buying utility.
You can hit headshots,
yeah. And I mean, on this map in particular, there's a lot of great long-range angles to take advantage of. So Ghost and Sheriff really, really powerful, I think. You can see that, Talon as well. Sheriff of their own for Governor. Ghost for Primi, Ghost for Ban. The half armor, as usual, for Primi to really try to set him up for success in this B site.
I mean, they've done this in every single pistol, both yesterday and today.
Down B.
And, as shown, especially yesterday, for good reason.
Yep.
As for now, just going to be a 1-for-1. Governor taken down, Bane traded out. DRX going to creep their way back over towards this A site, but they sent out a smoke over towards that tower position on B to try to at least keep some more general interest, but Flashback continues to be snappy.
Jeez.
As all hell.
They're just
shot into the wall bang. Cruz dealt with. Now the man advantage in DRX's hands.
They're just dominating those ego battles over in mid. I mean, just dominating them.
Cam, for now, unscouted. Man can't leave it for too long, though. Now he's been noted. Cam does go out, gets the reveal, but no way to actually find any kind of punish.
Spike planted.
Cam still not cleared out. Ban. He finds himself a snappy headshot. Will get taken down. Buzz able to deal with that, but now shield in play for Primi. 3v3. Just for the tap on the spike. Still has the wall as well. Create some obfuscation. Give them some protection. So far, it's just been nothing but taps on the spike. Now, the attempt at the hold. Primi, however, going to be dealt with. The push up into the smoke. Mako confirming that he's not still holding this one. Paranoia goes across, but it does not connect on the Buzz. The boys, however, finds a shot, but Flashback will put him down. Get DRX another pistol as he dives into the abyss. But still, no fall deaths.
That's correct. It's been a little bit cleaner today. So far. I'm not holding my breath. 13-4 for Flashback. Just excellent stuff. And a great patience from DRX. Waiting out the ISO util. Able to dodge the undercut.
Buzz is on his feet.
Yeah, Buzz is just fired up today. More so than usual. He's usually pretty serious mode, but
cage triggered.
Today in particular, he has been absolutely wild. Well, this time around, Talon, it's their turn to try to make a deep push through mid, but Governor gonna fake a leave out to try to set Primi up for this lurk. Is this gonna be red? Buzz?
Oh, up the rope, and Buzz, he does eat a decent amount of damage, but still wins out the fight. Falls down to 46. Given the weapon advantage, still DRX in a very strong position. Snapped up, Governor gonna be noted. He's able to back away, avoiding those shots from Mako.
So much to consider. Paranoia is going to land right onto Governor, though. Jitboy's left isolated, potentially behind the site.
Pushes up into the smoke, avoids the recon. Governor is able to clear. Jumps up over top of the box, he's trying to keep some interest trained in his direction, so maybe Jitboys has an opportunity to go for a backstab, but now Cruz taken down. Flashback again, continuing to find value, and Mako, snappy, gets the pivot. Takes out the opposing Omen. Now it's all on Ban to see if he can deal some damage to stop this from being a flawless flashback. He's pushing forward. He's on the hunt. He's looking for the kill.
Got the dink. Couldn't get the follow through. 3 on the round for Flashback as he continues his reign of destruction here on Abyss. Cypher play. So good. The individual shooting even better. 1 away from a neural theft already. And Talon throwing an interesting look here off the rip. Sending Primi and Governor, the double duelist, out towards the attacker's side of Library. Saying, okay, we're going to fake it out, use the fast lane, make a lot of noise with the Neon, but Buzz read it well enough. Kind of shut the round down. DRX got past the back lines of Talon without them identifying it. Cruz just constantly being checked here by Bane's utility. Making sure that mid is at least under DRX's control in terms of who has the information there. And, you know, it makes it tough because Cruz has to try to re-aggress this angle. There's a cam to check for Flashback if there's any push-outs this time. So DRX really doing a good job of, like, quickly identifying things that happened in the previous round that they need to deal with. Sure, the drone, not really going to see much. Jit Boys sets up the one-way to try to shut down this push.
Breaks to jump across. Buzz taking a couple shots there in the leg, but Flashback again. Value found. Who's going to be taken down? And Buzz, he's looking to swing around the backhand side here. Shot's not quite going to find the kill. Still does get some damage across. So Neural Theft gets invested as well. Getting out on the Foxy 9, but he just challenges on that corner and finds the elimination. Does end up falling as Governor is able to take his head off, but now it's all on Primi. The 1v2 swinging around through the defender spawn.
Well, I'm not counting Primi out. He's got all of his util. This is certainly doable for him.
Absolutely. Here's when the next recon becomes available here for Bane. Likely still on CD for quite some time. Flashback just lingering. Playing in a bit more of an unanticipated position. And it's another 3K.
And another bonus.
Yeah.
For DRX.
This is my spot.
And so much of this round, again, comes down to mid-control. Flashback puts that camera out there early. The early recon dart to keep Cruz at bay, and that gives him vent. That allows him to set up this crossfire to bail out his team from that heaven position. Yeah. Just, they're doing all the right things, and DRX is winning their individual battles, and it's everything you could want and more. They look phenomenal. There's that same dart. Let's see, this time around you've got Governor pushed in towards the vent to try to counter this mid push out from Flashback. Little help from Jit Boys as well with a Marshall. Be tricky. Meanwhile, the rest of DRX is stacking up to try to challenge Primi on B. Get the spot on him at the very least, but that Guardian, I'd be fearful.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of reason, but Buzz equally so. Outlaw in hand. Takes out Cruz. Suffering a lot of first deaths as of late. Aggressive push forward here. Ban at least keeps things covered. They suspect at all that Governor is going to be in this spot. Cage is popped. Flash going to be sent, but Governor able to turn away from that one, but now he needs to nail his shot. In the meantime, Ban has been taken down, and Buzz is quick to pivot. They only lose Foxy. That leaves Primi and Jit Boys. The two remaining to try to stop DRX from getting up to match point. A quick turn away, though, from Flashback. Gets timing. Jit Boys is able to pick up a weapon.
Still doable. Paranoia in hand for Jit Boys. Contingency.
Right here.
The undercut as well. Let's see what Primi can do. Excuse me, the double tap.
Shadows traveling.
Spike baits out a shock. It's the last one in the arsenal. There's Paranoia. The TP directly into their faces. And I get it, it's a bold attempt. You think maybe, okay, perhaps I've caught them all, perhaps they'll all be blinded up. Deafened. Primi continues to put up solid figures here with that Guardian, but Bane will put him down. The time was already gone. Bane will narrowly escape, and DRX will get themselves now up to match point.
Yeah, they're just really feeling it. And even in a moment where maybe things could go awry, with the backstab from Governor. What a swing from Buzz.
My God.
Jeez.
Quick as all hell.
Absolute insanity.
They're just knocking everything that Talon throw to them on the wayside. It's going to be DRX, funnily enough, calling this timeout. They want to be able to just end things right here, right now. So you know what? 13-4 sounds like a good scoreline to us.
Yeah. I mean, I think just trying to remind them, hey, just be aware of the map, be aware of the space you're giving up, because it could have cost them that round potentially with that backstab by Governor. So just be aware of that. And otherwise, they've been doing a fantastic job. I mean, and on the round where Talon finally establishes some level of mid-control, DRX is able to work around that really nicely, picking up one, pivoting to the other side of the map. Just one box left unchecked on the way through back to A. Other than that, looks pretty darn clean. This attempted change of comp from Talon hasn't looked as good as what we saw yesterday. I mean, Primy's pretty good on the ISO, I will say that. Sure. I am very impressed with that piece of the puzzle, but the Neon for Governor really hasn't been accomplishing what you would hope. Ban hasn't been as good as he was on Ascent. On the Cypher, we have a lot of alts to work with. Neural Theft, Overdrive, Kill Contract, Jitboy's TP. So I'm sure that's part of the kind of reminder there from the coaching staff of DRX. It's the same little setup here from DRX that we saw earlier. Use the smokes to push 2 over to the other side. Use that drone around the corner to check. Send Buzz through this time. A little bit of a different look. Get him through. Flash up and over, but nobody home, so scaled into the site nicely. Let's see what Talon can do on this retake.
Already, though, 2 players dangerously nearby to this. But there you go, Primy. Snatching up Bako.
Hello?
Gonna win out the fight. Will be able to get it done, but narrowly so. Down to 21 HP. Really pulled into the corner, and Buzz, oh no, it finally happened. Well, there's got to be at least one, it would seem. As Jitboys will take out Foxy 9. Primy gone, wall, trying to be raided, but Governor instantly dealt with. Kill found.
One enemy remaining.
Because now it is all on the side of Flashback. Buzz still hasn't died. He's just slowly drifting down, and Flashback tries to save him, tries to spare him his blushes, tries to stop him from appearing here in the kill feed, but the round, the map, it's already over, and Flashback, he will ensure Buzz's survival. No fall deaths here today on Abyss, but DRX get themselves a monstrous win. They elect to take us to the brand new map, and they look incredible on it. 13-4 as they punch their ticket into the upper final versus Gen G.
Yeah, really great job here by DRX prepping for Abyss, and I can't give them enough praise and credit for that mid-control throughout this map and making really good ideas off the information they would get, off the picks they would get, off the space they were given. It was a combination of all those things for DRX that really allowed them to just completely own Abyss here over Talon. And I mean, I like the ideas from Talon in some ways. I think the ISO is probably fine for Primy.
Yeah.
The rest of it might need a little retooling. I'm not so sure about the Neon.
I'm sure there haven't been tons and tons of moronic conclusions in various threads and chats and whatnot based on the performance that we witnessed here today.
Never.
No. Yeah. People would never overreact.
Stable, realistic opinions.
About a player who just played for the first time on stage yesterday.
Yeah.
They would never do that.
No.
Anyway, DRX though, this is the kind of performance that you want to see from this team. Storied, but obviously very different looking here in the latter half of this season. But this is what you want to see from them as they go into Champions. So Buzz, he flashed 4 fingers when he was on stage earlier. He says, yep, 4 appearances at Champs. And right now, they're looking geared up. Let's go ahead and pass it over though to the analysts to break down all the action from today.
30 seconds. Well, can we overreact then? Can we be the ones to be like, oh my gosh, you know, what's happening to Primy? No, Primy is actually doing very good. I agree with Achilles and Paper Thin over there. But DRX, seems as though they were like saying, you know what, yesterday was like, it was a bit of a shocker, sure, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Talon is still, you know, a team that once you have the right set place, once you have the right strategies in place, they aren't invincible just because they have Primy now.
Yeah, I feel like Primi really is actually still doing a pretty good job. Yes, maybe Talon didn't quite eke out the win, but that's, you know, so many different contributing factors. I'm actually pretty curious, did Primi win out like almost every single kill contract that he laid out on this map?
We should probably have a stat for that.
I feel like
we should keep up a stat for that if
can't
he's going to
remember.
run
Yeah,
ISO.
I feel like he actually might have, which is the most impressive thing. And also, by the way, Buzz didn't actually, he was technically still floating down, I think, so he didn't die.
He didn't die. He didn't. He's still somewhere there. The Abyss hasn't claimed him.
Yes. So stats-wise,
we ended the game already before he can actually fall to his death.
Exactly.
But okay, it does look all right from the point of view of DRX, or looking at DRX specifically here, that their communication, the shot calling has been very, very good. It doesn't seem like they were lagging behind in any form of rotation when Talon was going to call for a set play. Look at how cleanly they were able to just kind of collapse onto the site, right? Where they're going to go for those contacts. If someone falls from Talon, there's always going to be a quick little refrag, and somehow, or sorry, from DRX, and then somehow they always have multiple angles of attack that I felt like Talon never really punished or never really stopped to happen. You'd see them coming out from the window on the other side, coming down while everyone was coming through main. So those kinds of approaches just shows how much I think good the communication for DRX really was.
Yeah, it's not just like, you know, it's communication, it's also just how they react, because all these things are like drilled into them. They're it's a very like DRX thing where they, you know, work on the players' decision-making skills inside of the game so that they don't have to call a timeout, so that they know like how they have to react. And you can clearly see it in some of these rounds where like Talon's really trying to create that chaos in the round. And DRX is just able to really go in for these trades. They know which angles to cover. Flashback will, like for example, on the A site, mark Heaven, and he'll stay on that spot whenever someone tries to approach his teammates. If Spike, gets fumbled a little bit, he's there to back it up and prevent Talon from retrieving it, the Spike and everything like that. And it happens so many times because Flashback's always good for those trades, especially on this map.
Not to mention that, a lot of eyes were on Primi in this match. I mean, the past, 2 days, a lot of eyes were on him. But Flashback has actually been keeping up with him. In fact, so much so that in our guess and game question, when we asked whether Primi would get the most kills on the map, apparently Azrai and myself were wrong. But so were you, Quack, because you said Buzz would do it.
Yeah, technically I said
Viewers
Buzz.
also said Buzz would, but it's actually Flashback.
Does that mean that Quack gets no points? And then the viewers just go up because he was still wrong?
Can I...
Production?
Let's
Okay.
give Quack some slack.
Okay,
oh my God.
that's a command
Quack
from
him some slack.
production. Yeah, it's okay. Also, because you voted, you said Buzz would. I mean, Buzz is still, legend says that he's still falling at this point
Our
in time.
all omnipotent, omnipresent director
We will move
is giving
Quack up over here. Should we move viewers up as well?
Yes.
I'm feeling
Yeah,
this.
of course,
I'm feeling
of course,
this.
of course.
Yeah.
Nice,
Let's
good
do
job,
that.
viewers.
Of course. I will move down.
You're now in the bronze inch.
In the forest.
Oh, wow.
I've always wanted to be here, by the way. Look at this.
The
You're
polar-
like, all attention is on me at this point.
we have at least representation at the polar ends of the spectrum. One radiant, one wood.
Do we have our AI as well? AI went down. KO, you moved down over here.
All right.
Yeah, as well.
Our mission right now is to make the AI lose everything, so we can prove our biological supremacy.
Right, okay. That is your new mission, Azrai. That is your new mission. Just like DRX, we're on a mission here to make sure that,
100%.
all of Talon's, little shenanigans wouldn't move past them. And I was really, really impressed with the teamwork. I mean, at any one point in time, you didn't feel like any member of DRX was caught alone. They had each other's backs the entire time. They knew what to anticipate with Talon, too.
And it's all these rounds where you can really see Talon's trying... Well, new composition, it's a little bit of a curveball sometimes, but at the same time, I guess it's not fully optimal yet. We always see rounds with like Governor alongside Primi trying to dive in, but DRX always has an answer to it, especially on their defensive side. They're just kind of anticipating it's a single lane. We know you're going to kind of try to approach from here, and without the tailwind, it's not as fast as the slide, so they're able to just gun them down as whenever they try to approach.
Yeah, and you kind of saw how that kind of how it really factored in how it felt like Talon may have been lost pushing into the site because there's so many smokes. The fast lane also kind of narrows down their line of sight, and it was kind of difficult. And I actually wanted to add that as well, that truly, it's Jet that is, I think, the queen right now of Abyss until we maybe see a team here bring out the Yoru. Because I think Yoru is the other quintessential pick that we could be seeing on Abyss. You know, we've seen probably highlights online already, but I think he really does have that that very strong varietal capability to have multiple angles of attack, whereas with the Neon and ISO, it's one straight lane. At least with the Jet, you know, you can always updraft into a dash, so on and so forth.
Or the shenanigans where he dimensional shifts.
Give it a bit of time,
blocks.
though. Give it a bit of time. I'll say, like, teams would probably, you know, pick up on that, you know, and just.
I mean, Paper X has a pretty good Yoru player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for now,
you can see it.
And even Gen G.
You can
saying,
see it.
Saying.
Definitely see it happening. I do want to say, though, that although AI did not get the guessing game question correct, Asarai, they did get the prediction correct for DRX. So, because you care so much about this stat.
The AI is my nemesis now.
Yeah. see, we didn't care about it too much. Asarai needed to feel competition, so he found his own competition.
Manifested it.
Looking at our brackets right now. Oh, look at that. We have Gen G versus DRX coming up.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one, isn't it? It's a bit of a rematch. At the same time, it's the one that decides who gets to move forward into the grand finals, get that slot in. But at the same time, you know, it's a lot of these layers, a lot of these opponents, because apart from Gen G DRX, it's also Paper Rex versus Talon.
That's also a little bit of a grudge match because Talon had a very memorable map against Paper Rex once upon a time. So I'm pretty sure that is, you know, they also have that at the back of their heads.
Yeah, basically both of these series, the difference is Talon back then didn't have Premi, and then DRX going up against Gen G had Stacks. Now not having him, it's going to be quite the interesting, again, kind of rematch, so to speak, moving into these series.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, we're seeing different versions of our teams right now, right? You're seeing an all-new Paper Rex that's a bit more mature. You have Talon now taking on the reins of, you know, this chaotic kind of style that Pacific was so well known for. You have Gen G that is in top championship form, and you have DRX almost with an entirely new roster, right? Yeah. It's quite poetic seeing this stage of Pacific now. Like 1 year ago, you probably would have known that these teams would be in this shape, but they are right now, so we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate actually by sending you over to Jen, who is on stage right now with our post-game interview. Bye, guys.
And thank you guys. With that, DRX will be playing Gen G tomorrow. I'm now standing here with DRX's Bane. Now, congratulations, Bane, on securing Champion Seoul. I know it's a dream come true for you. You've been wanting this for so long, ever since you joined DRX. So what does it mean to you? And I just want to know the reactions of DRX players when you guys secured champions. 그 반응이랑 개인적으로 어떤 의미인지 들어보고 싶어요.
뭐 젠지가 이겨서 확정은 됐지만 저희 힘으로 이겨서 확정을 내고 싶었고, 그래서 오늘 경기가 너무 의미 있는 경기였고, 또 그래서 그렇게 의미 있는 경기 때문에 저희끼리 준비 잘해서 쉽게 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Well, this match was really meaningful for us, and it means a lot because even though it was Gen G winning against RQ that finally got us that champion spot, we really wanted to take the matters into our own hands and be in control of our own champion's destiny. So being able to beat Talon and prove ourselves that we do deserve a spot in Champion Seoul, it does truly mean a lot, and we really, really worked hard to make sure that we win against Talon today. So it definitely means a lot. Well, now, let's talk about the Abyss pick from DRX, also banning Haven, and also having Sunset as the decider map. That's such an unpredictable map vetoes coming from DRX. So talk to me about the conversation behind the scenes when it comes to what maps you guys wanted to play and the preparation that you guys put into Abyss specifically. 어비스 픽이랑 또 헤이븐 밴하고 선셋을 디사이더로 가져가기로 했는데, 이런 맵픽 관련해서 어떤 얘기가 있었는지, 그리고 어비스 준비를 하면서 좀 탈론의 어비스 보고 어떤 생각이 들었는지, 그리고 준비는 어떤 식으로 했는지 궁금합니다.
사실 어비스가 나왔을 때부터 준비를 열심히 했고, 또 이게 잘 된 게 탈론이 어제 또 어비스를 맵을 깠기 때문에 그거를 분석해보고 저희끼리 얘기를 해서 충분히 이길 수 있겠다 그런 생각을 해서 그냥 오늘 당당하게 어비스 픽을 했고요. 연습 때 잘 됐던 것처럼 대회 때도 잘 나온 것 같아서 기분 좋습니다.
Well, we really worked hard on Abyss ever since the map came out or it was released. We did put a lot of hours into it, and fortunately for us, Talon decided to play Abyss yesterday, so we really got to see if it was winnable, and we thought we could fare up very well and that we can definitely win Abyss against Talon, so we picked it, and we had really good results in scrims and also practices as well. So I'm pretty sure, I'm really glad that the result in scrims and also practices we were able to translate those results into the stage performance. But Talon actually switched up their comp, and Primi shocked everybody. And eventually Talon even eliminated Team Secret yesterday on Abyss. So what did you see in their Abyss that you can exploit? And what were your reactions when you saw the new comp with ISO and Neon? 근데 조합을 또 바꿔들고 왔잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 반응은 어땠는지 궁금하고 또 탈론의 어비스에 대해서 어떻게 평가를 했는지도 궁금합니다.
그렇게 잘한다는 생각은 안 들었었고 또 그 브리치 조합을 어제 했어서 그거에 대한 약간 저희가 얘기를 미리 많이 해놨는데 시작하고 보니까 네온 아이소인 거예요. 근데 뭐 물론 프리미 선수 잘 쏘긴 하지만 오히려 브리치 했을 때보다 더 쉽다. 그냥 우리 침착하게 하면 이길 것 같다 생각했고 그렇게 생각한 대로 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
Well, they ran breach comp yesterday on that map, and we kind of talked about how to counter the breach or their comp. But when we got Abyss started with somehow Neon and ISO, and honestly, Primi is such a strong player, but we didn't think that Talon's Abyss was super strong, and it was definitely winnable for us. And I honestly think that the Neon and ISO comp, it worked in our favor because it was a lot easier for us to counter and play against. So I'm pretty happy that we got to play Abyss and it worked out in our favor as well. Now, the level of team play, you guys are playing as a unit. It's gotten so much better in just about over a week. That's such a short amount of time to show such improvement in that teamwork and the cohesion and stuff. So talk to me about what kind of effort you guys been putting in, especially when it comes to that aspect. 이제 팀워크가 너무 좋아졌거든요. 어떤 노력이 있었는지 일주일 만에 너무 좋아졌기 때문에
저희가 리그 때 팀적인 플레이에서 부진을 많이 했고 또 저희 선수들 개인적으로도 그 전에 있던 팀 플레이를 잘하는 형들이랑 비교되는 말도 많이 들었고 그런 말을 들으면서 더 열심히 하겠다는 계기가 됐을 것 같고요. 동기부여. 그래서 저희끼리 팀 플레이에 대한 피드백 정말 열심히 했고 노력해서 지금 오늘 대회만큼은 정말 팀합 좋은 DRX로 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같아요.
There was actually a lot of feedback going back and forth between the players on DRX about the teamwork and the team plays because it was something that we were lacking in stage 1 and through our performances. So we actually really worked hard on playing as a unit and playing as a team together, and we did receive a lot of comparison with the former teammates who were really extremely good with executing perfectly as a team and as a unit. So that kind of motivated us to make sure that we're performing as well as the former members of DRX and make sure that we show a good quality team game when it comes to the matches that we play and to the fans. And I'm really glad that we were able to pull through today and actually display a good DRX with decent amount of teamwork and decent level of cohesion as well. Well, now winning this match, you guys are playing Genji in the upper bracket tomorrow. I know you guys help out each other a lot, but you also have something to pay back to Genji because they knocked you out for that match for Masters Shanghai. So is there anything you want to say to Genji? 젠지에게 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
뭐 어제 RRQ 이겨줘서 그거는 그냥 고맙고 고마운 건 고마운 거고 내일은 선수 대 선수로 만나서 젠지 상대로 지금 제가 1승 1패인데 킥오프 때 한번 졌었잖아요. 그거 치면 1승 2패이기 때문에 제가 동률 만들도록 하겠습니다.
Well, Genji, first of all, thank you very much for helping us secure that spot in Champion Seoul by beating RRQ yesterday. But that's that. But tomorrow we're going to be meeting player versus player, team versus team. So it's going to be a fair game for everyone. I'm just going to try really hard to make sure that I beat Genji. We lost to Genji in kickoff, and personally, we have a head-to-head record of, including kickoff, it would be 1-2. So I'll just try to set the record straight, make sure we have 2 wins and 2 losses against Genji this time around. And it's going to be a fun game. Well, congratulations once again, Vane, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys, thank you.
And that was Vane with the post-match interview. Let's sign off right here because we have 2 banger matchups coming up today. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Fight it!